ABC sports coverage of Australia versus India.
Flicks this away beautifully over the rope for six.
He's bowled straight through it. Continues, he knocks it over.
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Hello and welcome to the MCG for the second T20 International between Australia and India. After rain spoiled the opening game of the series on Wednesday night in Canberra with only 9.4 overs bowled, India was sent in and went 1 for 97, but the rain never eased long enough to get a game underway. So we head to Melbourne in this five-match series with the prospect of close to 90,000 in attendance as India return to a place where they had great support during the Test series last summer and, of course, the 2020 T20 World Cup victory. Hi, everyone. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport, joined in commentary tonight by Ned Hall, former Australian coach Darren Lehmann, and I'm Crosthwaite with you as the two teams are gathering and we're only moments away from the toss taking place. So everyone's excitement building. These two sides with a World Cup not in the too far distance. It's toss time down to Ravi Sastry.
In the world, it's the iconic, gigantic Melbourne Cricket Ground where the atmosphere is already electrifying, and it's the venue for match 2 in the 5-match series between Australia and India. The two captains, Mitch Marsh, Surya Kumar Yadav, match ref Jeff Crow, all ready. Mitch will spin the coin. Tails is the call. Heads, it just carries on. One win after the other. What have you decided?
We're going to bowl first.
Washout in Canberra, but this venue is special. What does it mean to you and the players?
I think a number of things. Obviously, the history. More the boys probably like the AFL more than the cricket. This is special. It's going to be packed tonight. We're up and about. It's going to be a great night.
What do you make of the surface?
Looks a good one. Yeah, hopefully it won't change for 40 overs, but hopefully there's a little bit in it for our bowlers early.
From the last game, what do you take out from the last game? You know, even though the ball was wet and you got a few overs in.
Yeah, I think obviously India got off to a good start, then the rain came, so yeah, not much to give you there, sorry.
And your team, does it change or is it the same team?
Yes, Matt Short comes in for Josh Philby.
Have a good one, Mitch.
Cheers, thank you.
Do you have time to practice the toss in the nets before the game?
Not really, it's okay. I mean, as long as what you want to do and you get it, it's completely fine.
Yeah. Good surface. What would you have done?
Yeah, we were looking to bat first. I think it looks good. But we've seen the stats. I think team playing here, out of 40 out of 21 times, the teams who have batted first have won. But that's okay. I mean, we're happy to bat first.
Last game, plenty of positives. You guys were really going at that time.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the brand of cricket we want to play. As soon as we start going in, I think everyone has their job and they do it really well.
You set the tone, don't you? Because that's the way you play, and when you do it, the others have to follow.
I mean, it starts from Abhishek. I mean, he's been setting the tone really well with Shubman Gill, and I have been taking on from there in the middle order. But yeah, good to be back where I belong, and it's happy to be getting done.
Now, washout last game, but that partnership, you complemented each other well.
Yeah, I mean, see, Shubman Gill, you know, he knows how to score runs, and with him, you know, you have to run hard as well in between the wickets, and as long as we bat together for a really long time, it gets a little easier.
And your team, any changes for the surface?
No, we play the same team.
Have a good one, Surya.
Cheers.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's Australia who won the toss, and they've decided to bowl first.
Thank you to Ravi Sastry out in the middle with the two captains. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. And India's horrid run when it comes to the coin toss continues. They couldn't win one when the one-day internationals, and they're now none for two in the T20s. Former Australian coach Darren Lehmann is with you once more. Welcome, Boof.
Hey, Clinchy, good to see you back for a great summer of cricket. I mean, how exciting is this? It's going to be a packed house tonight. I mean, the weather stayed away. It rained this morning, but it looks like it's going to stay away now. It's going to be a sea of blue again. We say it. It's an away game for Australia, but what a fascinating night it was the other night Ed and I had in Canberra. We saw the Indian team. I mean, these two are the best two T20 teams going around. I'll say it again. But the other night, wow, Abhishek Sharma. I mean, he just goes from ball one. I mean, he charged the first 4 balls in a row. He just goes. So for me, he's exciting to watch. And then obviously Shubman Gill and Kumar, the skipper, they had a great little partnership. They were 1 for 97 off 9.4. So they would have scored, you know, it was a 200 wicket to be fair. But Australia had their work cut out. They'll have to learn from their bowling. I don't think they bowled as well as they would have liked. They've won the toss again and bowled here. Shocked me. I mean, there's no point having a toss. Whoever wins at these bowl, no one likes to bat, although their Indian skipper wanted to bat first. So I'm looking forward to a fascinating game once again, mate.
Certainly give the appearance. They would have been happy to bat. You mentioned Ned Hall was with you in Canberra. The disappointing part around the weather. Ned, the crowd was there. They don't get that much cricket in Canberra, so disappointing they didn't get a game.
Yeah, and I think the last time they were up there as well with the T20 International, it got washed out too, and no refunds, seeing as they had 9 overs of cricket, which was very exciting cricket, but probably not worth the money that some people, I think, paid for their tickets.
Speaking of that, I'm not sure that's right, 9.2 overs.
6 overs is the cut-off for not getting a refund in T20 Internationals. That's certainly Cricket Australia's rule. I don't know if it's similar around the world, but obviously for Test cricket or whatever, there's slightly different rules of how many overs a day you've got to see before you don't get your money back, or you do get your money back, but it's 6 overs is the cut-off for
it's a bit harsh, because I tell you what, it's not cheap going to the cricket, and Cricket Australia have just cut some funding, haven't they, for indoor cricket?
And with speculation of a crowd over 80,000 tonight, they'll be hoping they get through the game and the wet weather doesn't play any part. Former Victorian, South Australian wicketkeeper Adam Crosthwaite is with you once more. Welcome, Crossy.
Clinchy, thank you.
Welcome to India's home ground. I forget the feeling their presence is going to be well heard throughout the match. We had that unique experience of a T20 World Cup final between India and Pakistan. I think we'll get something similar tonight. The crowd and the noise is going to be electric.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of Indian people in Melbourne, and they're going to turn out tonight. I think 88,000 tickets sold before the members start rolling in. So, yeah, hopefully something 90 plus. And I don't think it'll be as loud as what Pakistan-India was, but it'll be close.
I'm not sure what the Venn diagram is for who's going to what, but Oasis on in Melbourne as well tonight. The streets, literally on my way here, it was Indian cricket fans or Oasis fans, and all wearing Oasis T-shirts as well. So there's a lot of people in Melbourne tonight going off to big events.
Yeah, all the English are going over to Marvel.
Yeah.
They're all coming here.
I'm actually surprised Timmy Verrill's here. Our boss. I mean, he's normally an Oasis fan. He'd be there.
He's got a shout-out in the first 6 minutes. It's good to see him as well. It's been a terrible 24 hours for cricket fans with the tragic death of 17-year-old Ben Alston, who died in hospital after being struck in the neck by a cricket ball while practising in the nets of Ferntree Gully on Tuesday night. So, in heartbreaking similar fate to Phil Hughes in 2014, tributes have taken place yesterday in the Women's World Cup game, today in the Sheffield Shield, and again the players will gather for a moment's silence before the game gets underway tonight. So just repeating the team news, Australia have won the toss once more. The Aussies have decided to bowl first. Just the one change from that selected side on Wednesday night, with Josh Philippe sliding out and Matt Short having returned from that finger injury. So Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head at the top of the order, Josh Inglis at 3, Tim David, Mitch Owen and Marcus Stoinis in the middle order. Matthew Short comes in at 7, Xavier Bartlett, Nathan Ellis, Matt Kuhneman and Josh Hazlewood. So we know Adam Zampa's been out for family reasons, but how do you see that Australian lineup, Buff?
Well, Short at 7 is a bit different. He's top of the order with the strikers, so I don't know, they're like Marsh and Head. They've got Inglis and David at 3 and 4 named, but I think Short probably should bat up if he's going to play.
Would you prefer to have Josh Inglis at 3 or Matt Short at 3? That sort of seems what we're wrestling over.
Well, I think Inglis can bat anywhere. I think he's that sort of player. He can go up the order, down the order, and if they're looking at that lineup for the World Cup, that top 4, that's what they're going to do in India, and Short's that almost spare batter. That's what they're looking at.
It really looks like that, doesn't it? It looks like that Short had that crack, come back in, but yeah, batting down the order. It's a tough job, especially when Maxwell's probably going to come back in that spot.
It's interesting looking at their batting order, and I was thinking this before when Mitch Owen was coming in some of the one-dayers, even, and he's batting down the order. He's been used to being at the top of the order in T20s, in particular with Tasmania. But then we see the Indian lineup, and what's on paper here was what we saw the other night. Abhishek faced the first ball. Also, Surikar Kumar Yadev jumped up to number 3 last time as well. So I think you were saying this, Buff, the other night, that batting orders don't matter as much now, and certainly there's a sort of a feeling in there as well that you'll just basically not make it up as you go along, but it's sort of like if something changes, it's like, okay, well, you jump in now, so what's on the list that's handed out to you at the start of the game and at the toss doesn't necessarily carry as much water as it once did.
No, that's right, but I tell you what you have seen, the game plan for both teams is they just go hard. They're backing 2 of the top 7 to go hard and come off. And if they come off for 30 balls, 2 of them, they're making 60 each probably, the way they score. I mean, Abhishek Sharma, I mean, he's 190. Strike rate, that's unbelievable. And I hadn't seen him live. I've seen him on TV, but seeing him live, I mean, he's charged first ball. It was unbelievable.
And it's a really interesting one because we know that Josh Hazlewood just hits a spot. So he's one guy that's going to come out of his crease and try and really take it on. And, yeah, you're right. He's learned from the Travis Head School of Cricket at Sunrisers Hyderabad, and he just goes at a breakneck speed.
And the game has changed. There's no doubt about that. I mean, gone are the old days, even your day. It's not long ago, Crossy. I mean, you were thinking 160, 170. They're saying that India in the World Cup's going to be 220, 230 to win the game, because the grounds are smaller, obviously, so they're just taking it on here in preparation for a World Cup. Australia have only got 2 series to go before they play the World Cup. I reckon they're pretty settled, aren't they, on their sort of 7 or 8 batters they want. Yeah, you add Maxwell to that's pretty much covers everyone. You wouldn't think Josh Philippe will go. It just depends where they take the second keeper in a Carey. Carey goes as well as Inglis. Outside of that, your 2 spinners, you've got Kuhnemann and Zampa going to go. That covers that. Maybe Sangha goes to India for the World Cup, so they'll try and get him a game in this tournament, you would think. But they're all pretty settled with their bowlers. I mean, both sides. That's why they're 1 and 2.
Philippi would be the one who's hoping to get in as potentially that second keeper. So as Ned may mention, the Indian 11 doesn't change. Shubham Gill, Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, Suryakumar Yadav, Sandhu Samson, Hashit Rana, Shivam Dubey, Axel Patel, Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarti and Jasprit Bumrah. It's great to see Jasprit Bumrah back in Australia. And as we had a quick look at the pitch, Crossy, it looks like it's going to be pretty favourable for batting, which is the way both top orders are going to fire tonight.
Yeah, it will be. It looks like a beautiful sort of white MCG wicket that should be good. One of the things that's really interesting is that the ground is still almost very AFL-like. It's still very soft. We haven't had a lot of traffic on it since the football. There's only been one other game here before this, so it'll be interesting to see how it runs away.
Yeah, it's a great ground to play. I mean, you'll see a different format from Canberra, where Canberra was short square. This is big square, so the bowling lineups from both teams will hit the deck a bit more. They'll use the big pockets. They'll have 3 out on the pull shot quite a lot tonight, because it's a big hit. You've got to clear the ropes, to be, it looks like 85 metres, just about.
We were talking about it in the middle. You stand in the middle of the MCG and you don't feel comfortable clearing that 85-metre boundary, and that's the thing that really plays on your mind there when you're standing up lining one up.
I never could. That's a big hit for me. I mean, I just cleared the rope straight. That's how I did my 6 here. But
that's why we never pitched it up to you.
And I was scared. But both sides. I mean, the exciting thing the other day for me in Canberra was I just wasn't sure how they'd cope with the bounce. And Canberra wicket went through. This wicket will go through with new ball. It does bounce and can carry a lot. If they get away to a start again, she's going to be high scoring.
There are some changes to the lineup, so Josh Hazell will play this game and then he farewells and starts preparing for the Ashes. You mentioned Glenn Maxwell. He might pop in for a chat throughout the call, so looking forward to hearing from Maxie. He'll be available from Game 3. No Ben Dorshers until after Game 4. Beatman comes in, Marley Beatman as well from Game 3 onwards if Andrew McDonald decides to go in that way. And obviously that delicate balance between trying to get the test, the players who want to play Shield cricket in the lead up to the first test in Perth, and obviously these T20 white ball opportunities where all of a sudden the runway to that World Cup in February starts to become pretty short. It's the last chance to really fine-tune your preparations and what your lineup wants to look like.
Yeah, well, Hazel's going to be there, so he'll play tonight, disappear and play the Shield game, which is important for his preparation in Perth. You think Boland's going to be in the Shield game, next Shield game. So they're pretty settled on all lineups, I reckon. They just want to have a look at a couple of young guys where they can in this format. So I think both sides, they won't change much. They'll just give everyone an opportunity and get guys to play where they possibly can.
In the Sheffield Shield today, Victoria won by 144 runs against Tasmania. So the Vics got the wickets. Tasmania were all out for 210. A bit of rain actually helped the Vics in the end. Western Australia need 198 runs for victory. They're 3 for 105 on day 4 at the Wacker. And unfortunately, the match was drawn between Queensland and New South Wales. We knew the wet weather ruled out day 1. It was always going to be hard. But seeing Marnus Labuschagne bowl to Steve Smith and then Steve Smith bowling some leggies made us optimistic as to what we might see this summer.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? I mean, Nasser Hussain sent him in, didn't he?
Yeah.
I
think Marnus fancied bowling. That's probably why he was backing himself to
I see Marnus took the new ball. He took the new ball in the
he's out there. He's out there.
That's crazy.
Anyway,
Queensland let him do it.
Speaking of the big thing of that Shield game, or that Shield round, was are we any closer to finding out who's going to open with Usman Khawaja?
I want you to hold fire for that, because we're going to come back when our national audience is with us in around 30 seconds' time, because that's the question that it feels like doesn't quite have an answer as to who will open alongside Usman Khawaja for that that first test. So the preparations are just about complete. The ground staff are in the process of getting the pitch ready, and we're about ready to get underway between this second T20 international between Australia and India. India have actually had a good record. They've won 4 of their last 6 T20 internationals here at the MCG. And just that team news, Matt Short comes in for Josh Phillippe. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport.
Live coverage of Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
The summer of cricket is very much underway. The second of the T20 internationals taking place from the MCG on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ned Hall to call the action alongside Darren Lehmann and Adam Crosthwaite, your experts tonight. For our listeners who've just joined us, there is the one change for the Australian side. Matt Short has overcome that finger injury and he comes in, and Josh Phillippe is the player who misses out. India have gone with the same 11 in which they named on Wednesday night, where unfortunately the first of the T20 matches was washed out, where India faced 9.4 overs after being sent in, and they were 1 for 97. So it feels like Darren Lehmann, explosive batting from both sides. Mitch Marsh and Travis Head at the top of the order for the Australians, and we know India with Shubman Gill and Abhishek Sharma are going to be thinking similar. So if you come along to the MCG or are listening on radio, we expect fireworks right from the outset.
It will be. Good evening to all our listeners. I mean, it's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere. They're piling in outside. I mean, what are you going to get? 90,000, 95 probably? The weather stayed away. It's a sea of blue. Indian supporters here. The community in Melbourne is huge. They will be flocking in the gates to watch their superstars play. And after Canberra, I mean, as you said, it's 1 for 97 off 9.4. It was fascinating to watch. I haven't seen a team take on Australia like that for a long period of time. I mean, England are going to win the Ashes. They're going to come with a T20 mindset. But India played beautifully, and they're number 1 and Australia number 2. And it's not daylight because South Africa are very good and England on their day can win it. But these two teams have to start favourites of the World Cup.
Yeah, I think you'd think so. One of the things tonight to look at is the ball speed of Australia. You just don't have the ball speed that we've had in the past. So that's where these Indian batters are just going to go hell for leather at the start, and it could be carnage these first 6 overs.
And the spin options in which India so often go down that path. Australia really have Matt Kuhneman, and that's sort of it. We might see a little bit from Travis Head, but probably unlikely, whereas India going with the 3 spinners and the 2 quicks.
And that's where I think they miss Glenn Maxwell. Glenn Maxwell usually bowls in that power play with those junk offies that he's got, jamming him up, but they don't really have that now, the Australians, with him being out.
Marcus Stoinis, we see him back in the green and gold colours. He's one of those players who now is not playing a lot of domestic cricket, so it is the travelling show that when you get the chance to come back and play for your country, we know how much it means.
Yeah, it was a few of them are like that, aren't they? Tim Davis is exactly the same. I mean, they're almost franchise or guns for hire as such, and at least they're playing where they possibly can for Australia, and it's obviously a big night for those guys to keep performing, to keep their names in lights, because you can fall off favour very quickly if you don't perform well, because you're in a franchise setup. I mean, Tim Davis is a bit different. He's the type of player they want. They're setting up with 7 batters that can strike at 170 plus, and if they do that, they're scoring enough runs to defend on most grounds, especially in India in the World Cup.
It was really interesting back in Darwin at the T20s with the South Africans, the middle order of the Australians not taking those singles through the middle period and actually just backing themselves to clear the rope. It'll be interesting to see if that tactic on a massive MCG ground comes back into play.
And that tactic's coming into cricket. That's the new age. I know obviously I was in England coaching, and one of the rules were if there's a left-arm spinner to David Willey, for example, it would say don't run. You're trying to hit 6 sixes, and if you cloth it to mid-off for 1, don't run.
Yeah.
Just try and hit as many sixes or boundaries as you possibly can, and that'll start to creep into these formats as well.
It really does, because if you've got 3, 4, 5 balls in a row to these class batters that you have to bowl to them, you just can't stop them.
If you want to join us throughout the night, the SMS number is 0467 920 222, as it will be across the summer, 0467 920 222. Let us know your name and where you're listening from. Mark's already been in touch. Now with Mitchell Starc retired from T20 cricket and Pat Cummins out, is Ellis and Bartlett 100% next in line? So an early question coming through from Mark.
Well, Ellis is a good death bowler. He wasn't as good up front the other night in Canberra and struggled, I thought. So, Bartlett's a good new ball bowler, but probably not a death bowler as such. So there's a mix and match between those two.
Yeah, look, I definitely agree. I think Bartlett's been outstanding when he's got it. The problem is he probably just doesn't have the pace to really rattle these top order sides, which is a bit of a worry.
I think you need pace in India in the World Cup, so they've got to find that's why Marley Bittman gets a go, doesn't he?
Have a crack, and Stark will be around. Yeah, like you need pace.
And Matt Kuhneman playing just his third T20 international. He gets a chance with Adam Zampa unavailable due to family reasons.
Yeah, I think he's an outstanding bowler, and again, that left arm just hitting the stumps will be key. But you know that the Indians are going to come after him, and it's a tough place to bowl spin if you don't get it right.
Yeah, it doesn't spin a lot.
No.
I mean, he'll use his variation really well, Matt Kuhneman. But the other night they took to him in Canberra and played him really well. So he'll have to come up with some different plans. Change the field every ball it was in Canberra, just to try and negate the way India played spin, and they did play it very well. So a good opportunity for him. I think he's the second spinner going to the World T20, no doubt. Good variation. Adam Zampa's still number one pick, and Glenn Maxwell will fill that role as well. I can't see him playing an extra spinner as such in the games. They'll go with their quicks and have enough options to cover.
So just repeating the news, Australia has won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So as was the case on Wednesday night, India will be striding out to the middle and will be getting the show underway. The players are just gathering down below us, so we're going to have a tribute which is going to take place for the tragic death of 17-year-old Ben Austin, who passed away on Tuesday night after being struck by a cricket ball at cricket training at Ferntree Gully. He was taken to hospital, and sadly the messages have come through, the love and support. So the Australian side just gathering on the members' side here of the MCG with the Indian players alongside them, and we will have a moment's silence once the Master of Ceremonies is given the green light and the formalities can get underway. So a crowd expected of over 80,000. It could be as big as 90 or 95,000 tonight, depending on how many of the members roll in tonight. But it looks like it's maybe just a little under that. It's not absolutely full to the very top of the city end of the stand. So that's always a good indication as to whether they will get 90,000 plus or whether it might be just under that. So maybe it might be a bit closer to 80,000, although we do know sometimes cricket fans like to roll in right before the opening ball. So that is the case. Let's head down to our Master of Ceremonies for the presentation.
Ben Austin passed away after a tragic accident sustained while playing the game he loved. A passionate and talented sportsman, Ben was the adored son of Jason Tracy, deeply loved brother of Cooper and Zach, and a shining light in the lives of family and friends. Ben was also a highly respected member of the Victorian cricket community, including the Ferntree Gully, Mulgrave and Eildon Park cricket clubs. We also extend our love and support to Ben's friend who was bowling when the accident occurred. We now invite everyone here at the MCG and those watching around the world to please stand if able as we pause for a moment's silence to recognise Ben's life and to pay our respects to his family, his friends and teammates. Cricket fans, thank you.
It's the players gathering on the members' side of the MCG. Forever in our hearts, Ben Austin, 2008 to 2025. A shot of him on the big screen with a cricket ball in hand and a cap in front of the players as they gathered on the members' stand. Matt Clinch alongside Ned Hall, Adam Crosthwaite and Darren Lehmann. It's a sobering way to start the night. It's a tragic occurrence, and for so many of the Australian players, it'll bring back memories of Philip Hughes, and our hearts go out for all of those that knew Ben and for those that are suffering at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a horrendous couple of days with all this. I know the Victorian cricket community have really rallied around the family, and that's been amazing. It really sort of puts cricket in perspective, and you think back to how close things have been in your own life, and it's just a horrible accident.
Yeah, it's a sad day, sad couple of days for everyone involved in the game of cricket, especially his family. I mean, I was just looking at Sean Abbott there, and the memories I know flooded back for myself. Darren Berry, for example, he coached him at Oval as well, and you're talking about a guy that's been through that with David Hooks, Phillip Hughes, and now young Ben. So it's been an unbelievable 48 hours for the family, and the young man with the ball as well. So, you know, get behind him. That's what you can do, but it's just taken too soon, isn't it?
It's a time of the year where we're building up to that first test. There's so much excitement around cricket, and yet it reminds us of how fragile life can be. There has been protective measures brought in with the back of the helmet. That's not obviously being used at junior level, and the role in which junior cricket clubs have with the wanger. Obviously, we see it in IPL, we see it in professional cricket, as to how dangerous they can be at times when things can go horribly wrong.
The game's gone forward. It's faster, it's stronger, all that sort of stuff. And the dog stick, I call it, basically can come out at a different speed. You've got to know how to use it. I think stem guards and helmets would just be compulsory. They're just making co-ops compulsory now. And I think you've got to have some training to do the old dog stick. You know, I use it obviously as a coach. I've used it for years. And it is a bit of an art. So it's one of those things.
Yeah, it's a great tool for training, but obviously in this situation it's just been a horrendous outcome. But I think there's a lot of things that have to happen with the safety of cricketers. Same thing with the bowlers. We look at the bowlers that bowl so fast and pitch it up to these guys that smack it straight back at them. There's accidents in this game that we need to make sure we can avoid.
The players aren't too far away from making their way out. Australia won the toss. They decided to bowl first, and just having a look around the MCG, the predominant blue, the Indian flags which are being waved before their team strides out to the middle. It's got every bit of feeling like a parochial Indian crowd, given the fact that we are at the MCG, one of the most passionate sporting venues. And come Boxing Day, I'm sure the colours of the green and gold will be far more dominant. So Crossy, you and I might slide out. Buff will let you slide in with Ned Hall. The players are about to make their way out to the MCG for this second T20 International.
Thanks very much, Clinch. Yes, just standing on the edge of the field at the moment are the Indian opening pair, Shubman Gill and Abhishek Sharma, who will be leading the way. And Abhishek Sharma, as I say, listed at number 2 on the order, but he faced the first ball the other night, went charging down the track towards Josh Hazlewood, swinging the bat as he swung throughout the course of his innings the other night. It was a fairly spectacular knock that he had, 19 of 14 deliveries before we saw the partnership that came together nicely between Shubman Gill and Sky Yadav as well at the other end. I've got to say as well, by the way, looking back at my notes afterwards, notice that Shubman Gill scored 37 off 20 deliveries, and he never really felt like he was swinging too hard or doing too much. I was almost a bit surprised to see that's what he ended up at.
Yeah, he plays good cricket shots, hits the gaps well, but does take the game on. I mean, he's a world-class player, as we know. Their top three is very destructive. And then you've got other players, Sampson, who can play. They've got so many players. They've got a second team that would actually compete at the international level because of the IPL. The IPL is the biggest franchise tournament in the world, and they play that, and their just depth is second to none. They're having problems in selection because they're not sure who to pick.
Also, they brought a 15-player squad here, and actually, Nitish Kumar Reddy is out of the first 3 here with a side strain. Obviously, he featured in the one-day internationals. I know Surya Kumar Yadav was talking about almost the difficulty of having 15 players on tour them over these 5 matches, keeping people happy and rotating people in and seeing which squad to pick. It's not always easy when you've got too many players for a certain number of matches.
Especially for 5. One's been washed out, really, so you can keep them the same side for the second one like they've done. Australia changed theirs with Matt Short coming in for Josh Phillippe. But really, it's hard to rotate them around. And Australia have got one eye at the Ashes. India, they're really just trying to figure out their 15 for the World Cup. They're pretty close, you would think. I mean, it's only going to be 1 or 2 players either side for Australia and India that will miss out or get selected. Speaking of airspeed that Crossy was mentioning before, one of the ones that probably could come into this T20 World Cup side is Riley Meredith. But I think he's playing red ball because he's not sure.
Interesting you mentioned him, because there's an SMS right in front of me. Would Darren endorse the selection of Riley Meredith for the Perth Ashes test to match the express pace of Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, with the wild thing is Australia facing a shortage of 140 km plus bowlers?
Well, I think that with Stark, Boland and Hazelwood, you're not going to go to Meredith, I don't think, for the first test, but they may look at that pace down the track. But certainly in the shorter format, Riley Meredith had a great blast for Somerset. He also played really well for the Hurricanes last year in the Big Bash. And he's got pace, and that's probably one thing that they're missing, the Australian team at the moment.
And that's from Troy and Georgie in Sandy Island, Moreton Bay. I should actually also say they had also said, I blame 2020 with a plethora of infuriating off-pace bowling, reducing muscle twitch.
Plethora?
A plethora of bowling,
our skipper,
reducing muscle
Jim Maxwell, will be very happy with that word.
What Jim Maxwell might not be very happy with at the moment is we've got the windows closed. He obviously likes the windows open so you can feel the game.
I can feel the game, Jim. Don't worry about it. There's going to be 85,000 screaming fans here in about 30 seconds' time as Josh Hazelwood bowls the first ball. And different setup for India.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill taking strike, not Abhishek Sharma, but still got the same problem with the orange sleeves and the blue sleeves.
You say it's a problem. I was thinking actually it's great. I know that Shubman Gill down the far end without him to look at the numbers on the back, that he's still got his one-day international shirt on with the blue sleeves, whilst the rest of the team have managed to get the correct gear on. I can't imagine it's much different. It's interesting. It almost must favour having that blue shirt on and not the orange on the sleeves.
Yeah, it'd be superstition.
Yeah.
Indian players are very superstitious. Australian players are very superstitious. I mean, some of the superstitions you had in the day were unbelievable. So we've got a very similar setup, but the right-hander taking strike for the first ball. Very stock standard field. I always like two slips. I don't know why we go one slip. It annoys me.
Yep, only the one slip in place then for the first ball. That sort of little trio of fielders out on the offside as well. A conventional point, backward point, cover fielder, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, and the two men out at the moment. Deep backward square leg and a third man as Hazelwood comes into Gill and it crashes into the pads. It's a huge appeal and the finger goes straight up and Shubman Gill has gone first ball of the match. He's going straight for a discussion with Abhishek to see if he wants to review this. The Australians are extremely confident, but he sent this one upstairs and he's going to review.
He'll review it, but geez, it looked good, didn't it, from the start? I mean, it might be umpire's call. It's going to be, what a start. Why didn't they have Abhishek Sharma on strike? Left-hander.
Well, Josh Hazelwood went for the old celeb repeal then. He virtually didn't stop his run down after he clattered into the pads. He was extremely confident that this was out.
Oh, yeah, he just kept running, didn't he, Josh? I mean, perfect start, perfect ball. Just nipped back a little bit, full of length. It's just the bounce. It'll be just the bounce and if it's going down leg, but look pretty adjusted.
Okay, thank you.
To me.
As close to the back. Can we go through to RTS, please? To see if there's any batting
so
it's going to be umpire's call, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, clear.
Sitting around the knee roll from the looks of it on the vision we're seeing first of all.
The crowd will want him going over. They'll want it going over. You'll hear a roar if it's going over because it'll be the Indian crowd.
I also think it's hitting around middle and off at the moment as well from the first view, so it doesn't look like it's going to slide down leg.
Pitching in line. Going over Mr. Wiggets.
And it is bouncing a long way over when we see the view again.
Decision to not out signal now.
On Hawkeye. Well, that's a good bounce. It's got some good bounce, this pitch, has it?
Yeah, that was the only thing that was going to save him. Yeah, it was to be fair to the umpire, have a listen to that roar. Maybe we do need to have this open. Because that is an unbelievable roar. That is a fantastic roar from the crowd here at MCG.
Incidentally, Sean Craig and Wayne Knights are the two umpires standing in the middle. You can understand him giving that as well. He wasn't a long way forward, Shubman Gill, then. It hit him around the knee roll. And Josh Hazelwood was very convinced.
I'm happy you gave that. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all.
So, Hazelwood in again, second ball. It goes past the edge of the bat. Through to the gloves of Josh Inglis behind the stump. So, it's getting some good pace from this pitch. We're talking about it being a good batting deck. It's certainly going very true at the moment, but giving a little bit for Josh Hazelwood.
And he's just moving third man a little bit finer because there's more pace and carry and bounce in it than they probably expected. It's a beautiful wicket. Once you get in, you can't stop scoring. I'm a little surprised that obviously Abhishek Sharma didn't take first ball again. I know there's that superstition, but he set the tone the other night in Canberra.
Hazelwood runs in once again, and this bounces up and hits him hard then. Looks like it struck him around the grill of the helmet. Doesn't have any adverse reaction. He's just standing there grimacing. He's removing the helmet now, removing the gloves, and getting some attention and a hand on the back from Josh Hazlewood. And that roared up out of the track, hits him around the side of the helmet, and he's going to get some attention and some treatment out in the middle. Well, that's just underlining once more, but the bounce off this pitch is taking everyone a little bit by surprise.
Well, and now the doctor, and obviously concussion protocols, that's hitting flush as well.
Yeah.
He wasn't backing down, he was advancing down the wicket, and he's tried to hit it miles, and it's hitting flush. I wouldn't be surprised if that's done some damage there. That's hitting really flush. The doctor's doing the work. The concussion testing, it looks okay.
It's interesting because it didn't come off anything. For the big swing with the bat, clean missed it, and as I say, it rocketed up off the pitch, smashed into the side of the helmet. He's just been doing the protocols with the Indian physio out in the middle, looking from side to side.
What an eventful couple of balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, LBW shout, and to be fair to the umpire, I think you've got to give that out. It's obviously missing, going over with the bounce. Then they're playing miss on the outside, the other side. I'll tell you, one thing I am really enjoying is Josh Hazlewood's rhythm at the moment. He looks in fantastic nick for the Test match. And if he bowls like that, he's obviously had a great T20 career with the IPL. And he's just running in fast and bowling fast. I mean, that was 140. And looks in good nick. And looks like he's okay. That's a good thing for the young man.
I mean, it's funny though, you mentioned about Abhishek not facing the first ball. It put Josh Hazlewood out of his stride the other night, but it certainly made him think a little bit more and have to reassess what he was doing. The fact that Abhishek was charging him down the pitch from the very first ball, where Shubman's been a little bit stationary, there's been a little less footwork. He got forward a bit then before he missed that. It's not quite the same way that he was being attacked in Canberra the other night.
No, you're exactly right. It's almost like when you have an off-spinner bowling, you want the right-hander on strike, left arm, you want the left-hander on strike early, and you take it on. I just think they gave an advantage away to Australia. Josh Hazlewood would have gone, Shubman Gill, oh, how good's this? He's not going to charge me. I'll just bowl normal stuff.
That's exactly what he's done. Shubman Gill has had the assessment from the physio, and the physio is off, and we're back underway again with the fourth ball of the Josh Hazlewood over. Running in again from this member's end, and he just gets behind this one, drops it down into the pitch, and it's another dot ball. 4 dots in a row for Josh Hazlewood to start things off.
It's a lot different. Sedate, well, not a sedate start, is it? We've had the big shout, hit in the head, a couple of good balls. And Sharma hasn't. I love Abhishek Sharma. I mean, he just goes. For our listeners, seriously, he will not die wondering. He just goes.
One way of playing that he's got, and he sticks to it. It's Hazlewood back to the top of his mark, quickly turns, runs back in towards Shubman Gill. He's pitched up, pushed out on the offside, runs straight out to point. Another dot ball. Lovely over so far from Josh Hazlewood. Should point out as well, had an SMS in just saying about Hazlewood is generating good pace, but I'm not giving the speed. It's coming up now as 136.7, which it was in the last delivery incident. It was also 136 kilometres an hour. Hadn't really been focusing on the speed that was flashing up on there because there was a bit of other stuff going on out in the middle. So,
eventful over. Great start by Australia. You want that to start to set the tone in the T20 format.
Final ball of the over. Pitched up, pushed out on the offside. They go off and set off quickly, get through and take the single and stop Josh Hazlewood coming away with a maiden over to start things off as it is. Just one run coming from that Josh Hazlewood over. Terrific bowling from him. Good running, though, just to get off strike at the end. Although, keeps Abhishek off strike.
It was almost like they gave him one.
Yeah.
They don't want to bowl to him. I mean, you'd be happy as a right-hander because Xavier Bartlett's going to take a new ball from the Shane Warne end and he'll swing it out to the right-hander. So that's a good sign for him. He gets to have the chance where if he gets the length right, swings it away, he can nip it a little bit. He can have an extra slip in, which he's doing now, which I like. So, it's a good start by Australia.
Yeah, so this time we have got 2 slips in place for Xavier Bartlett. Field to come out is from that little cover region. It's just a point. Gully fielder, third man. Backward square leg as he comes in. Bartlett is sliced away. It bounces once and is picked up in the point region. Marcus Stoinis just bouncing in front of him. A slightly false shot played then by Shubman Gill, driving at that one. He found a good thick edge, did Bartlett.
Beautiful seam from Xavier Bartlett. That's what he likes to do. Pitch it up and swing it away from the right-hander. He'll try and nip the odd one back, and that's what he'll try and do. And I think Gill will either try and advance at him, over cover and go with the swing and not try and fight the swing. He'll try and hit through covers, which brings the 2 slips into play and almost that gully line catch then.
So Bartlett once more. Into Shubman Gill, who hits this harder, and this time he bisects those 2 fielders in the point region, but it's going to pull up before it reaches the boundary rope, just illustrating what you were talking about before, about how long these square boundaries are here, and also how lush the grass is on the outfield. A few grounds that would have raced away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. As it is, they've run 3, and it brings Abhishek Sharma on strike.
Well, you're right, slow outfield. Adam Crosthwaite was certainly right where it looks a beautiful nick, to be fair. I mean, it's unbelievable set up here at MCG, as we know. But it's certainly a little bit slower tonight. What I am looking forward to is he's going to try to swing it back in. Cramp, Abhishek Sharma, Xavier Bartlett. There's his swing there for him. That's a good sign. And he did go with the swing there, Shubman Gill.
So just the 1 slip for Abhishek. Again, that group of fielders on the offside. Point just moving around a little more. Stoinis there as a backward point. Short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket fielder. Just waiting for Abhishek to get himself ready, and it's Matt Short standing in at slip, having missed the Canberra game.
Here we go. Buckle up.
Abhishek Sharma then faces up towards Xavier Bartlett, who runs in now, and he throws the bat at this and hits it out square on the onside. Again, it's not going to reach the boundary rope. Wasn't too much footwork there from Abhishek Sharma, but plenty of bat speed as it raced out on the leg side. They get back and take 2.
Well, it swung back in, so that's a good sign for Xavier Bartlett. Trying to attack the stumps, and hopefully he misses you hit. In theory, just a little bit full. That's the only thing.
Chat and a little tweak to the field here, so they're actually bringing up that deep backward square leg into the ring, and moving that mid-wicket fielder back out to a very deep square leg position. Nathan Ellis moving back out there. Josh Hazlewood, it is, has come into a short fine leg now, and comes down the pitch and hits just out of reach of the tumbling cover fielder, and it runs onto the boundary rope for 4. Mitch Owen is not small by any standards, just couldn't quite reach high enough to get a hand on that, and that's the first boundary of the innings so far. It's gone to Abhishek Sharma, taking the field on and getting away with it.
What a good player this bloke is. And the crowd have gone nuts here at the G, filling up as we speak. Louder and louder, but dance down the wicket, puts him off his game, full toss, gets it over Owen, as you said, who's not short. They're all on the ring here, the Australian team. They're defending.
Bartlett in to Abhishek again. Swings it straight, goes down the ground, and he's going to run onto the boundary rope. Should make it, or he's going to be pulled up just shy of the boundary rope. A terrific chase in the end for Australia, just to prevent it going over the rope for 4 runs from the skipper, Mitch Marsh. And they get back and take another 2.
Game's changed. He's faced 3 balls. Whipped one over square leg for 2. Charles hit one over cover for 4, and then he's tried to hit that one straight back over his head. So it's a pretty good effort, you know. First 3 balls.
It's interesting as well, he's almost asking questions. You can see Mitch Marsh checking the field and seeing what else he should do. Should he tweak it a little bit more? Straight away, he's asking questions of the Australian fielders as Bartlett comes in. Abhishek using his feet on this time, hits over, long off, all the way out over the boundary rope, but over the fence. That's into the first row of the crowd. First 6 of the night from Abhishek. Terrific piece of hitting from him to round off the first over. 18 without loss, 17 from that over from Xavier Bartlett. And the difference from Abhishek getting on strike as opposed to Shubman Gill has flipped the game on its head.
Well, why isn't he on strike first ball of the game? I mean, they could be done for 36. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's great hitting. I love watching this kid bat. Wow, this is proper hitting. And it's quality bowling. I mean, they weren't bad balls. They were just taking the ball probably a little bit full, if anything. That's probably what you could say about Xavier Bartlett there. But Josh Hazlewood, now we're back to normal.
Hazlewood to Shubman Gill. It's a lot for Shubman Gill to live up to. The vice-captain, he's just edged this one. Oh, it's been just missed by slip fielder then, and running on towards the short third man position. Xavier Bartlett's gone into the slips. Well, he's not bowling, and he's fumbled that one.
Well, you don't want that if you're Josh Hazelwood. You're going, oh, I've got to bowl Sharma now. This is going to be interesting because Josh gets a bit more bounce than Xavier Bartlett. He gave himself room the other night, Abhishek Sharma, and went over sort of backward point cover area. And then when he followed him, he actually pulled him over mid-wicket. So I think he'll go with the bounce. Xavier Bartlett's almost gone to the ring as a short third man, as that second fielder in.
Hazelwood comes in now to left-handed Abhishek. He moves his feet again. We saw plenty of this the other night. Big swing and a miss from him, but he's always going to have a go.
Well, he's back in that Hazelwood's not going to hit the stumps a lot, and he doesn't. He's a taller man. As we saw, the LBW we thought was out first over, went over the stumps. So he's going to miss the stumps quite a lot. And if you get it too full, he watches it so hard, he just goes through cover. So it's almost like you're going to have third man is in the game. He's gone a bit squarer now for Mitch Marsh to put him squarer. So I think he's just going to keep going because the field's up. Only 2 men out.
So Hazelwood again to Abhishek. Pitched up, this cut out on the leg side, fairly square, straight out to the fielder. So it'll just be the single for the Indians to collect here.
So that was Fuller, wasn't it? He's made him bowl Fuller already. So worried about him getting over cover and over point. Just got a bat on a bit. He seems to not miss them. He might miss one occasionally, but it's just big flow of the bat, like a good rhythm.
SMSs coming in on 0467920 Andy in Umina Beach saying, does DRS calibrate to the bounce of each different pitch? I'll come back to that in a second because Josh Hazelwood's already turned and running in from this member's end. It's pitched up, it's hit over Mitch Marsh into his hands, straight into his hands, didn't carry him, didn't connect as well as he would have liked Shubman Gill, and he is out. Fairly tame dismissal in the end as he tried to hit over mid-off, and he carried straight into Mitch Marsh's hands. He departs for 5, and it's India 1 for 20 in the third over.
Well, Josh Hazelwood doing what Josh Hazelwood does, uses the bounce of the pitch. He sort of sliced it to mid-off. Mitch Marsh took an easy catch, just running back outside the circle. And end of a 5-run, 10-ball innings from Shubman Gill. Didn't look comfortable after getting rattled on the helmet. Third ball of the game. And Abhishek Sharma obviously took the second over on. But now we've obviously got the skipper coming out. And I wonder if he takes the game on straight away tonight.
Yeah, it was interesting. We were chatting a lot the other night and Wednesday night in Canberra about his lack of form at the Asia Cup. He'd led them to the victory, but he hadn't actually got them out. He hadn't actually scored many runs. And in fact, I think it's not Suryakarna Yadav who's coming out. It's actually Sanju Samson who's coming out to bat instead. So again, as I mentioned before, batting lineup that comes on the team sheet in front of us, you can pretty much ignore, and it's shifted around a fair bit. So it's Samson, the wicket-keeper, who comes into bat at 3 tonight.
Well, it must be depending on who gets out, I suppose, and what they want to go with there. They like to have one person going the whole time. Samson's a very good player. I mean, his strike rate's 147, so yeah, he can play. I mean, we're not talking Jeffrey Boycott coming out the bat, are we? For our listeners who don't know Jeffrey Boycott, he used to block the crap out of it. This bloke won't.
He's one of only 6 players in the world to have scored consecutive hundreds in T20 cricket as well.
Really?
Yep, that was in November last year, actually, against South Africa, against Bangladesh and then South Africa. So he's got a few runs on the board in international cricket. And Samson it is who joins Abhishek out the middle. And again, these aren't the names that possibly people know as much in Australia if you're not following cricket as closely. Yet this is the next wave and the next generation of players who are coming through in T20 cricket in particular for India.
Well, they're changing the game. Yeah. And you'll know them within 6 months, 12 months. You will see them play enough. They're changing the way the game's played in this format.
And in comes Josh Hazelwood to Samson, who hits over the top of point and then runs out towards the boundary rope. It should be cut off. Chase round there, getting to the ball in time. It's a good run round the boundary rope by Matthew Kuhneman. And they get back, they take 2. And again, first ball, happy to take it on.
Don't die wondering, they're just going. And I think it's because you can only have 2 fielders out. I think most sides are saying we've got to get to 60. at least 10 and over early doors, prepared to lose a few wickets, because both sides back quite deep. The batters, 7 or 8, they can score. So, Matt Short's at 7 for Australia tonight. Well, at the moment he's at 7.
Hazelwood in. Opens himself up as the ball comes through. Sampson, and a big swing and a miss. His feet were fairly static on the ground, and that is the end of another good Josh Hazelwood over. A wicket and 4 runs coming from it. So terrific bowling by him. Just going back to that question, the DRS calibrating the down to the pitch. My understanding, Buff, and you might have a better idea of it than me, but it's often where they set the cameras for the DRS, and that's the angle that they go from. And sometimes if it's lower down or higher up, it can affect how high the ball is bouncing on the DRS.
Oh, Ned, I don't have a better idea than you. I haven't got a Scooby how they do it. It'd be done somehow. They would have worked there over hundreds of balls.
Well, the reason I say that is a few years ago, having done test matches in Adelaide and then Perth, it seemed to be getting more bounce in Adelaide than it was in Perth on the old WACA ground pitch. And a lot of people were saying it was because where the camera was attached to the whacker was lower down than it would have been at Adelaide.
Really?
So that can make a difference, but I don't think it necessarily can factor in how bouncy the pitch is. As Nathan Ellis is into the attack now, and he comes in and bowls to Abhishek, who lost that one for a second, got his bat down on it, and it runs away behind the stumps. They get through and take a single, although Nathan Ellis fell on his follow-through. And he's a little ginger as he got up from the ground. It's funny, obviously the other night we saw a bit of rain around early on, and the ground was a little soft, and they brought the sawdust out there for Josh Hazelwood because he was unsure of his footing. Nathan Ellis straight away then, not happy with where his front foot was planted as he slips over, flew into the ground.
He does that a bit though.
Yeah.
Throws himself into his work, Nathan Ellis. The big thing for Nathan Ellis is we know he's going to be good at 18 and 20. He's going to bowl to death for Australia. The challenge he's got is to get it right in the first 6, and he can travel. He travelled the other night, actually. They got him, didn't they?
Yeah, and as you were saying about his multiple variations that he puts in the space of an over as he starts to come in then turns back and gets back to the top of his run out again. Sampson on strike. This wicket-keeper who elevated up the order now, the 30-year-old, as he comes in. And tries to drive at this, goes past the edge of the bat. Straight through to Inglis, dot ball.
Perfect ball to a new batter. Hit the top of the sort of 4-stump line. Good areas. If you can nick that, if he hits it for 4, well, so be it. You've better chance. Percentage you're in your favour as a bowler there. Just got to do that probably in the first 6. He chops and changes quite a lot, but he probably needs to do that more. Change the field. They're almost going 3 behind point like a spinner's field, and the third man's gone to deep point.
Yeah. That's the 2 fielders out during the power play, and so that third man moving round to that squarer point position as Ellis comes in again, and a drive at this is big appeal, and the finger goes up straight away. Sanju Samson wasn't even looking there at the umpire. He's walking down the pitch to chat to Abhishek. Well, I think they'd have appealed for the LB first, and it went through then and went into the gloves of Josh Inglis.
Well, they're reviewing again, so this one doesn't look as high.
No. Well, Sampson, as I say, walked away as soon as the shot was played.
We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. Check the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
Did it carry to the keeper?
Well, I thought he did get to it then, Inglis, because as soon as he caught it, he raised the ball as well. That's why.
Well, if he's hit it, he's out. Cool. Yeah. If he reviewed it after hitting it and it's carried,
okay, thank you. Doesn't appear to be any bad involvement. Let's go through to RTS,
so
please.
It's come off his back pad on the thigh.
Oh, that's out. That's out. You can take a walk zone unless you hit it. And if you
okay, thank you. Let's just rock and roll that,
and I
please.
say no bat involved.
Yes, I've got a clear gap between bat and ball, and then first impact on the pad. Go through the ball tracker when ready, please.
He's actually walking off. He knows he's out.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside off impact in line. Going on to hit the wickets. Have the umpire back on screen, please.
And that is
Sean,
out.
stay with your original decision.
Short innings from Sanju Samson. 2 runs, 4 deliveries, and he goes strolling off the field now. And actually, this is Yadav, I believe. He's gone out there and joined them in the middle, and he was already 2/3 of the way out there.
Yeah, they were
Samson walked off.
I mean, if you're a top order batter these days, they just literally review, don't they?
Yeah.
I'll do that. You never know. You never know. It's almost like Shane Watson reviewing. If you're top 3, you just review the whole time. I love Watto, but he reviewed everything. I mean, he could have hit at the cover and review.
But even here with Sanju Samson, it's hit his thigh pad on his back leg, and he's not got a long way forward. And he didn't really think too long before reviewing. It was a pretty quick decision to say, no, we'll review that.
In fact, it's actually probably poor from Abhishek Sharma. He should have said, you know what, that's out. Have you hit it? Yeah, I hit it. Oh, well, you're out court. Off your trot. I mean, that's quite plumb. I mean, it's still bounced a bit and it was hitting sort of 2/3 up the stumps, but it's middle stump. Good ball from Ellis. Nip back.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to do with the new ball. He's got to actually get some nip and some movement in it.
Well, it was Ellis who picked up the wicket that fell the other night in Canberra as well. So even though he was a little more expensive than some of his bowling colleagues, he did take the wicket that fell, that of Abhishek the other night. Tonight he's got the wicket of Samson. And now Surya Kumar Yadav, the Indian skipper, out in the middle. He looked in good nick at Monaco Oval the other night, what we saw of him.
Yeah, he had a big six early doors, didn't he? The backward square.
In comes Ellis to Yadav. Drives it behind point on the offside. It's not exactly where he wanted it to go, but it's got away and it's got him off strike and it's got a run to the Indian total. They move on now to 2 for 23.
Good start. I'll tell you what, we're getting some grief about our DRS from Ben from Freo. It's called big data. Well, you think it treats low Indian pitches same as bouncy green tops? Of course not. Geez, it's not perfect, but it's not bad, fellas. Ben from Freo. I think he's right. It's not bad. I don't have a problem with it, Ben.
No.
Great SMS. Keep your questions coming through, 0467 920 222. Try and get to as many as we can throughout the call.
As in comes Ellis to Abhishek. Steps back and just ramps this one up over the slips and runs onto the boundary rope before. Made that look very easy as a player who throws the bat hard a lot. On this occasion went with the soft hands just to angle the ball away. It was slammed in short by Ellis. And Abhishek dealt with that superbly. In fact, it was almost following into the batter's body. And he did well just to readjust and take that ball away to the boundary rope for 4 runs.
He's faced 8 balls, he's 20.
Yeah.
He's not going to stop. He's going to keep going. And that's the way he plays. I love it. I love watching it. I've seen it live. Hopefully you're enjoying it at home, because I tell you what, he's a superstar. He's going to bring people through the gates. How are we looking with the crowd? Have we got a latest crowd figure?
Haven't actually seen a crowd figure yet, although those upper sections, now if you look directly down the far end of the ground, the Shane Warne stand end, it's starting to fill up in the top sections. So that more and more people filing in, as this one is wide outside the off stump, and it is smashed away through the covers out to the boundary rope for 4 more runs. For Abhishek Sharma, dismissively bashed off towards the boundary by the Indian batter, who now moves on to 24 off 9 deliveries, and India move to 2 for 32 after 4 overs.
Well, he makes bowlers do different things, like bowl a slow ball, into the wicket, short ball. I think you've got to take it. He's going to score off those balls. So I'd be attacking the stumps or top of the stumps more and making hit off a good length. And then, you know, I hope he's going to nick one, because he's played and missed it a couple, hasn't he? He's only faced 10 balls and played and missed it 2. So you've got to hope that you're going to get him out that way. Josh Hazlewood's going to bowl 3 in the first 6. Mitch Marsh likes to do this. You know, if Josh Hazlewood's on top, because he bowls really well to new batters. You know, he can get them out legitimately with 4-day bowling. So if they get a new batter in, they like to bowl him a little bit more.
And it's interesting again, 3rd over in a row, as he did in Canberra the other night. Incidentally, the great Adam Jones back in the studio has just updated us on the crowd figure. Is now 55,415. That was at 7:40. So that's the latest figure that we've got. So it's still filling up though. As in comes Josh Hazlewood, and it's crashed out square on the offside. Good fielding then from Marcus Stoinis. 1 bounce into his hands. Kumar Yadav making good contact with that, but picking out the fielder with 1 bounce.
55, that feels like more than that.
Well, I was going to say, I reckon that's when they assess it. I think it takes a while for the numbers to sort of filter through to what it actually is. But certainly when you see how many fans are now sitting in the upper sections here at the MCG, it's going to be well in excess of that by the time we get the final numbers through. So Kumar Yadav faces up to Josh Hazlewood here in the 5th over. Goes down the leg side, he's nicked it, it's gone in the air, and Inglis put it down. I'm not sure whether that came off the outside of his pad in the end or his bat. There was a half appeal from behind the stumps from Xavier Bartlett when the ball was in the air.
I reckon he's hit that.
Josh Inglis doesn't look super happy as he jumps up. Well, there's definitely a noise as it went down there. down the leg side.
He's got a little nick on that. Oh, it's come off glove, hasn't it?
Yeah, might have off the glove.
That's a big miss. Obviously, seen in the last 24 hours. Yeah, women's team got beaten last night. I can't believe that.
World record women's one-day international run chase. Jamila Rodriguez. Yeah. Great knock from her as Hazelwood in again. This has found the edge, has it? Josh Hazelwood's running off and celebrating. Suryakumar Yadav stood there and watches the umpire's finger go up. And Hazelwood has picked up the wicket of Yadav, who scores 1 of 3. And India now wobbling 3 for 32 in the 5th over. And that was another terrific delivery from Josh Hazelwood, moving away from the right-hander. Nicks off the edge. This one was taken cleanly by Josh Inglis. And Suryakumar Yadav is wandering back. Not many runs to his name.
Well, the Hoff does it again. Perfect bowling. England, look out if he's in this sort of form. He's going to get wickets because that is beautiful 4-day bowling. I know it's the T20, the tight line, sort of off-stump line, nipping away a little bit, maybe a little bit of shape, and gets the skipper out. And that's a big wicket. I mean, 1 of 4, 3 for 32. They've still got Abhishek Sharma, so don't worry about it. India are going to keep going. But they've got some batting depth, yes. But now the big thing is if they get 1 or 2 wickets, they might actually bowl Josh Hazelwood out. I don't mind that. They've got enough depth to try and get 4 or 5 wickets. They get the left-hander out in Sharma, it can certainly change the game even more in Australia's favour. If you lose 3 wickets in the first 6 overs, you actually are more likely than not to lose the game.
Tilak Varma is the new man out there, another left-hander, and he's another of the new breed. I say he's a player who has got the highest average in international T20 cricket, averaging over 50. Averages obviously aren't really taken as the be-all and end-all really in T20 cricket. It's more down to strike rate, but still to have achieved that with a high score of 120 in his career, he's a fair talent, is Tilak Varma.
He certainly is. 22
years of age as well, so still only a youngster. As Josh Hazelwood does get his second slip in place now for the new man. So 2 in the slips. Usual 2 on the offside, covering off that point gully region. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And then those 2 fielders behind the batter, a third man, and a fairly square, fine leg. Hazelwood readying himself to come in to the new man. Josh Hazelwood, 2 wickets to his name already. In he comes now to Tilak Varma towards the leg side, just pushed down into the pitch by the batter. Dot ball. It's a great spell of bowling from Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah, I'm bowling him out. I'm going the whole 4, don't worry about it. Try and get another wicket. Try and get Abhishek Sharma out and put real pressure on the Indian order. I mean, once you get into that stage, you can actually keep India, just keep your foot on the throat. Don't give them a leeway. If you get Abhishek Sharma, wow, they've still got some batting. And they've still got blokes who can play. Axel Patel can play, we know that.
Tilak Varma hits this one high in the air. Inglis is chasing after this. Inglis is under this one and he pouches the catch comfortably. And Tilak Varma departs without scoring, facing 2 deliveries. And India are now 4 for 32 in the 5th over. And Josh Hazelwood has picked up 3 for 5 so far.
Well, that was a rubbish shot. It was half volley. He actually could have hit that through the covers and played a normal shot there. He just got overawed and tried to hit it over the square leg and whip it, really. They're taking the game on in the first 6. And I'll tell you what, Josh Inglis, well done. He dropped that chance about 3 balls ago. Didn't cost him anything. But that catch is a really difficult catch. Went high in the sky. And that, for our listeners, he practiced that about 10 times in the warm-up. That exact scenario. So good on him.
Practice makes perfect. Good work from Josh Inglis. And well, Tilak Varma departs. And India are in all sorts at the moment. Josh Hazelwood, as you say, terrific figures from him so far. He's, it looks like Akshar Patel it is who's come out into the middle. And Akshar Patel can bat. As you say, there's a lot now resting on the shoulders of Abhishek. Not that I think it'll affect him an awful lot in terms of the way he goes about his business. It doesn't seem to change him a lot. However, 24 off 9 deliveries so far. 24 of the 32 runs they've scored so far have come from him. But he's not seen a lot of strike in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, he hasn't. And he should have taken strike. to start with. Don't worry about swapping over. He should be batting. There's some amazing stat. If you face the first ball of the power play, in the first 6 overs, you face 80% of the balls.
Yeah.
So he should be facing as many balls as he possibly can in the first 6. Only 1 over left, and he's only faced, what's he faced? 9, did you say? For 24. So, you know, they're almost wasting that advantage. And Axel Patel, he's not going to hurt you. He's not going to hurt you to start with.
Yeah, all-rounder, Axel Patel. Scored a few runs in the one-day series, got 44 in Perth, 31 in Adelaide. Hazelwood comes in now to another left-hander, and Axel Patel, who just runs this one down towards the third-man region, which is probably, I was going to say smart cricket, except his final ball of the over, and it means he's taken Abhishek off strike again. He gets off the mark, he moves on to 1. Abhishek's on 24 off 9, and at the end of 5 overs, India have moved on to 4 for 33. It's time for me to step aside for a moment. Darren Lehmann, you're about to be joined by Matt Clinch.
Live coverage of Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Dan. Josh Hazelwood, 3 for 6 from his 3 overs. Welcome to the summer of cricket, Darren Lehmann. Put him in Cottonwall.
It's good yet. Get him to Perth.
That'll do, son.
Play a shield game and get to Perth, mate.
Save you for the real stuff. Hasn't he made an impression? And all of a sudden, India, after being none for 20, have now lost 4 for 13 and are currently 4 for 33 after 5 overs. Abhishek Sharma is on 24. Axel Patel had to get off the mark. Nathan Ellis starts a new over. And he looking to chop into this. It ricochets back to Inglis, the keeper, who does the fielding. India at the start of the 6th over, 4 for 33.
Well, he'll just try and work it down third man for 1. If I'm Ellis, I'm actually bringing the field up. I'm actually going the other way. Here's a different way of thinking of the game. Bring third man up and fine leg up and just try and not let him have 1. Don't worry about it. Just bowl to him for the 6 balls in the power play. Because you get Sharma, he's only faced 9 balls, he's 24. Don't give him many opportunities to score in the power play.
Matt Kuhneman down at deep third and Josh Hazelwood down at fine leg as Nathan Ellis right arm over the wicket comes in. Patel drives to Tim David and they get the single as he does the fielding at mid-off. India 4 for 34 in the 6th over. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Darren Lehmann with you.
Easy off strike. You should have been squeezing there, actually, Tim David. You want to keep him off strike, Sharma. Having said that, if they get him out, I mean, there's along his tail. They can all bat a little bit, but it would put some pressure on them if they get Sharma out, and then they may as well swing because they're going to need a decent total.
Abhishek Sharma, 24 from 9 deliveries. This 25-year-old who has taken the world by storm. 19 in Canberra in the match that was washed out. A strike rate of 194, having announced himself on the world stage. 868 runs from 25 T20 international matches. A high score of 135 and an average of 36.
Well, how's this for a call? India can't win.
Jeez, you've gone early. Stay with us.
They're 4 for 34, mate.
Nathan Ellis is coming in from the Shane Warne stand in. Abhishek Sharma pushes it into the offside. Yep, calls through for the single as it's fielded at extra cover. And the fielding is done by Mitch Owen. Australia 4 for 34.
Well, you don't like that? Cool.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just more of an optimist than you. While he's still there, Abhishek Sharma, I'm saying hold your horses.
He's the only one. Yeah. He's possibly the only one. But they'll defend it well enough against him, I think.
Did you miss? I just said he had a strike rate of 194. If he's still there at the end...
They still won't have enough.
Please.
Well, I'm just telling you what I think.
You don't think they'll have enough?
4 for 35.
It's a long way back, isn't it? Nathan Ellis, right arm over the wicket, comes in. Abhishek Sharma is swimming hard across the line. He fails to make contact. In fact, it's Axel Patel. They, of course, took that single with Abhishek Sharma on 25. Patel on 2. 4 for 35 with Nathan Ellis. With his varieties, gets up to sort of 136, 137 kilometres an hour. Drop it down to sort of 125. It's got great variety.
Yeah, he's got lots of variety. And he's bowled well, a bit of seam on this wicket. As Mitch Marr said at the toss, might do a little bit. Chopping and changing what he's doing. Once the third man's coming up, they're going 2 backs. He might bowl a slower ball into the wicket. And defending on the offside, they're all in the ring really, apart from Mitch Owens going back. They just have to give 1 away.
Deep mid-wicket moves out as Ellis comes in. Onto the body. Patel's able to parry it around the corner and just backward a square, takes off for the single. Josh Inglis goes racing around to do the fielding.
Well, like anything in T20 cricket, mate, if they lose wickets early when they play like this, it makes it so hard. Because now, what do they have to do? Do they actually have to... Does he keep going, Sharma? Abhishek Sharma? I think he has to, for them to have an outside chance, a 1% chance of winning. He's got to go. Because I tell you what Akhtar Patel's going to do. He's going to knock it around for a while because he'll play a conservative game like he did in the one days. And he won't get him enough. The only one that can win him the game is this guy here.
While he's here, there's still a chance.
No.
Abhishek Sharma awaiting Nathan Ellis, shuffles across to the onside, lofts it in the air over the infield. Couple of bounces down to the rope for 4, and the MCG erupts. The Indian flags are waving. Abhishek Sharma moves to 29 from 11 deliveries, and India are 4 for 40 after 6 overs. The end of the power play. 4 fours, 1 6 so far throughout the innings. And the early wickets from the Australian point of view. Shubman Gill was caught by Mitch Marsh. Josh Hazlewood using the extra bounce. The catch was comfortably taken at mid-off. Out for 5 from 10 deliveries. Sanju Samson came in next. He was out for 2 LBW to Nathan Ellis. They were 2 for 23 at that stage. Suryakumar Yadav was caught by Josh Inglis from the bowling of Hazlewood, out for 1. They were 3 for 32. And Tilak Varma, the last to go, caught by Josh Inglis behind the stumps from the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. India after the power play, 4 for 40 after 6 overs. Josh Hazlewood has lit up the MCG. Darren Lehmann takes a breather. Great to have Adam Crosthwaite with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Welcome, Crossy.
Clinchy, what a power play that was.
Are you delivering last rights as well?
Look, yeah, I think so. I think they're dead, which is a problem.
Okay. It's a bit ominous. Josh Hazlewood is looking to close out his overs. He comes in and bowls. Akhtar Patel opens up the blade, runs it down. I do deep third for a single. He moves to 4 for 41 at the start of the 7th over.
I do like this. I like Australia attacking with Hazlewood going for a 4th over. Get him his 4th over. Get him off the ground. Get him ready for the Ashes. He does his thing. 3 for 7 off 3.1. He's just destroyed this game from the start.
And maybe any confidence England had without Pat Cummins for question mark how many tests. Well, Josh Hazlewood will be the key for the Australian bowling attack this summer. Got the chance to chat to him in Cairns. He featured for those one-day internationals in the T20s. Asked him about the ever nature of 12 months a year of cricket. He said there's no downtime now. It's just getting myself in the best physical condition I can be in. Josh Hazlewood back of the length is edged and wide of the keeper care of Josh Inglis. Abhishek Sharma riding his luck with a thick outside edge, and Inglis diving to his left, couldn't get a glove to it.
Wolfer and I both said that the game's done, but as you said, Clinchy, I think with Sharma there, and what Wolf was talking about before was they've got to keep going. You can't just edge your way to 150. You still need that 170 plus to be competitive. And Sharma, if anyone can do it, Sharma's one of those players in world cricket that can get it done.
It was a great ball from Josh Hazlewood, cramped him up, caught the thick outside edge, throws his head back in disappointment as it was well wide of Josh Inglis. India 4 for 45. Abhishek Sharma now struck on the body. Hazlewood getting great bounce. They scamper through for a bye.
It looks like he's in great nick, Hazlewood. He's getting the bounce that he needs. His scramble seam is on point. The ball's nipping around, and that's an ugly delivery to take.
Bowling at around 138 kilometres per hour. Josh Hazlewood. He is looking every bit ready for the Ashes. 3 for 12 in his 4th over. Steve Smith, knowing as Australian captain, he'll be so reliant on Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Starc to lead the attack. Akhtar Patel, he's on 4, awaiting Josh Hazlewood around the wicket. Patel squared up, defends into the offside where Matt Short does the fielding. So for listeners that might have just joined us, the one team change from Wednesday night. Matt Short came in having recovered from that finger injury. Josh Phillippe makes way. India with the same 11 that was named on Wednesday night. So the surprise, I guess, is Matt Short is batting down the order for Australia, listed at number 7, although the order can change.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what role they want him to play there. But, yeah, bringing him back in Phillippe's place is probably a sign for that World Cup.
Matt Short moves into a slip position. Deep cover. For Josh Hazelwood around the wicket, squaring up Patel, who gets a little bit of bat onto body. The ricochets behind the stumps, and they choose not to take the single. 4 for 46 in the 7th over. Josh Hazelwood has 1 ball to go, and India will be happy to see the back of him. 3 for 12. This over has gone for 6 runs, though.
The one thing about the MCG, because it is so wide and like the short boundaries, the straight boundaries, but there is pockets in this ground that you can really get some runs, you can get some value. The problem at the moment is Josh Hazelwood's giving him nothing to throw their hands at. Everything that's up that is moving and everything back of a length is sort of armpit high, which makes it really hard to get your hands through the ball.
Josh Hazelwood streaming in from the members' end. Around the wicket, Axel Patel on the attack, hits down the ground, mistimed. As it's fielded by Xavier Bartlett. Windish mid-off and a single to close out the over. So India 4 for 47 after 7 overs. Axel Patel is 5. Abhishek Sharma is 34 from 13 deliveries. And Josh Hazelwood 4 overs, 3 for 13. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport with Adam Crosthwaite.
It's just incredible, really, from Hazelwood, and he looks great. He's turning himself into such a beautiful one-day bowler and a T20 bowler. He's probably the start of his career wasn't as well known, wasn't as well drilled, definitely, in white ball cricket, but the back end of his career, his importance to the IPL, his importance for Australia in T20 cricket, he's one of the best in the world, that's for sure.
Xavier Bartlett's going to come back into the attack. His first over went for 17 runs, bowled the second over of the match from the Shane Warne stand end here at the MCG. Bartlett comes in, back a lead. Patel smacks it back. He gets his hands to it. Can't hang on to the catch. A tough chance.
It's a really, really tough chance. And this is the one part of the Australian cricket team at the moment in this T20 side that really is up for grabs. The ball speed that we've had in the past, we just don't have at the moment in this, I guess, second tier of fast bowlers. And so it is wide open for that sort of 5th, 6th fast bowling spot in Australian cricket for T20 World Cup coming up.
Axel Patel taking the stride down the pitch. Bartlett through his bowling rhythm, got his hands up, but couldn't hang on to the catch. Patel's still there, comes forward to Bartlett. Mistimed as he hits it along the ground. Bartlett does the fielding. India 4 for 47 in the 8th over. Axel Patel now 5 from 11 deliveries. Abhishek Sharma is 34 from 13. Get him back on strike.
That's exactly right, and the Aussies will be keeping him off strike. You saw Bartlett, that last ball was an off-cutter into the wicket. Expect to see a lot of that, getting the Indians to hit to the long boundaries with no pace on the ball. That'll be the back-end plan for the Aussies.
Deep backward square leg, fine leg, deep mid-wicket and deep cover, as well as deep third. And the fielder's out for Xavier Bartlett. Hit in the air. Axel Patel just wide of the fielder. A lunging effort from Mitch Owen. It won't reach the rope, though, as Tim David will reel it in.
Back, here we go.
The throw comes to the keeper's end. A mix-up here.
This could be out. I think his bat's gone on an angle here. This could be... has that bounced up?
Third umpire to direct. We have an umpire review for a run out.
Patel was looking for the second, was turned around.
Shot, please.
Sam Najeski is our third umpire. He'll talk you through it, but Axel Patel is physically in a world of pain at the moment.
You. Ball taken. Keep going. Keep going. Next frame. Next frame. Next frame. Thank you. That's all I need to see. Thank you. Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
It's a rather easy one for the TV umpire, having lost his footing, trying to desperately lunge back. He doesn't get the bat down. And Inglis has broken the bails. India have now lost a 5th wicket. They're 5 for 47 in the 8th over. And Axel Patel is run out for 7.
That's a bad out. Coming back for a third after you get lucky with the shot. Some pretty average running for the first couple, just strolling through and then deciding to come back for third, then sent back. Well done by Inglis in the end to whip the bail off.
Throw from Tim David in the deep was superb. Josh Inglis gathering in front of the stumps, turning and breaking the bails, and you can only assume Axel Patel was just watching the fielder, thinking there was a comfortable third there, but not really. So out for 7 from 12 deliveries, and India are now 5 for 49 I think I'm ready to join Darren Lehmann. On the SMS, 0467920222. Cheerio to Leon, who's listening from Tasmania. Got the barbecue and fire pot going. And I'm so happy the cricket is back on the radio. Great coverage, guys. Keep it up. Brett from Canberra, 0467920222. Great to hear Buff calling the games. Who's his top 6 for the first Ashes test? Pose that to him when he's back on air. We'll get Crossy's thoughts in a couple of moments' time. Xavier Bartlett coming in to the new batter, Rana, who comes forward and defends into the offside, and Bartlett following through does the fielding. Ashid Rana, the 32-year-old left-arm batter, playing in his 5th T20 international. He's taken 5 wickets. Better known with the ball than the bat, but I'll be hoping he's able to step up and at least play a support role tonight. 8 overs in, 5 for 49. It's a long way back. Xavier Bartlett into Rana, squared up, pushes it onto the offside. It's fielded by Travis Head at backward point. In fact, it's Marcus Stoinis who does the fielding at backward point with the hat on.
It's a long way back, and Abhishek Sharma's on 34 off 13 balls, so thank goodness for him, because this game would have been blown out of the water already, but they've got to find a way just to get Abhishek Sharma. He's the one going. Got to get him on strike. The Aussies are doing a really good. They're doing really, really well to just keep him off strike and keep him at the wrong end.
That's the challenge with the big wide space of the MCG, picking up the singles, rotating the strike. It's not really the way T20 cricket is played. Back of a length from Xavier Bartlett. Rana pushes it into the offside, wide of Stoinis at backward point. He's able to pick up a single to his right. India 5 for 50 after 8 overs. Rana's on 1. Abhishek Sharma is on 34. Xavier Bartlett picking up the wicket and going for just a 1 run in that over. He's got the figures of none for 20 from his 2 overs. Adam Crosthwaite and Matt Clinch with you. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. The crowd has slowly built. Just having a look to the city end where the goalposts would be, and the Punt Road end here, Crossy. They're all the way to the back at the Punt Road end. Bit of space still at the city end, but every indication this is 85,000 plus.
Yeah, I think so. It's when you feel that top tier, it's outstanding, isn't it? It looks great. And what a guest.
We're going to tell Glenn Maxwell he can sit in 1A and he can commentate from this point onwards. He's had the fresh haircut as well.
Yeah, it's
really great to have him join us in the commentary box.
Tight fade, isn't it?
It's Marcus Stoinis. His Victorian Stars teammate is getting the ball at the right time. Glenn Maxwell, welcome to you. Thanks for coming and joining us on Grandstand Cricket.
Nice to be here. Thanks for mentioning the hair.
Marcus Stoinis into the attack, comes into Rana, who pushes it into the offside, takes off for the single and gets through as Mitch Owens does the fielding to his right. India 5 for 51 at the start of the 9th over. How are you?
Yeah, going all right. Did a fair bit of fitness testing out there before, and had a nice little hit and a bowl today, so things are trending all right. Hopefully on Sunday I'm on the team list somewhere and hopefully contributing.
Lovely. How's it feeling?
Yep.
Sore.
It's feeling. It is such a short time, I suppose, after the surgery, and I suppose it's just now up to what pain I can manage with and what I can get away with.
So the leg's still sore, the arm's still sore, the old body's still creaking away?
That's why you'll probably notice the new haircut. I'm trying to feel young, or at least look young.
Stoinis right arm over the wicket, full delivery to Abhishek Sharma. He digs it out and drives it down the ground to Mitch Marsh, who does the fielding at long on. So for listeners not aware, you injured yourself bowling in the nets in New Zealand, surgery on the wrist, and back available to play from Sunday in Hobart.
Yeah, so back available, well, hopefully I'm on the flight. I'll be around the squad, and I'll be doing some more fitness testing, more strenuous fielding stuff, and hopefully, if it all goes well and I get ticked off, I'll be somewhere near the team sheet.
India 5 for 52. Stoinis comes in. Hashid Rana works it off his pads, backward of square and through for a single, down to fine leg, and just a single they'll get. He moves to 3. India 5 for 53. So I'd imagine a wrist injury is no good for golf. Find a way.
I have played one round. It's really good until you just get it a little bit heavy, which my wedges can every now and then get a little bit steep and go deep into the turf, and that gave it a nice shock.
3 singles so far from this over from Marcus Stoinis as he comes in. Abhishek Sharma just chips it onto the leg side. Thought about a second. Rana turns around, he's sent back. So just the communication between the two has been a bit of a challenge, given the run out which just took place from Axar Patel. India 5 for 54.
Maxie, you're the king at this situation, mate. 5 for 54. If you're Abhishek Sharma, what's going through your head right now? You're 36 off 15. Your team's 5 for 50. How do you win this game from this situation?
Well, he's probably got to face more of the bowling. I think only facing 15 balls out of, 52, probably isn't enough from your best striker in your top order.
Stoinis in, short ball, Rana looks to pull, fielder races underneath it, it's going to land just short of the effort of Nathan Ellis, who came racing in from the deep. So Rana picks up a single to move to 4. India 5 for 55 in the 9th over. Glenn Maxwell's with you on ABC Sport.
Yes, I think I'd be probably trying to manipulate the strike as much as I possibly could, and being really selective about which boundary options I can take. And we've seen the wickets had quite nice bounce and carry, so probably looking behind the wicket as much as I could to use the pace and try and hit as many twos as you can and get the odd safe boundary.
Stoinis in. This time, Rana's able to flick it off his hip out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Tim David does the fielding. Picks up a single. India 5 for 56. With Abhishek Sharma now 37. 6 runs coming off that first over from Marcus Stoinis. India are 5 for 56 after 9 overs.
So you've been hitting with it, Maxie? So you've been striking and hitting and doing all that? Is that the fitness test got to that point yet, or are they still wary?
Yeah, so I probably went through while I was coaching during the Spring Challenge, I was hitting some underarms and getting some real slow overarm. Just trying to get the feeling of how the bat vibrations feel in the wrist, and if there's anything I need to do, or just try and get a gauge on how far away I was, and built that up to getting dog sick over the last 2 days, and did a 5 to 7 minute session yesterday, and I was like, let's not push it, and went a bit harder today with Michael Divenuto, and had quite a long session where I sort of tried to I suppose emulate what I was going to face in the game and try and hit different areas.
Mitch Owens coming to the attack from the Shane Warne stand in, into Abhishek Sharma, flicks it in the air, backward to the far point and across the rope for 4. Just a little short and a bit too wide from Mitch Owen there.
Lovely shot.
Was all over it, moving to 41.
Up and over and just picks it out beautifully. Maxie, back to this game. At this time, if you're Abhishek Sharma, are you taking the single, or are you really farming the strike?
I think you're just being more selective. I think Mitch Owen, first over in, first ball, you're going to potentially get a loosener, and you've just got to make sure you cash in on it. So it's about working out your opportunities to score boundaries and put some pressure on people.
Abhishek Sharma stays in his crease this time, flicks Mitch Owens off his pad, backward a square and takes off for the single. Josh Hazlewood does the fielding, so takes the run on offer there. India 5 for 61 in the 10th over.
And even in a situation like that, making sure that that's a 2, being really precise about where you're trying to drop the ball into the inner ring. That was always probably going to be too close to the 45 with how slow the outfield is. It's not going to trickle too far past. So knowing that you've got to hit a bit more in front of square to give yourself that time to get back for 2 and to control the strike, control the momentum of the game, or wrestle some of that momentum back in your favour.
India 5 for 61 in the 10th over as Mitch Owen comes in down the leg side on this occasion, and Rana can't bet back to it, and a wide is called. 5 for 62. Especially the deep boundaries here at the MCG, that's often one of the aspects that travelling international teams don't maximise. They're looking for big boundaries. We know how dangerous both top orders are here in the power play, but just a chance to try and get Abhishek Sharma as much of the strike as possible. 6 4s, 1 6 so far in the Indian innings as Rana drives along the ground. Straight to the fielder, Matt Short, who does the fielding in the covers.
And there's also a chance for the fielders to actually creep in a little bit closer and try and put that pressure on the new batter as well. So it's even your deep square leg, yes, it's a big boundary, and we talk about that all the time, but to be able to come in and create a different angle that the batter is looking at, Deep cover is always someone that I think should be at least 20 metres off the rope at the MCG at all times. With it, especially with it being so slow, it's not going to run past you.
6 off the over so far. This time Rana goes in the air, lofts it backward a point, takes off for the second, a little bit of a slip as he looks to turn and come back as the fielding is done in the deep by Nathan Ellis. Gets home comfortably this time to move to 6. India 5 for 64.
And that's a perfect example. It's a full-blooded cut shot in the air over backward point, and deep point had ample time to run around as the ball's slowing up and pick it up. And you're probably not going to hit it that much harder through the offside from a guy like Mitch Owen who's angling in all the time. So to be able to come closer and anything that's slightly mistimed in the air, you're a chance to create another chance.
Rana awaiting Owen, gets a bit of bounce there and clips off the high part of the bat. Josh Inglis races out behind the stumps to do the fielding, and they scamper through.
You spoke about it before, Maxie, and it's what the Australians have done so well. They've really bowled to the other guy, that they haven't let Sharma just get back-to-back-to-back balls, and Andrew McDonald and the coaching staff will be very happy with it.
They certainly would be. I think a big part of the idea is when you've got a guy like Abhishek Sharma who's such a beautiful swing on the ball and a beautiful timer of the ball, to keep him away from the strike and have him losing momentum.
Owen in, Abhishek Sharma back and pulling down to the rope. 2 bounces, it rolls up to the rope for 4. He's trying to play a single-handed role to keep India in this match. 46 from 19 deliveries. India are 5 for 69 after 10 overs. And Hasit Rana there with him on 7. After Australia picked up the early wicket, Shubman Gill was out for 5. The breakthrough of Sanju Samson, who was out for 2. So Kumav Yadav was out for 1. Tilavarman for a duck. And Axar Patel was run out for 7. Got some drinks coming out on the field, and we're probably going to let you go in a few moments' time, Maxie. So just quickly, you did a bit of coaching with the women's T20 Spring Bash. How'd you find it?
I loved it. It's I suppose, a great introduction into what life after cricket might look like for me, and to sort of step away from probably the one-on-one coaching I've probably been doing pretty consistently over the last few years, to be a bit more of an official role, a part of that team, and to oversee a lot of the fielding stuff and help out with the batting side of the game was something I really enjoyed. And the feedback and the I suppose the receptiveness of the girls to try some things and really challenge themselves, and to watch them improve and grow as cricketers over the week was something I really enjoyed.
Lovely to see you, Maxie. Thanks for coming up. Hopefully we see you back on the park on Sunday.
Thanks very much, guys. Have a good.
Glenn Maxwell joining you. Matt Kuhneman's coming in the attack. Ned Hall's about to join you. He's with Crossy.
Beautifully done, Clinch. It worked out very well.
Sports coverage of Australia versus India.
So Kuhneman's just wandering in now for the first ball of the over. Left arm spin, a little short. It's punched out on the offside there by Hasit Rana. And there's a dot ball. He's on 7 off 10 deliveries. Abhishek on 46 off 19. 5 for 69 the score at the start of this, the 11th over. I'll come to something in a second. I was just doing a bit of maths before Crossy, and as Kuhnemann comes in around the wicket, all this cross into the pads, and appeal from behind the stumps then by Josh Inglis. So far at the end of the 10th over, Abhishek had scored 2/3 of the runs of the Indian side, and he's faced only 1/3 of the balls.
Yeah.
Just to show how little he's got on strike and how much better off they might be if he'd faced a lot more of the deliveries in the innings so far. It's a dot ball, obviously, then, as that appeal went up, as Kuhnemann in again. It's just pushed down by Rana. And again, we're seeing Abhishek at the wrong end.
And it's really what Mitch Marsh has done well. You can see here that he's got his cover, which is himself, and his mid-wicket really close. They're really trying to do that. So strategically, they've been so much better than the Indians so far. Execution on the Indian side hasn't been great, but the strategy from the Aussies has been outstanding.
Kuhnemann around the wickets, little short. It's in the air, and it just goes wide. With the man at backward point, who's not too far away. Travis Head in there, and it runs all the way through to the boundary rope for 4. Got away with one, really, then. Hasit Rana was in the air for a while. It would have been a touch further to the left. It would have been much closer to Travis Head. He might have taken the catch.
Yeah, that was a sort of an edge. That was a lucky gap that he's got there. The Aussies had point in a little bit closer, and it's just the angle just got Travis Head. Couldn't really launch, and it's a lucky boundary there and almost a chance.
So, much needed runs. 5 for 73 the score. This one's pushed wide towards Kuhnemann, who dives across to his left to stop the ball. Another dot.
As we spoke about at pre-game, Kuhnemann's not going to really spin the ball. It's going to be very hard to really turn the ball in this, but his pace and his length is going to be really, really key. As we see the cover moves to a third person behind point, and the mid-wicket then goes to a 45, which is the new way of doing it. Nobody in front of the wicket in the ring.
I think they're offering up the single here to see if they want to take it, which they've punched the ball down towards long on, and they've got through and taken the single. So job done for Australia.
Exactly right.
India have fallen for it once again. End of the over. 5 for 74 is the score. Rana is on 12. And Abhishek didn't face a ball in that over from Matthew Kuhnemann. He's still on 46.
And it's exactly what Glenn Maxwell was talking about. He was talking about how you've got to make sure that those balls, that the detail just gets taken care of. And it's what the Indians aren't doing at the moment. They're not taking care of that detail and getting the set batter on strike. It's an outstanding innings. 46 off 19 balls. And the rest of the Indian side just haven't come to play.
Well, they have. They've played too much. They've been hogging the strike from him as he's the man at the other end, twiddling his thumbs. He's the only one really who so far has been able to profit from the Australian bowling attack. And we're now seeing Marcus Stoinis coming in once again from the southern end here, and it goes down leg side, a big swing. He may have got a nick on the way through, but not taken cleanly by Josh Inglis, and it's just fielded by Travis Head down at fine leg. Just waiting for the umpire here, who signals a bye in the end, so nothing on that one, even though Marcus Stoinis had a little jump after that ball went through.
So a bye? That's a bizarre call, because that's gone down leg side. If that hasn't hit glove or arm, that should be a wide.
It swung the way a lot.
Well, we're saying that's inside these new wide lines down the leg, but
may have just been in. It was sort of up towards his shoulder, but it then swung heavily after it went past the batter.
Tough call on the wiki.
Yep. Stoinis again, a bit of width, and he crashes this on the offside, but slacks it down into the ground. They get through and take a single, so that's a good outcome for the Indian side here.
The one thing we know is that Marcus Stoinis knows how to bowl at the MCG. He's been at the Melbourne Stars for a long time. You know he's going to be off pace. You know he's going to be into the wicket. You know he's going to make it very, very difficult to really get him. And the more they can get Abhishek Sharma off strike and keep bowling to the rest, the Aussies are very, very happy with where they're situated right now.
So Abhishek to get the signals on 47. Rana comes forward, he punches up towards mid-off, and they'll go through and take the single. Well, Rana's got to be positive like that and actually push on and take those singles when they are on offer. And they do get through and take one more. He moves on to 13 and the score of 5 for 77. And it does get Abhishek back on strike. Stoinis is instantly rejigging his field. That's how he wants it for the more dangerous batter.
Yeah, the backward point now going back, which is the new in vogue thing, that there's no third man, the deep backward point. They do their homework so well these days, the Aussies.
Stoinis into Abhishek. It's on the leg side. It's clipped away around the corner. It's in the air for a while, but it'll drop short. Nathan Asa, deep backward square leg.
It really feels like the Indians have come to this game, seen how flat this wicket is, and sort of thought, we need 200 plus here to be competitive. Now, they're not going to get there, but they need to find a way to get to that 170, 180 position, which from here feels like a long way off. If they dink it around and get to 150, it's just not going to be enough. It's a slow outfield, and a big ground, but still, they have to find a way to hit the boundary.
Stoinis in to Rana. Rana clips this one off his hips. There might be a gap there. He might run towards the rope as Travis Head goes sliding in, gets a hand to it, but it bounces into the padding round the rope, and it is 4 runs for India, and the Indian flags fly all round the stadium. Another much-needed boundary. And Harshit Rana, 17 off 18 now. Abhishek on 48, 5 for 82. A little bit straying towards leg side there, and offered that one up then to Harshit Rana, did Stoinis.
Yeah, and it's exactly what the Indians needed. They needed to hit the boundary. A little misfield from Travis Head.
So here comes Stoinis again. Again, short and down the leg side. This one is signalled as a wide. Now, it's interesting, it wasn't an awful lot different from the one that went as a bye before, but on this occasion,
I think that one's been called leg side wide from the, height wide from square leg, not the leg side wide.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting with this new leg side wide line down behind your legs, that those balls that just miss your hip or just miss your shoulder look like they're not going to be called.
Yeah. Well, that one, I think, was a fair call in the end. From the height it went through, as Stoinis comes in again. This one just gets a bit of a leading edge, but it might have caught Rana a little on the way through too. It just drops out harmlessly on the offside. A dot ball, and the end of the 12th over. It's 5 for 83. With Abhishek on 48 and Rana on 17 off 18. Rana's got a big role to play. There is not a lot of batting left. There's Shivam Dube, who is classified as an all-rounder as well, who can hit the ball, but in behind him, there isn't really too much more to come. Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarti and Jasprit Bumrah are still to come in. So Rana's got a very key role to play here in supporting Abhishek.
Yeah, he is, and I think that idea is he has to support Abhishek right now. He can't continually keep taking balls and try to be the main man. He has to support by getting up the other end, and Abhishek has to play a Glenn Maxwell type of innings to finish off the innings for India. But the medical team on the field at the moment.
Yeah, that's just for that ball that crashed into Rana after he tried to work it away. Just a couple of SMS messages. Not sure if Clinch must have seen this one then, so you asked Maxi about his coaching in the Spring Challenge that came through before, and also Maryville Cracker in Newcastle saying Glenn Maxwell, future ABC commentator, lovely insights and good radio tone. I've got to say what I would say about Maxi. You obviously know a lot better than I do, but he clearly loves the game. Obviously a big superstar of the sport, yet clearly loves it, the ins and outs of it and the fine detail of it.
Yeah, absolutely loves the game and has such amazing knowledge. When you actually sit down and talk cricket with him, he knows it backwards. And then the great thing about him, he wants to give that education, and it was his idea to go away with the Melbourne Stars girls side to the Spring Challenge, and that was him wanting to help, wanting to get involved, and he's a gem of a cricketer, and he's going to be a gem of a coach.
Also, Rick at Belmont sends an SMS on 0467 920 222 to say only one extra good going from the Aussies. Well, they've been fairly tidy so far. They haven't really been, and again, probably a lack of pressure put on the Australians so far. They haven't had to go too far away from their plans, really, at any stage to do anything out of the ordinary that might cost them a bit more.
They haven't, and the one thing that gets overlooked a lot of times in this situation is the captain. Mitch Marsh has this side going beautifully. His strategy is great. He goes for the kill when he can, and then he backs off and plays defence really well. Right now, when Abhishek Sharma's on strike, the defence, you see how far back they're sitting on the rope.
Yeah, it's Matthew Kuhnemann to bowl to Abhishek. Full pitch ball. It's been punched straight down the ground. Well, just get through and pick up a single in there. Xavier Bartlett quickly onto that one and restricting any second run. So good first ball then, and as you say, Kuhnemann not having to turn the ball a lot, but varying his length and his speed and his flight through the air just to make it tricky for the Indians to score from him.
Yeah, and this is the problem now for Rana. Rana needs to make sure that he doesn't ruin the over by not getting off strike. He has to get off strike.
So Kuhnemann to Rana. His fielders inside the ring have all come in a little to restrict any signals being taken. It's punched out on the offside, and a little dive then by Mitch Marsh. An extra cover, couldn't get to the ball. They go through and take the single, almost eyeing up looking taking the second then, which would have been madness. In the end, they've got Abhishek back on strike with that single taken. There was never a second run on there for a start, but surely the job is to get Abhishek on strike.
And that tells me that he's not understanding his role. He's not understanding that he needs to get Abhishek Sharma onto the strike and stay away from it himself. He needs to be running hard twos when he's at the non-striker's end.
So I just wonder, Abhishek, he was 25 years of age now as well. You'd think he'd have that bit more experience and confidence out there to really take this match by the scruff of the neck and demand what's happening out there as the senior batter and the one who's scored the lion's share of the runs. He's facing up now to Kuhnemann. A bit of width on this. It's chopped down square on the offside, but it's only going to result in a single being taken. So good fielding out in the deep, but it was pretty much all the way straight out to Marcus Stoinis. And that is the 50 brought up by Abhishek in a fairly understated fashion. 50 off 23 deliveries. What could have been a more explosive innings if he'd seen a lot more. We could have seen him get there a little earlier on in the match. As it is, it's taking him now to the 13th over. Abhishek Sharma, half century for him here at the MCG. 5 for 86 the score in the 13th over. Rana on strike on 18. Steps back, chops it away, and again it just squirms past the hand of a diving Travis Head and makes its way out to the boundary rope for 4. Well, it's okay if Rana's on strike if he is finding the boundary rope, as he did on that occasion. Again, wasn't the most convincing of shots played.
It was a little bit of a better cut shot than the previous over, but again, that's the gap. That is a gap that they can try and hit with the left armour going there, but that's a much better shot. But still, I'd still like to see him get off strike and get Abhishek Sharma on. So the Aussies wouldn't be too unhappy with that.
Move to 5 for 90. Rana on 22. Off 21 delivery, steps back, chops it out on the offside. Big gap there at point. It runs out to deep point boundary, and they get through and pick up a single. With 1 still to come in the over for Abhishek to face.
The left arm around the wicket as well for Abhishek Sharma makes it a little bit harder. Sort of coming in, he can fire it in at his back heel, which makes it really, really tough, or he then can get him out to the other side.
So, Indian chant around the stadium now, urging Abhishek on as Kuhneman comes in. It's just chopped out on the onside. Abhishek runs the first hard. Never really a second on there. Going quickly in off the fence, and they get through, pick up a single. It does at least mean that next over will start with Abhishek on strike. He's on 51. Harshit Rana is on 23, and the score is 5 for 92 after 13 overs. As we're having a little change in commentary here. Crosthwaite just stepping aside. Darren Lehmann returning.
Well, you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
He's still batting. He's still batting. And he's still striking over 200. I mean, just get him on strike. Rana's done actually a good job, but 23 off 22. He needs to get rid of, say, 5 or 6 of those balls and give them to Sharma.
Also enough for Sharma, so he's not getting into his flow and getting into his stride as much because he's been deprived of the strike so much in his time out in the middle.
Oh, I think he's going to press go, though. He sort of almost has to.
Well,
try and get that total up to, well, 10 and over gets him to 160.
Nathan Ellis is in. He slams this one in short, and Abhishek seemed to lose that one completely, almost turned his back to it, and the ball just drops down into the pitch. Actually caught him in the hand, a little shake off of the hand. Nathan Ellis, incidentally, we did have an SMS earlier on about this, but Nathan Ellis is a bowler who's quite tricky to pick his speeds up. That one then came in at about 112 kilometres an hour, so out the back of the hand, pace off that one. Didn't read it at all. You can see it spinning its way in towards the gloves of Abhishek Sharma.
And this is where they'll use the big square of the MCG into the wicket.
Ellis into Abhishek. It's a little shorter, pulls it away around the corner, but once again doesn't really go where he intended it to go, and it runs straight out to Marcus Stoinis out in the deep.
Tell you what was interesting last over, Matthew Kuhneman didn't learn from bowling to Rana the other week in the one-day game. He slices it, so he hits through that area. Yes, he can hit it in the air and get caught, but you've got to bowl the stumps a little bit more and create a chance for him to go across the line. So he's got to be a bit straighter in his bowling there, Matthew Kuhneman. Thought he would have learnt that. He's a good reader of the game, but he just got it slightly wrong, and Rana obviously got a few boundaries there.
Well, Rana it is who's on strike now to Ellis. Flipped out on the onside where there's a big empty space at the moment. The fielder's running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Rana gets in for the second. They were throwing, understandably, to the bowler's end there where Abhishek was racing in. It was a shot at the stumps from Xavier Bartlett. It wasn't a direct hit, and so he did get home, but that would be a prize wicket if they could have caught Abhishek short of his ground.
Yeah, good running. Just got it to the 30-yard circle. Not much backing up there. If it ricocheted there, it would have been a few extra runs for India. Done well, these two, haven't they?
Yeah.
46, 36, giving him something at the moment. Can all fall quickly, though. He waves his hands a lot, doesn't he, Nathan?
Just tweaking his field very, very slightly then. It's just moving deep backward square leg a little round as this one's pitched up. It's pushed back towards the bowler, and bobbles its way back up to Ellis, who dives on it and fields off his own bowling. So, dot ball then, bowling from Nathan Ellis. 25 Rana's on now, Abhishek on 52, 5 for 95 the score this, with 2 to come in this, the 14th over.
Yeah, nice Yorker there. Showing his skills off, Nathan Ellis. That's why Hobart Hurricanes actually won it last year on the back of some really good death bowling. Mitch Owen played really well, player of the tournament, but Nathan Ellis had a big say in that bowling at the end of the innings.
As Ellis is in now, Rana comes down the pitch and baseball swings at this one. Doesn't make great contact, but he does bash the ball up to Mitch Owen at mid-off, and they do get through and take a single. Not convincing, but effective in the end to get Abhishek on strike. Let's turn it over. Funnily enough, start of last year, Aaron Crosthwaite, myself, Matt Clinch were down at the Hobart Hurricanes opening match of the season that they played down in Geelong, and they got rolled for not many. And you thought, oh, this could be a long season for the Hobart Hurricanes, and from that point on, they turned it round and was superb.
Well, wasn't a great wicket though, was it, that night? I don't think.
It wasn't. And they batted first on it and got rolled for less than 100 as Ellis comes in now. And this bounces up and takes Abhishek by surprise, bounces out on the offside. Again, the variety from Nathan Ellis is baffling Abhishek, and it's a dot ball to round off the over. That one again comes in at around 113 kilometres an hour. On the big screen before, the previous delivery was showing 135. So that variation in pace is really keeping the Indian batters guessing out there.
Well, Rana messed up there. Should have taken one. He needs to get him on strike. He was angry with himself, so he knows he's done the wrong thing. But he needs to get Abhishek Sharma as many balls as he can in these last 6 overs. That over was a good over from Nathan Ellis. Hey, is Jonesy listening to us, by the way?
I'm not
Adelaide?
Sure. I'm not sure if he is or not. Why's that?
Oh, well, Jonesy, can you give us a crowd update, please?
Apparently, he hasn't been updated yet.
Right, OK. Right. Well, thanks, Jonesy. He's listening to us, and hopefully everyone's enjoying the coverage. Looks like it's a bigger crowd than the 55,000 I've got in front of the screen. Yeah, it's certainly filled up from then, as Marcus Stoinis bowling here from the members' end. This one's wide outside the off stump. Harshit Rana just a little quizzical look back up towards the umpire. Well, he's a little bit frustrated with himself, Rana, because he knows he shouldn't be on strike. And when you're talking the last, what do we got, 35 balls now, it really, for them to get a total, Sharma's going to have to get 100.
Yeah.
He has to get 100 somehow.
Oh, he needs to face some balls, though. He needs to get him back on strike, as you say, as Harshit Rana faces up now. This one's slammed in short by Stoinis. Goes bouncing through, and Harshit Rana again.
He's faced 27 balls.
He's faced the same number of balls as Abhishek has.
No, yes, I mean.
Oh, both on the same number.
But what I'm saying, Abhishek's only faced 27.
Yeah.
Out of a possible, what is it, 80, 84, 86.
Well, but also the fact that he was there opening the batting, and Rana's come in, batting down the order, and has now faced the same number of deliveries as him.
One in three.
Yeah. That wave around the ground.
Wave
the
is
noises.
How good is that?
It is looking fantastic around the stadium here. And there aren't too many empty seats as you see the wave float around. And the Indian fans enjoying themselves as this is full pitched. Hammered out on the offside. There's cheering for the shot that was played there, but they turn and come back for a second. So 2 to Rana. And it means that Abhishek stays off strike. So 5 for 98 is the score. And Rana has now faced more deliveries in the innings than the opening batter, Abhishek, who's still out there.
Which is poor cricket knowledge, really. They've got to be better than that. I think if they want to be the best, one of the best, well, they are the best team in the world in T20 at the moment. But if they want to be better, use the noggin.
Yes.
Get the young man on strike. Only faced 27 balls in his 52.
Stoinis comes in now. Rana goes for a huge swing at that one, completely misses it. Swings the keeper, and there's another dot ball, another wasted ball for India.
He's just in panic mode, Rana. I think he's thinking, oh, I've just got to hit boundaries, because the best way to hit a boundary, young man, is actually get the other guy on strike. He's 52 off 27, and you're not doing your team any favours at the moment. Oh, I mean, apart from partnership, he's 28 off 29, but that's a run of ball. That's not winning T20 games. Get the other guy on strike.
Stoinis into Rana, who swings for this. This is a big hit, though, from Harshit Rana. He got hold of that one all right. is knocked in about 20 rows back into the members' stand. And that's a much-needed 6 to bring up both the 100 for India and the 50 partnership between Rana and Abhishek. Unfortunately for India, he's the dominant partner in this. He's scored 34 runs in the time that he's been out there, and obviously faced a lot more deliveries, but it's not going to hurt too much if he actually manages to clear the rope.
If he does that a few times, he'll be all right. I mean, he gets swung hard there. I didn't think Stoller should have just gone for the Yorker and straight. Doesn't have to try too much now.
Final ball the over. This one's fired in more towards the feet, towards the leg stump. Better ball as a comeback, and has the desired effect of having Rana push that one up to mid-off. They go through for a single. The over comes to an end. It's 5 for 105. Rana will be on strike at the start of the next over. He's on 35. Abhishek is on 52. And Darren Lehmann, I'm going to leave you in the company of Matt Clinch.
Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thanks, Dad. 9 coming from that over. Marcus Stoinis done for 23 from his 3 overs. Josh Hazlewood, the star for the Australians. 4 overs, 3 for 13.
You can't script this, Clinchy. This is unbelievable. Abhishek Sharma is not on strike. So Rana faced that whole over. He's 35 off 31 and done a good job for his side. I get that. He's fought really well. But from Australia, just
happy
keep him on
with
strike.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, 52 off 27. He's only faced 27 balls out of a possible 90. What, 1 in 3? 1 in 3. It's unbelievable.
So we talk so often about playing your designated role in a set side. I mean, if you were coach of India, this would be driving you crazy, wouldn't it?
I'm retiring. I'm saying, Rana, off your trot.
Yeah.
Or just get 1. If you try and hit a 6, I'm retiring you. Just get 1 and get the young man on strike.
This partnership is now 56 as Xavier Bartlett starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand end. Rana mistimed as he tries to push it down the ground and gets an inside edge into the pad. So a dot ball to start the 16th over, 5 for 105 with Rana on 35 and Abhishek is still there on 52.
As bad as I've seen for a while. I mean, I'll harpy on it to our listeners, but this Abhishek Sharma kid, he can play, proper play.
Get him on strike and there might be half a chance.
Well, they might get a total.
Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. As Bartlett right arm over the wicket, comes in, Rana rocks back, heaves it down the ground, catch should be taken, it is. Tim David gets underneath it and takes the catch at long on. Rana has to go for 35. India are 6 for 105 in the 16th over. And, well, the partnership comes to a close and Abhishek Sharma will hope now we might be able to get some more of the strike.
Well, he should be saying to whoever comes in, you just give me 1 a ball and you won't have to face any. And, in fact, the way they're playing, he's better to stay at the end and just hit 2s, 4s and 6s and not run. Because that was... So what they put on? 52?
56.
56. He's got 56 and Rana's got 35 off 33 balls and hit a couple of boundaries in that. So there's too many drop balls, not good enough batting. I mean, if I'm coach, I'm retiring.
Yep.
Sorry. I mean, lovely bloke, but sorry. You just got to hit the ball, a single, get the batter on strike and do the right thing by the team. Yes, they were in trouble when he first came to the wicket, but he played quite well when he first just gave the strike. But it's a cardinal sin that Abhishek Sharma has only faced 27 balls.
They were 5 for 49. They're now 6 for 105. And Shivam Dubey makes his way out to the middle. 28 years of age, the right-hand bat right-arm off spinner. And a high score of 63, an average of 29. 581 T20 international runs in his 43rd T20 international match. His role for the moment will be get down the other end.
Well, Gambier surely has told him, just try and knock 1. Mitchell Marsh doing the right thing, trying to stop 1.
Xavier Bartlett picks up his first wicket, comes in, back the length, clips the outside edge, runs down to the rope for 4. No slip in place. Travis Head tried to race around from deep third, couldn't get there. Bit of luck, but India will take it at this stage, 6 for 109.
Well, they will. I'll take that, definitely. Probably even could, it wouldn't matter if you had a slip, but you probably could actually go really 4-day cricket here and actually try and squeeze and make him swing harder and not allow Sharma any of the strike.
It's probably right, waving a red rag at a ball if you go that approach, but, it hasn't really worked for India tonight. Trying to clear the ropes. Tubay's off the mark, he's on 4. Bartlett in his third over, 1 for 24. Bartlett from the Shane Warne edge this time. Inglis, superb catch. Lunge into his left. And just that extra bounce from Xavier Bartlett as he's celebrating getting his second wicket. And now India are 7 for 109 in the 16th over.
Well, great catch, Josh Inglis. He's had a couple of tough ones that he's missed out on, a couple of big catches. A bit more bounce from Xavier Bartlett there. He was pumped up after getting that wicket. That's a big wicket again. All of a sudden, 7 for 110. You're scratching to get a total. Abhishek can't get on strike. Harp on. It did go away, but that's a long reach. Full length, left-handed, one-handed catch in the end. Great catch from Josh Inglis. He'll be very happy with that. Xavier Bartlett over the moon, and that's a really good wicket. So four balls into the over. Abhishek Sharma hasn't faced the ball for 10 balls.
I thought you might come back to that. It is crazy. Absolutely crazy. To think that you have a player at the other end, 52 from 27 deliveries, and he can't get on strike. We just had Glenn Maxwell join us at one stage, and a master of dominating the strike and taking singles at the right time at the end of the over, and yet India haven't been able to employ that tactic tonight.
Yeah, it's been very professional by the Australian team, and apart from Abhishek Sharma, it's been very disappointing from an Indian point of view. Too much bounce, too much pace there. Xavier Bartlett. Not enough common sense from India.
Shubman Gill 5, Sanju Samson 2, Suryakumar Yadav 1, a duck for Tilak Varma. Axel Purcell out for 7. It just hasn't been a batting order that has had enough support around it. 7 for 109. Kuldeep Yadav is the new batter as he awaits. Xavier Bartlett comes forward and pushes it into the offside. And it's fielded by Marcus Stoinis at backward point.
Mitch Marsh had a great day as a skipper today. He'll put the field back here and say, give him one. Just let him have one. Get on the ring. Don't worry about it. Let him take one. And if they run, Abhishek, what are you doing, son? Stay. Kuldeep, you've got a free hit and try and hit a boundary. Don't worry about it. But don't run a 1.
Abhishek Sharma will be well and truly entitled to just lean on his bat handle and not move from the crease as this last ball from Xavier Bartlett from the Shane Warne stand-in. India 7 for 109. Kuldeep Yadav waiting. Outside edge, slip in place. It runs down to deep third, and Kuhnemann does the fielding. And they take the single.
No, they didn't take it.
Oh, they didn't in the end.
They refused to see it. It was actually sensible from Abhishek Sharma stopped. I mean, that would have been 3 overs in a row he hasn't faced the ball. I mean, that was just ridiculous. So, good choice, young man. He knows the game. Pretty your other players didn't know much about the game for the last half hour.
2 wickets in that over for Xavier Bartlett for 4 runs. And he is certainly making his presence known that he belongs at this international level. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Darren Lehmann with you. Australia won the toss. They elected to bowl first. India 7 for 109 after 16 overs.
Well, he's going to go here, Clinch. He's going to go every ball. And I think he's not going to take ones. So they'll run hard for 2, even if he has to run his partner out. Kuldeep, what they'll do here is he's looking... He's going to try and clear the ropes in the offside. He'll go off pace. He might go into the wicket, so pull shots in the game here.
Finally on strike, Marcus Stoinis back of a length. It's cut into the offside. They take off for the first quickly. That's all they'll get. Great fielding from Nathan Ellis, who came racing in from deep cover. Abhishek Sharma took the first quickly, but there was no offer of a second. 7 for 110.
Oh, Galton Gambier. Are you teaching him the right way, son? Because Kuldeep's on strike. He can strike a little ball, Kuldeep.
Fine leg, deep backward square. Long on, deep cover, deep third. And Stoinis comes in to Kuldeep Yadav. Full delivery on off stump. It's driven, but chopped off by Mitchell Marsh. Lunge into his right in the covers. 7 for 110 in the 17th over.
If you were writing a script for this, Clinch, you couldn't write it. You couldn't imagine this is happening.
No.
Our opening batter, the Indian opening batter, is still there, and he's only faced 28 balls.
At 4 for 32, you called it all over. As Stoinis comes in, this time Kuldeep Yadav's trying to open up the blade and glide it down to deep 30, fails to make contact. And a dot ball, 7 for 110. I said, well, Abhishek Sharma was still there, they were half a chance. Well, he's still been there, but he's only faced 28 deliveries. I'm the one who feels like I've been shortchanged.
Well, you have. So's 70,000 people at MCG.
Yes. 17th over. So I felt if they get 160 maybe. Stoinis comes in, next delivery, a slower ball. And Kuldeep can't get any back to it, deceived by the change in pace.
He thought it was going to be a wide. Tight call. Good call, umpire.
On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Stoinis turns at the top of his mark from the members end. Short ball, called it, yeah, pulls it. Catch should be taken, it is. Lunging forward. Great catch taken. I think Sean Abbott, the subfielder, is out there, has been able to hang on to that one. And Kuldeep fails to score. Out for a duck from 6 deliveries. And India lose their 8th wicket, 8 for 110.
Well, good catch from the subfielder there, Sean Abbott. Really good catch. He's a good fielder. That's why he's on. I don't know who's on 4, actually. Can you? Who's gone off the ground?
Good question.
We'll work that out for our listeners, but yeah, it's none of 6. Kuldeep. Yeah, no, he's a nice man. None of 6, batting too high. Jasper Boomerang. He should have come in. Varun's come in, but Jasper Boomerang, captain in Test match cricket, knows the game well. He would have just knocked it around and given the strike to Sharma.
Varun Chakravarti is the new batter making his way out to the middle, 34 years of age.
Chakravarti, is it?
Chakravarti, yeah, but it's sort of got CV because he's got the 2 surnames on a lot of the team sheets that come through. Just getting a replay of Sean Abbott, who did so well to get his body to propel forward. It just held up for a moment or so. Chakravarti, the new batter on strike, awaiting Stoinis. He comes forward, hits high on the back, and Batten pushes it into the offside. So Stoinis might have thought that could be a danger over if Abhishek Sharma was on strike. Instead, just the 2 runs coming, 1 run coming from it, and he picked up a wicket as well. So Stoinis 4 overs, 1 for 24. India 8 for 110. With Abhishek Sharma on 53. And Chakravarti yet to get off the mark.
Well, this is the over, Clinchy. He's got to go for 20. And if he doesn't get 20 and gets out, I'd have to say it's a really poor cricket awareness batting performance from India. When you've got a young man that can play like he can play, he could hit this for 20 and give him some hope. 12 and over and he gets to the 146. That won't be enough.
Xavier Bartlett comes in for his final over. Abhishek Sharma shuffles across to the onside, fails to make any contact as he's looking to pull it out to the city end of the MCG, where Nathan Ellis is fielding in the deep. 8 for 110. Greg from WA has been in touch on the SMS. 0467 920 222. Josh Hazlewood is all that and more. Roll onto the Ashes. His figures of 3 for 13 from 4 overs, including picking up 2 wickets in an over. Certainly swung the game Australia's way. Bartlett in, full delivery. Abhishek Sharma this time punishes it. Out through extra cover for 4. Over pitch from Bartlett, given the full treatment. 8 for 114.
Great shot. Big area for him through covers and backward point. Just didn't get the Yorker right. Xavier Bartlett knew what he was trying to do, but that's what this young man can put pressure on the bowlers. They just don't seem to get it right when they're bowling to him.
He's got the power hitting, the ability to hit all around the ground. 57 from 30 deliveries. He shuffles across this time, gets underneath it, pulls it over the rope for 6. Pace off from Xavier Bartlett at 118 kilometres. Abhishek was in position so quickly as he moves to 63 from 31 deliveries.
Got to trust his Yorker or get it wide out of the swinging arc or come around the wicket and get into the feet and try and cramp him up a little bit. Just got length wrong. Well played. 10 off 3. Can be a 20 over this one. Now Xavier Bartlett's under some pressure. Don't run one. Face all 3 balls, young man.
Bartlett in, out the back of the hand, full delivery. Abhishek Sharma plays it all on the ground, wants to, turns it, comes back for it, plays it out to mid-wicket. This time is able to comfortably get home. Matt Short comes racing in to do the fielding.
Sensible batting there. Gets the 2. He'll try and hit this for a boundary and then take the 1 off the last ball. If he gets a boundary here, it's been a good over. India.
8 for 122. 2 balls to come in the 18th over. 12 off the over so far. Bartlett right arm over the wicket, back of the length. Abhishek Sharma pulls it away. Dissects the fielders. Ellis will cut it off inside the rope and they'll turn and come back for 2. Abhishek Sharma to 67. India 8 for 124.
Don't try and hit a boundary this time. Just take strike because you've just got 14 off the over. Take the 15. Get strike for the last over and face every ball from now to the end of the innings. If he does that and gets 15 in both, that gives him, what, 155?
Yeah, still well unders, isn't it?
Yeah, well unders, but now you never know. You just never know.
Last ball of the over, Bartlett in. Abhishek digs out a full delivery on off stump and plays it out to deep cover. He gets that single to hold on to the strike. 8 for 125. Abhishek Sharma, 68 from 34 deliveries. And Xavier Bartlett, 4 overs, 2 for 39.
I'm clapping that, Clinchy.
Happy with that?
Yeah, that's how cricket should be played. They haven't been doing it for 15 overs or 17 overs. They just did it then.
It's been frustrating. 15 off that over.
Really good over.
Xavier Bartlett.
Really good over of cricket that for India. I mean, dot ball didn't run. 4, 6, 2, 2, 1. Last over. Ellis is going to bowl the next one, which I think is a good move because you don't want him to bowl the last one. You want him to bowl this one. In fact, he probably could have ended up bowling that one. He's very experienced at the end. He knows what he's going to do. But he can get it slightly wrong. I've seen him get it wrong in the Big Bash.
Yep.
Where he can go for 20. And India need 1 big over in the next 2 to give him something to bowl at. Has to be this one.
So Nathan Ellis trying to finish off for Australia. India trying to pounce. Full delivery outside off stump. Abhishek Sharma doesn't want the single as he slices it out to Whitish deep third. Tells Chakravarti to stay there at the non-strikers end. Thank you. The right decision at 8 for 125. Abhishek Sharma 68 from 35.
Well, if they did this for the last 5 overs, they'd be a few more.
They could have got to sort of 160.
Yeah.
170 maybe at a stretch.
I think he's going to go over, try and go over the fine leg.
Nathan Ellis 1 for 21. In from the members' end. Full outside the off stump. Mistimed as he plays to Stoinis, who cuts it off at extra cover. They don't take the single once more. 8 for 125. So he's trying to find that pocket in the offside where he can get 2. Clear the rope.
Yeah, he's trying to get the 2. Not take it. He's going to get a boundary now, so he's going to try and clear his room and go mid-off, or he's going to go inside and go over fine leg's head.
Deep cover, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket for Nathan Ellis as he comes in. Abhishek Sharma shuffles across, struck on the pad, that's out. Trying to move, but struck right in front, and Nathan Ellis gets the important breakthrough.
Well, they'll review it.
Sharma, what an innings. The moment he's out for 68, but he will review.
Yeah, he'll be out, but that's a magnificent innings. Didn't face enough balls, mine.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet, it's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
I think this will be pretty adjacent. Sensible. Use the review. Good bowling from Ellis, beating with pace. It's been a good over so far, isn't it? 2 dots.
I feel like he would need a miracle here. And again, Shubman Gill got a miracle from Josh Hazelwood in the first over.
Any bat involved?
But it's hit him back leg. Seemed to be in front of
Okay, I've got a clear gap. Clearly no bat involved. First impact onto the pad. Through the ball tracker when ready. Thank you. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Going on to hit the wickets. Have the umpire back on screen, please. Wayne, stay with your original decision about signaling.
It's an easy one for Sam Majewski. The TV umpire upstairs, and India lose their 9th wicket, 9 for 125. And the innings of Abhishek Sharma comes to a close. Out LBW to Ellis for 68 from 38 deliveries.
Fantastic innings.
For the Indian fans who have come along tonight hoping to see a little more than they have, they've certainly seen a special innings from him, as he really has been the sole contributor for the Indian side.
He's going to be a joy to watch over many years. Strike rate. He was down tonight with his strike rate from 190 to 183.
Only he and Ashit Rana are the only two players who have managed to get more than 7. So for an Indian top order, which is known to fire, it hasn't tonight at the MCG. And Jasper Bumrah, who has threatened Australian batters, now comes out to the middle of the MCG. 9 for 125 in the 19th over. Nathan Ellis picks up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 21 in his final over. Comes in, right arm over the wickets. Jasper Bumrah drops it on the offside. Wants the single. No one coming through. Ellis gathers, knocks the stumps off. Oh dear. Jasper Bumrah turns to Chakravarti and says, well, we're not running now. And that's the end of the Indian innings. All out for 125. Bumrah is run out from Ellis. And it must be said, it's a bit of a disappointing innings from an Indian side of things.
Well, it certainly wasn't that. It was just a mix-up, wasn't it? Which can happen with lower-order batters. And he's not happy. Just might fire him up with the ball. There'll be a short change over here, definitely, because slow over rate from the Australians, but 125 runs. Very polished from the Australian cricket team. Did a really good job, Ellis, there with the ball. Abhishek Sharma was excellent at bat, 68 off 37. Oh, he's a superstar, absolute superstar. And I thought all the bowlers for Australia did really well, set off by Josh Hazlewood's opening spell when he got 3 wickets, but really polished. I'll be happy with that. 125 is under par. I think I'm going to be right.
And welcome to our WA audience who joined us right as that final wicket fell, so apologies for that. Matt Clinch and Darren Lehmann with you. So for the audience that have just joined, India all out for 125 off. Headline by Abhishek Sharma, 68 from 37 deliveries, 8 fours, 2 sixes. Hasit Rana was the only real other contributor, 35 from 33 deliveries, including 3 fours and 1 6. Josh Hazlewood, 4 overs, 3 for 13. Xavier Bartlett, 4 overs, 2 for 39. Nathan Ellis, 3.4 overs, 2 for 21. Marcus Stoinis, 4 overs, 1 for 24. Mitch Owen, 1 over, none for 13. And Matt Kuhneman, 2 overs, none for 14. It was an Indian innings that really struggled to get going, and unfortunately from really a contest side of things, we didn't see the best of India tonight, with the exception of Abhishek Sharma. Would that be your assessment as well?
Yes, very, very much so. I mean, Abhishek Sharma was a superstar, and the way he went about it, played really well. He's got all the shots, all the tricks, takes it on. They haven't found a way to bowl to him yet, but I'll tell you, that was impressive. Outside of that, it was very disappointing if you're an Indian fan. Rana 35, but too many balls, and they just couldn't give him the strike. I mean, he only faced 6 overs out of the full 20, really, and they didn't even bat the 20. So Australia will be pleased. I thought Mitchell Marsh had a great game as captain tonight. I think he was outstanding with his leadership, who bowled, when they bowled, defending, making sure they gave the other bloke one when they could to get him on strike to the start of the over. All those little things played into Australia's hands, and India didn't play sensible cricket and get Abhishek on strike more often than not. So very polished performance. It won't be enough.
India lost 4 for 13 at one stage. Shubman Gill was out for 5. Sanju Samson for 2. Suryakumar Yadav was out for 1. Tilak Varma out for a duck. Axel Patel out for 7. Shiram Dubey was out for 4. Kuldeep Yadav was out for a duck. And Chakravarti finishes not out, failing to score. Australia chasing 126 for victory in the second T20 International from the MCG. We'll bring you the Australian run chase very shortly, but for the moment, let's bring you the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. An Australian climber has died while descending a Himalayan peak in Nepal. Here's South Asia correspondent Meghna Bali.
The 49-year-old fell ill while attempting to scale the 7,000-metre Himlang Himal in the Annapurna range in northern Nepal. His guide helped him descend, but he collapsed at around 6,000 metres and couldn't be revived. Nepali officials say bad weather and heavy snow are hampering efforts to recover his body. The Australian Embassy in Kathmandu has been informed and consular assistance is being provided to his family. Meghna Bali, ABC News.
The Prime Minister is hoping the APEC summit will boost economic ties and open up trade for Australia. Anthony Albanese is attending the summit in South Korea a day after the United States and China struck a new deal aimed at de-escalating trade tensions. Mr Albanese says 70% of Australia's trading relationships are with APEC countries.
So today is an opportunity for me to put forward Australia's formal positions that I did this morning, but also to engage informally with our trading partners.
The family of Virginia Giuffre, who accused the now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor of sexually abusing her, says they stand with all victims. King Charles has stripped Andrew of his royal titles after Miss Giuffre's posthumous memoir was published. Andrew denies the allegations against him. Miss Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, says watching Andrew be stripped of his titles is an incredible achievement.
It's a bittersweet moment that we feel like it's a very vindicated moment for our sister, but it's also very surreal. I think it's very much the reason she put to make, her account public, but I also think it was for justice and accountability for all survivors out there.
If you or anyone you know needs help, you can call Lifeline on 13 11 14. And if you're in an abusive situation or know someone who is, you can call 1-800-RESPECT, 1-800-737-732. GPs believe the federal government's bulk billing overhaul isn't good policy. From tomorrow, general practitioners will receive a financial benefit for bulk billing any patient, not just concession card holders and children. The scheme's optional, and the government's conceded patients may not benefit from these incentives for years. Sydney doctor Daniel Chunashev says bulk billing rewards speed and volume over quality time with patients.
Shorter consults disproportionately pay more than longer consults per minute and per hour, so it generates this incentive to have a high throughput clinic. The AMA's recommended rate for a standard consult is about $115. So even with these incentives and with the bonuses, it falls very well short.
The father of 17-year-old Ben Austin, who died after being struck by a cricket ball while training at his club's nets in Melbourne's East, says his death was a freak accident. Ben was struck in the neck by a ball while practising at Ferntree Gully Cricket Club on Tuesday. He was wearing a helmet but not a neck guard. He was taken to hospital in a critical condition and later died. His parents have today visited the nets where he was hit. Ben's father, Jace Austin, says his son loved the sport.
This is a great game, cricket, and it wasn't the game's fault. That was just a freak accident. So please make sure that you keep playing this great game, because that's what he would want.
Severe storms have dumped large to giant hail in the Laidley area west of Brisbane. Golf ball-sized hail has also been reported at Redcliffe. There are currently severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from the southern border to Gympie and west of the Darling Downs. More than 10,000 homes have lost power. Beenleigh, Eagleby, Caloundra and Tewantin are among the worst affected areas. Thousands of mainly young people are marching across Serbia as part of a major anti-corruption protest. The two-day march comes ahead of the anniversary of a deadly train station collapse in the city of Novi Sad, which killed 16 people. Protesters blame government corruption and are demanding accountability. Authorities in Serbia have arrested scores of people in recent months amid massive protests against the government of President Alexander Vučić. And Australians are being urged to dispose of Halloween waste thoughtfully. Data from the Australian Retailers Association estimates people will spend around $500 million on festivities this year. 47% are estimated to spend the most on sweets. Clean Up Australia CEO Jenny Geddes says many are unaware of soft plastic recycling schemes at their local grocers and urge people to participate.
There are some soft plastic recycling schemes coming back on, which is great. So actually making sure that, if you do end up with those treats, making sure you get all the wrappers back in, you can put them in a bag.
ABC News.
When two objects collide, vibrations ripple outwards as powerful waveforms. These waves travel through the air, surge into the ear, and through the auditory system, firing signals deep into the brain. meaning sound isn't just heard. It's felt in every nerve, every beat, every breath.
Here's the first one of the Ashes.
This is the sound of history being made. Feel every moment of the Ashes with ABC Sport. Coming soon on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
The ABC Listen app has a fresh new look that makes it easier to find what you're looking for. Tap into the brand new tabs at the top of your home screen to tune into favourite stations and explore a world of podcasts at your fingertips. Download and try it out today.
ABC Sport. Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Bartlett comes in. Abhishek using his feet on this time. Hits over, long off, all the way out over the boundary road, but over the fence. That's into the first row of the crowd. First six of the night from Abhishek. Josh Hazlewood's already turned and running in from this members' end. It's pitched up, it's hit over Mitch Marsh into his hands, straight into his hands. Didn't carry him, didn't connect as well as he would have liked Shubman Gill, and he is out. Hazlewood in again. This has found the edge, has it? Josh Hazlewood's running off and celebrating. Suryakumar Yadav stood there and watches the umpire's finger go up. Tilak Varma hits this one high in the air. Inglis is chasing after this. Inglis is under this one and he pouches the catch comfortably. And Tilak Varma departs without scoring, facing two deliveries, and India are now 4 for 32 in the fifth over. Kuhneman, a bit of width on this. It's chopped down square on the offside, but it's only going to result in a single being taken, and that is the 50 brought up by Abhishek.
As Bartlett right arm over the wicket, comes in, Rana rocks back, heaves it down the ground, catch should be taken, it is. Tim David gets underneath it and takes the catch at long on. Rana has to go for 35. India are 6 for 105. Deep cover, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket for Nathan Ellis as he comes in. Abhishek Sharma shuffles across, struck on the pad, that's out. Trying to move, but struck right in front, and Nathan Ellis gets the important breakthrough. Comes in, right arm over the wickets. Jasper Bumrah drops it on the offside. Wants the single. No one coming through. Ellis gathers, knocks the stumps off. Oh dear. Jasper Bumrah turns to Chakravarti and says, well, we're not running now. And that's the end of the Indian innings. All out for 125.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
So 126 is the target for Australia when they come out to bat. The players out in the middle at the moment. The Indian players going through all of their warm-ups. And still waiting for the Australian players to join them out there in the middle. Whilst this match is taking place here, incidentally, there's still some Sheffield Shield cricket being played, which will definitely be of interest to not just all of you listening, but also to some of the commentary team here as well. Probably some of those back in the studio. It's WA taking on South Australia. And Western Australia needing 108 more runs to win on the final day there. South Australia having declared 8 down for 394. And in that innings, there were some runs too for Nathan McSweeney, who got 100. Jason Sangha with 41. Jake Lehmann following up his 96 with 35, and useful runs down the order as well. In response, some interesting scores there in the WA lineup. Another half-century for Cameron Bancroft to go with the century got in the first innings. Cam Green scored 41, and Cooper Connolly is still going for WA. He's unbeaten on 51 of 100 deliveries. Matthew Kelly is out there with him in the middle, playing very much the supporting role. So we'll keep you updated on that one as this match progresses as well. Ned Hall with you in the commentary box at the moment. Remember, you can get in touch with us on 0467 920 222. And a few that we didn't get to at the back end of that Indian innings. Derek Anand from Howard in Queensland saying they keep on listening to the ABC app. Didn't know they loved cricket so much and that they're enjoying the call at the moment. Also, Jim, Jen and Rusty are listening in, loving the call as well. Evening team, hope you're all going well. And elsewhere, Grimesy got in touch saying the way India batted, they'll be lucky to score 150. Well, they didn't really get close to 150 in the end, Grimesy, so you were on the money there as well. So plenty of other messages coming through. Do keep them coming through the course of the evening, as I say, on 0467 920 222. And a reminder, plenty more cricket still to come. Coming up on Sunday evening is Game 3. That's on down in Hobart. With Australia taking on India down there. The series progresses on after that to be played up on the Gold Coast at Carrara. And then following that match, the final match is next Saturday night, being played at the Gabba in Brisbane. We will also be bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of the Women's One-Day International World Cup final on Sunday evening. Not featuring Australia, though. It's India and South Africa. But for now, though, from down here, we'll throw down to Matt Clinch, who's got a very special guest down on the ground at the MCG.
I certainly do, Ned. I've got Seattle Superhawks legend, of course, El Thomas. Welcome to you. Nice to see you in Australia.
Oh, thank you for having me here. It's a great energy here.
You got the shorts on, you got the runners on, very much made for the Australian conditions. What have you made seeing cricket here at the MCG?
I saw some good at-bats. I saw some fearless pitching. I saw some great stops on defense. I'm learning to count. Once the ball hit the fence, it's 4 points. They hit a home run at 6 points. So I'm still learning the game.
Obviously, the possibility of having an NFL game here in Australia. How much would you like to see your team be a part of that?
Yeah, so I would love to see the Seahawks play here. I think it would be great for the stadium, especially if they play a division rival game like the LA Rams. The LA Rams are already booked here. So there'll be a great matchup for the fans to see. Obviously, you have some massive stadiums in America. You played in a Super Bowl. What's it like to see the atmosphere here where there's 80,000 here to watch a game of cricket? Yeah, so I felt it in my body as soon as I walked out of the tunnel. I was like, yeah, this feels like a football game. And what about to play an NFL game here? Like, how big do you think it could be? Yeah, you should be looking for your jersey, how many people know you. You want to be able to say that I got my name outside of Texas. I got my name outside of Seattle. Now people in Australia know who Earl Thomas is. And every NFL player feels that way. Now, obviously, the Legion of Boom era, exactly. I'm sort of feeling pretty safe standing alongside of you. What have you been up to since you've sort of come to Australia? Yeah, so my brother coaches high school, so I've been helping the high school guys out. I've been around the Seahawks players, been doing a lot of things with the Seahawks. Been coaching my son. My son plays flag football, so been going back to Austin to see him. And my daughter, she plays volleyball. She's getting ready for basketball and track. So they just keep me busy. So it sounds like, yeah, the parenting is a full-time gig. Yes, it is. And in terms of, I mean, the NFL, the chance to play it all around the world, to come here to Australia, what would that mean to, I mean, someone like you who would have loved to have played in all these international locations now rather than just in the States? Yes, so I feel like my career is going to always be in the NFL, whether it be a coach or behind the scenes. So I want the game to keep expanding. Could you do commentary if you came out here? Yes, I definitely could. I can do it all. And what else is planned for you here? Are you going to the Melbourne Cup? Yes, sir. I'll be there. I'm going to a basketball game, the United versus the Kings as well. And I'm going to do some more Seahawks content out here. And then I'll get out here on the 5th. How do you think you go with a cricket ball? Could you catch a high ball? You've seen the players taking the catches in the deep? Yeah, so I've been seeing guys warming up. So I would have to warm up with the team. I would have to practice. But I've been doing a good job of my own. But I see these guys dive and giving their body up. And the pitching is going over 120 miles per hour. So you stick the ball out there, you know, you never know. I can feel a ground ball. So that's what I'm thinking. Lovely to meet you. Enjoy your time here in Australia. And hopefully we'll see you next year for the NFL game. All right, see you guys then.
Fantastic. Cheers, Clinchy. Down there with Earl Thomas there from the Seattle Seahawks. And down to the left of us, we've got mascots Blitz and a couple of cheerleaders who've also come out here as well to promote the sport that's being played out here. As he was mentioning then, the LA Rams, one of the teams who I think are committed to coming out and playing in Australia. Rams have got to be my team, obviously, and that as a Derby County fan, any Rams team I always get on board. I'd be on board the Adelaide Rams if they were back in the National Rugby League as well. But yeah, it's great to see, and it must be fascinating, Crossy, as well, to see for an American to come out here, and a guy who comes from a very different sport and playing gridiron, American football, to come out to see an atmosphere like this in a massive stadium packed out, and to see what he makes of it. Yeah, mate, it's different. I actually went over and played cricket in Seattle in 2022, so it's there is a connection there. But yeah, any American that you talk to about cricket and you show cricket, they're fascinated with the outfield catches with no gloves and how the ball can bounce and hit you. Like it's very, very funny explaining cricket to an American. Did you get to a Seahawks game whilst you were there? I didn't get to a Seahawks game, but I went to a Seattle Mariners game, the baseball, which was outstanding. Oh, fantastic. They do sport well over there. No, they really do. Adam Crosthwaite alongside me, Ned Hall, and we're just about to see the start of the Australian response here, chasing 126 to win. I can also tell you, thanks thanks to Jonesy's sharp work in the studio, that it is a draw in the Sheffield Shield between WA and South Australia. So 2 matches drawn this round. Only Victoria getting up with the win, having beaten Tasmania by 144 runs earlier on today. Campbell Callaway named as the player of the match. He picked up a very handy wicket late on to go with the runs that he scored in the first innings. And also, we can update you on the attendance here at the MCG as of 9:10 tonight, Melbourne time. 79,412 inside the venue. We'll see if that's the final attendance here. But it's a great turnout for this is tonight across here, and the atmosphere as well matched it.
Yeah, it's an amazing turnout. I was thinking it was going to be a bit higher than that, but 79 will take the 80,000. But yeah, the Indian side hasn't put on a great show at this far, so let's hope from an Australian point of view we can see some fireworks from the Bash brothers at the front.
Well, it's interesting as well, you talk about the atmosphere inside the ground. It would be even more of an atmosphere if they'd gone off with the bat, India, because it was a fairly flat innings from them overall. We didn't see the fireworks we expected from them. I'm sure if Jasprit Bumrah gets into his work, the noise levels will lift inside the ground.
Yeah, well, that's it. If Bumrah can knock over Marsh or Travis Head, this place will be very, very loud. But it'll be interesting to see how the Aussies go about this, whether they put the foot down at the start or they're only chasing 125, so the only way back in is if they lose wickets to the Indians.
This was part of our discussion the other night, was the fact that this Australian side and their strike rate since the start of this year has been the highest in the world out of any team, and that there doesn't seem to be any settling in period. It's like, no, literally from ball one, we want to go and we want to attack teams. So even in this, in a small chase, it'll be interesting to see if they keep that approach up.
Yeah, it looks like the culture that they're building inside this Australian side, that it's, hey, someone's going to come off, so let's just go. So they showed that, I guess, in that top-end series against South Africa, that they just went and they went hard through the start, through the middle and at the end.
Well, they'll start off here with the skipper, Mitch Marsh, on strike, who was in rare form during the series over in New Zealand. Couldn't stop scoring runs, added his first T20 100 in, and he is on strike facing the great Jasprit Bumrah, who runs in now, and this goes past the edge of the bat, and there's hands on heads behind the stumps there as it just didn't take the edge. What a great delivery first up from Bumrah.
It's a great start. You see, every time you watch Bumrah bowl, it's amazing. The way he angles in, but then has that ability to take it away is quite a strange look at a fast bowler. It looks like it's going to come in at you, but just has an amazing wrist and able to swing it away.
So just Mitch Marsh really caught in two minds then. He was pushing at it a little as Bumrah comes in for the second ball of the Australian innings, chasing 126 minutes, reared up at him a little then. He angles it down towards third man and trots through, takes a single, gets off strike and brings Travis Head on to face. So first run. Reminder, of course, in this early stage during the power play, only two fielders outside the inner ring. Left-handed Travis Head coming on to strikes. The field switching round a little now. They've still got two slips in place, India, for Jasprit Bumrah. Third man, fairly squarish, fine leg. 1 point fielder, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket fielder, actually a cover fielder, is now moving around square to go round to point for Travis Head. Faces his first ball of the innings. Bumrah in from the members' end, and this moves away beautifully. What a delivery that was from Jasprit Bumrah.
So we saw the first ball, massive outswinger to the right-handed Marsh, and now again a massive outswinger to the left-handed Travis Head. It's just such an amazing skill. Look at that seam. He's just bowled upright, moving towards the slips, and that's dangerous.
First up from where he was pitching, I thought he was going down the left. I thought he was straying to his legs. I thought Head be cashing in. Instead, it swung the back across the left-hander. Masterclass from Jasprit Bumrah, bowling at 135 kilometres an hour. This again, really reared up at Travis Head. He punched it back past the bowler. It runs up towards a central point, actually. Mid-on and mid-off converge and collect the ball, but they get through and take another single.
It's really interesting, this wicket. There seems to be some sort of waviness in this pitch. You can sort of see a little bit of a wave through the wicket, because it has been a few balls, as you say, they've really reared up, and that's hit the stickers of Travis Head, where he really didn't think it was going to bounce that high.
A couple of balls you saw of Josh Hazlewood as well seemed to bounce a little more than some of the Indian batters were expecting, as Bumrah comes in now to Marsh. Again, lovely shape on that ball as it swings away from Mitch Marsh, who raised the bat well out of the way and left it alone. Another dot ball.
Yeah, I think the Aussies are smart enough to understand that Jasprit Bumrah really poses a threat here. If there's anyone that can run through the Australians, it is Bumrah. The swing, it's dangerous. You're only chasing 125. Sometimes you just need to restrict the heart of the opposition, and that's what they need to do to Bumrah.
Comes in for the final ball of the first over of the run chase. Jasprit Bumrah swung back in towards Mitch Marsh, and in the end he got bottom edge, which runs out. It's that deep square leg position. They come back and take a second, but the hands on the head said everything then from Jasprit Bumrah. And he knew he deceived Mitch Marsh with the way that ball swung back in towards the right-hander. And it runs out to the deep, and they go through and take two at the end of the first over, 4 without loss.
Outstanding bowling. Didn't look easy for the Aussie batters, but I think at the other end, that's where they'll look to attack. Travis Head doesn't normally allow a power play to get away from him.
Also be Harshit Rana who'd be given the ball from the solid stand end of the ground, the Shane Warne stand. And it is Rana who's been handed the ball. Well, this was one of the interesting things, and I noticed a bit of online commentary as well about the surprise that Ashdeep wasn't included in here, and in Canberra as well, that they've gone very heavy on the spin.
Yeah, and I think they're doubling down. And again, not a bad option, but again, under lights at the MCG, it's probably going to slide on the back end of this innings.
Harshit Rana comes into Travis Head, who rocks back and cuts it out on the offside, but only manages to pick out Abhishek Sharma, the fielder out there at point. So it's a dot ball to start the over, but a bit of intent shown there straight away from Travis Head in trying to attack that one.
Yeah, it's a great word for Travis. When he has that intent, looks for that cut shot. He's one of the world's best cutters, and he jumped all over this and just nailed it straight to the guy who's in a bit of a weird position for Travis Head there. Forward point, not a traditional backward point.
I'll run through the field in a moment because it is interesting. And Travis Head clips this one over the slips, and it then runs through and over the boundary rope for 4 runs. Well, that's Travis Head all over that, just attacking it, going hard, and he may have found the edge. But there's enough in that stroke to lift it up over first slip and run out towards the boundary rope for 4 runs, 8 without loss.
And that's it. He cuts the ball so well, and they've set the trap there for him. They've got a deep backward point, 3rd man up, and 2 sort of catching points there for it. But if you bowl a short and wide ball to Travis Head, don't matter if you have 11 fielders there, he's going to try and blast it through, and that's exactly what he did.
126 is the target for Australia. They're 8 without loss. In comes Rana. This one's just angled away down to that deep 3rd man position, so they just trot through and take a comfortable single. It's interesting talking about whether Australia will go hard from the off when they don't need to, or whether, like this, they'll know that if they pick up the odd boundary and over now, they have got the option of taking their time and getting into this. They don't need to necessarily get this done super quick. They can be sensible with how they go about their work.
Yeah, and look, I think it's not that they'll take their time throughout the whole innings. I think it's just this first couple that they'll feel it out, make sure that they're not 3 for 10, 4 for 20, which is sort of a way back in the game for India. Once they get into the innings, you'll see the Aussies put the foot down, no doubt.
So Mitch Marsh now on strike. Still 1 slip in place. Trio on the offside. It's punched up towards mid-off, and it's a dot ball from Mitch Marsh. Well, you can get in touch on 0467 920 222. Terry from Nowra is having a terrific night. He's listening in after clearing up at the meat raffle at the bowling club and picking up the members' badge draw as well. And now he's enjoying listening to the cricket. So
what a night!
Great night, Terry. Hope you're enjoying yourself and enjoying the call still as Australia look to wrap up the victory here and go ahead in this series. Down to a 4-match series now, seeing as first match no result. Harshit Rana comes into Mitch Marsh. It's up and around his hips. He clips it away out on the leg side and trot through and pick up a single. 1 still to come in the over. Travis Head comes back onto strike. And certainly Grimes has been back in touch to say Aussies to get this done inside 14 overs and have an early mark. So
If there's anyone that would want that, Travis Head might be at the top of that list.
Yeah.
And if there's anyone that can do it, Travis Head's probably at the top of that list as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he does attack it.
Now, incidentally, that little clip off the hip of Mitch Marsh has just brought up his 2000th run in T20 international cricket. As Harshit Rana comes in, this one's chopped out on the offside. Travis Head goes running through. Mitch Marsh started this one only 4 runs away from 2000, and that has helped him get to that milestone. He, as I say, he's been on rare form over in New Zealand. Couldn't stop scoring runs, was in terrific form over there. Scored his first T20 international century whilst he was over there as well. And yeah, those 4 runs means he's made that major milestone at T20 internationals. It's a fantastic effort from him.
And it's incredible. He's done it at an average of, 33 at a strike rate of 170. So they're world-class numbers. They're unbelievable numbers. If you go back to the Mike Hussey calculation, your strike rate plus your average, it's a 170 in that regard. Or what's that? 200. He's above 200. He's a amazing cricketer, amazing short form cricketer. And who knows, might he be the guy that opens the batting in the Test match?
There's a question about that as well in there from Grimes here about who's going to be at the top of the order as Bumrah comes in. He's coming around the wicket to Travis Head, and he just lifts this one over mid-on, out to the boundary rope. That bounce just inside the rope. And again, it was effortlessly done by Travis Head. Jasprit Bumrah decided to come around the wicket to him, over pitch to touch, and Travis Head launched into that one and almost cleared the boundary rope. But it is 4 runs all the same.
And I don't know why he's come around the wicket. He had Travis Head not looking comfortable over the wicket with that ball swinging away. So he's come around the wicket, still got the 2 slips in play, but doesn't look as dangerous.
I was going to say, still with the 2 slips, he's a bit less cover around the rest. This is drifting in again towards that leg stump, so his line isn't as good bowling around the wicket. It's not going to make it out to the boundary rope. They'll come back for a very comfortable second. I'll look and think about the third, but decided against it. But again, that line then is just drifting in towards leg stump, whereas before, as you say, he had it on a string, bowling in exactly the right line, bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, it just shows that the Indians, they're searching a little bit here, and Bumrah knows he's only got the 4 overs, so he's trying to get away, but I'd much prefer to see him over the wicket, really using that beautiful wrist and swinging it away. Travis Head loves when they come around the wicket.
He's persisting. Jasprit Bumrah comes around the wicket again. This is crunched square on the offside. Long old chase around that boundary rope, and it's going to be just kept in play before it goes over the rope, but they get back and run 3. It's a terrific piece of running. And again, Travis Head, as you say, seeming to be really enjoying facing Bumrah as he's going around the wicket to him. It's certainly a lot more comfortable for him than it was in the first over.
It's a long throw there, and Mitchell Marsh, outstanding running here. The fielder had the ball thrown by the time he'd actually taken off. It's such a long sort of 80, 85 metre throw.
So ticking along very comfortably, Australia at the moment. Mitch Marsh onto strike now. Bumrah over the wicket to the right-hander. That's a great delivery, although it swerved back so far that the keeper couldn't take it. Sanju Samson went diving away to his left, went off his fingertips, and it runs over the boundary rope for 4 byes. Too much swing.
Too much swing. And this is beautiful bowling. Fast bowling at its best. Swing at its best. That ball has just stayed upright and just kept swinging. It's a nightmare for the keeper when the ball just swings and keeps swinging down the leg side. That's sort of gone over about 4th stump, but by the time it got to the keeper, it was about 2 stumps wide of leg stump.
It was a fair effort from Sanju Samson, diving away to his left. He did well to get a hand on that one. 13 off the over so far. It's 2 balls still to come as Bumrah comes in. This one's a poor ball. It drifts down the leg side. It's a wide, and it's 4 wides. It was a wide all the way. It was not even a close one down leg side. And Samson again flinging himself off to his left. Never really got near it. And that raced off towards the boundary rope. So Bumrah's first over that he bowled was absolutely top-notch, exactly where you'd expect him to be bowling. This one has not been his best.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you've only got a small target that you've set. You really do panic. You know you need early wickets. You know you need to over-attack, and that's what India have done now. But the Aussies, none for 29 off 2.4.
Target's less than 100 now, 97 more needed. As this is a better ball to round off the over. In fact, sorry, one more still to come, because that was the wide before, so still one more after this. But that one then, better length outside the off stump, reared up at Mitch Marsh. That's what you'd expect from Jasprit Bumrah.
And I really think this comes back to Bumrah losing his radar, losing his rhythm by coming around the wicket to Travis Head, which was a really bad mistake, and hasn't been able to get the over back on track.
Well, this is the last ball of the over now. It comes into Marsh. That is a great ball. It goes through. There's a big noise there as it goes through to the keeper. Nothing doing from the umpire. Jasprit Bumrah. So I wasn't sure if he was going to appeal for the leg before then. Yeah. I don't think he came off the bat, because that came down too late, but he was a long way back in front of his stumps then. Mitch Marsh, no review being taken, and it's 29 without loss at the end of 3 overs.
Yeah, it's a big over for the Aussies, that one. Bumrah, the heart and soul of this side, and when you give up that many, how many was off that over?
18 off the over.
18 off the over. That hurts when you only have 120 odd on the board. Now I think the Aussies might start to put the pressure on and really start to take the game away.
Incidentally, seeing the replay of that, it was well too high, the delivery then from Bumrah. I think the half appeal was just because how close it was. As Rana in again, and underneath this, hammers it high in the air. It's all the way to the boundary rope. It's just gone over the rope. It's 6 runs to Travis Head. That's a long old boundary out there, and Travis Head got underneath that. It was in the air for an awful long time. Fielder running round the boundary rope, couldn't get to it in time, and it drops just over the rope. 6 runs to Travis Head, 35 without loss. Travis Head is on 22 off 10 deliveries. Mitch Marsh on 4 off 8.
He's hit that so high, and he's cleared that rope. That's a decent hit out there, and looked like it was just going to be one of those ones just hung in the air. There's a fielder out there. He's done beautifully well to clear the pickets or clear the rope.
It's just dropped over the rope. Jasprit Bumrah's the man there. He's a long way in from the boundary rope, so he's chasing back to try and get it as Rana comes in around the wicket now, and a big swing and a miss this time from Travis Head. Before it goes through to the keeper.
I think this is what the Aussies do so well now with this team. They sense a little bit of down and out from the Indians, and they really put the pressure on, and they just don't stop. It's what makes them such a dangerous team.
So 91 required, 100 balls remaining in the innings. 35 without loss, the score. Travis Head facing up to Rana around the wicket. He's nicked this one wide of first sleep, off to the boundary rope, 4 more runs. And again, Travis Head goes hard, big chunky edge. Shubman Gill threw his hands up, was never anywhere near it. And that's another 4 runs to Australia.
Some friendly banter out there, I think, between Trav and Rana, but we are really seeing the Sunrisers Hyderabad duo of Abhishek Sharma and Travis Head going.
Screen, please. Signal now. Signal now.
No ball. So, to add insult to injury.
Just what they need.
A free hit for Australia. So 4 runs to Travis Head off the previous ball with the late no ball signal.
Had a keg ball on this for 6.
So, Head on the free hit, slammed in short, pulls it out square on the onside. They should get back for a couple here. Bumrah's the man chasing round. In fact, they just go and take the single in the end, and Mitch Marsh comes through onto strike. So 4 runs off a no ball, and then 1 added on the end of it. Not the worst result for Australia. 41 without loss. Australia in the 4th over, and it's all Travis Head at the moment. 27 off 13. Mitch Marsh so far a more sedate 4 off 8. So Rana will come back over the wicket. Nice message in from Damien in Western Australia, who's just finished up milking the cows, now heading inside for some dinner and loving hearing the cricket on the radio. It's Rana into Marsh, and Marsh
massive.
not sedate at all. That is into the second tier of the stand for Mitch Marsh. He has absolutely leathered that. It's to the back of the second section as well from Mitch Marsh. That is an enormous strike. Biggest six of the night by some distance.
It's almost into the corporate box.
That is a phenomenal strike.
I think Buff needs to get the tape measure out and measure that, because that's a long, long way.
Wow. It's, as you say, it's right the way up there into that second tier. So Mitch Marsh, as I said before, he's been a little bit overshadowed maybe by his batting partner so far. Decides to come to the party. Smashes this one up in the air. He's not caught that quite as well, but it's running out. In fact, it's almost plugged as it runs out to deep mid-wicket. Comes back and gets a second. They move on to 49. Mitch Marsh onto 12, with one ball still to come in this, the fourth over. That really sat down out there. It was a bit of a sand wedge.
Yeah, the ground's a lot softer than normal. As we said, there hasn't been a lot of traffic on it, hasn't been a lot of sun on it. It's still sort of soft underfoot, very spongy, almost still in AFL style type. They'll cut the grass before the test match, I'm sure.
It's a lush green outfield at the moment. It really is. There's final ball of the over. Marsh on strike. Swings, gets beaten on the outside edge. Hands on the head of Harshit Rana. It's the end of the over. 49 without loss. Mitch Marsh, a runner ball 12, and Travis Head is on 27 off 13 deliveries so far. It's a terrific start by Australia. Exactly what they'd want so far. That they've ticked along nicely. They've swung and missed a few times. It's caused them no ill will. Oh, here we go. Just looking at that, how big that.
So the ball speed of that six came in at 111 and came off Mitchell Marsh's bat 158 kilometres an hour.
And the graphic's 124 metres.
124 metres long.
And that graphic it looked like it was slightly wrong, because it looked like it was dipping down into the bottom tier rather than the top tier. That was a great shot from Mitch Marsh.
124 metres.
Now let's see what happens here. Varun Chakravarti is coming into the bowling attack. Right arm leggy coming in from this member's end.
He's about to get slogged as well. I think these two are just in a mode now that this could get out of control very quickly.
Incidentally, 18 off the previous over from Bumrah, 20 off that over then from Harshit Rana. And now Varun Chakravarti with ball in hand. Remember, still in the power play at the moment as well, so we've only got two fielders out on the boundary. One at long off, one at deep mid-wicket. Travis Head steps back and just pushes this one up towards mid-off. Didn't really fancy running that, I don't think, Travis Head. I think he fancied having another look at Varun, but strolled through in the end, and that brings up the 50 for Australia with the first ball of the fourth over. Travis Head's 28. Marsh has made 12 so far. We've obviously been helped along the way by 5 wides and 4 byes on another occasion as well. Just coming the over from Bumrah was Mitch Marsh facing up to Varun Chakravarti. This is just clipped around the corner. It runs to that square leg position. And again, they just trot through and take a single. Just having a little look first of all.
The mystery spin of... and this is a bit mystery spin, but the fact about the IPL means that it's not mystery to these guys who have played against him time and time again.
Chakravarti around the wicket ahead. He steps back, smashes this one straight. It's in the air. Is it going to carry the rope? It's thrown back in. That's a great piece of fielding in the end. And Travis Head departs. He didn't quite carry the rope. They went all the way out there. And fielding in the deep was Tilak Varma. And he got there, caught the ball, was going to wobble over the rope, threw it back up in the air, stepped back in field and completed the catch. And Travis Head departs for 28. Australia now 1 for 51.
He throws his head back there, Travis Head. He knows it was the ball that he wanted, and he half got it. And a great catch on the boundary. On the tightrope here, it's a good catch. Players these days are getting very good at that. They take the ball throw it back in, control the body, and that's a great catch and one that was very much needed.
So just having a little look at that, because he was very close to that boundary rope in the end, but I used to see that a few years back. It was something out of the ordinary. You'd very rarely see a player go over the rope, throw it back in and run back in and catch himself. It is getting commonplace now, isn't it? You see it all the time.
Yeah, and the boys practice it. The practice that's done on it is legit and intent. We had Glenn Maxwell on before. He's probably one of the best in the world at it, but yeah, they now know that they've got like 2 metres outside the rope that they feel like they can catch the ball over the rope.
Josh Inglis is the new man coming out to the crease. Might as well, so wherever you're listening on the ABC Listen app or indeed via BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. So hello as well to Daniel Castledine, who's listening in. Derby County fan listening in Derbyshire as Darren Chakravarti comes in. He's pushed out on the offside by Inglis. A dot ball there. So people listening all around the world, courtesy the BBC and the ABC here in Australia. Australia well on top here despite the loss of that wicket. 1 for 51 with 2 balls to come in this, the 5th over. Chakravarti again, and this is drifting towards leg. It bounces away off the pads. We're down to that short fine leg region. Some good fielding out there as well by the Indians to fire the ball in quickly.
I love Josh Inglis. He's been out of cricket for a while. He's come back in, walks back in at 3, and second ball, massive sweep shot.
Again, it's the modern way, isn't it?
It really is.
You can't take a beat, really. You go out there. There's Chakravarti in again, and again deceiving Josh Inglis. It drifts down, just clips off his pads on the leg side. It's a dot ball to run off the over. That's a decent over then from Varun Chakravarti. End of the over. Only 2 runs coming from it, and also picked up the wicket of Travis Head. So decent introduction into the match. But Australia are still well on top. Marsh is on 13. Inglis yet to get off the mark. And Australia 1 for 51, chasing 126 to win. And on Crosthwaite, I'm going to step away and I'm going to hand you over to Matt Clinch.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Dan. A crowd of around 80,000 in at the MCG for a Friday night where Australia are 1 for 51. Chasing 126 for victory. The Australian captain Mitch Marsh is on 13. Josh Inglis yet to get off the mark, having faced 3 deliveries. The start of a new over. Jasper Bumrah coming in from the Shane-Warne stand end. Marsh looking to drive, mistimed. Just forward of square on the onside and picks up a single. Start the 6th over. Marsh to 14. Australia 1 for 52. Hello, Crossy.
Hello, Clinchy. Bumrah swinging around to the other end now to have a crack. At least they are giving their best bowlers a full crack at it. He didn't get it right, his second over, Bumrah, so has to fight back.
I know he's the type of bowler who thrives on the contest, so he'll be keen to try and get a wicket or 2 here, put Australia on the back foot. Big opportunity for Josh Inglis, batting at number 3. Awaiting Jasper Bumrah over the wicket and beats him as he looks to drive. Samson takes it behind the stumps.
It is a big selection, I think, this, with Inglis coming straight back in after being out for a little bit, but straight back into 3. Matt Short has sort of didn't nail that spot, and Short's back in, but Inglis at 3. It really shows the faith they have in Josh Inglis going into this World Cup.
Had that calf injury, so it was ruled out of the New Zealand series. Last played in the national colours in the one-day internationals against South Africa. Jasper Bumrah in, Inglis whipping away at this off a thick outside edge. It's down to deep 3rd. And is able to pick up a single to get off the mark. Australia 1 for 53 in the 6th over, needing 73 runs for victory. So would you have Inglis over Short in the number 3 position for the World Cup?
Yeah, look, I think I probably would, and I think that's what they're pretty much giving us an indication tonight, isn't it?
Tim David, Mitch Owen, Glenn Maxwell at some stage in that side. Bumrah comes in. Marsh just drops it onto the onside, takes off for the single. Clever batting, takes the easy single to move to 15. Australia 1 for 54 in the 6th over.
I know he's at the end of his career, and we spoke to him earlier, but Glenn Maxwell still has a massive role to play in this side, and coming into this World Cup, it feels a little bit un-Australian at the moment, this team. It sort of doesn't feel like it's a set side with him out. So there's some jostling for some spots, and these games are so important for that selection to make sure that Josh Inglis can actually nail this spot.
3 off the over so far from Jasper Pulmera. In from the Shane Warne stand in. Big swing from Inglis. Hits it high and long into the gap at, forward square. It plunges in the MCG turf, and they turn and come back for 2. Inglis moves to 3. 1 for 56 in the 6th over. Taking full toll of the power play there with just the 2 fielders in the deep. Sort of a deep backward square and a deep third at the moment. With one more ball to come, and then the field restrictions will be taken off. Australia needing 70 runs for victory from 85 deliveries. Just the 1 wicket. Travis Head, who was out for 28. Pulmera comes in, looking to shuffle across and flick it over the top of the keeper. Inglis lucky not to lose his middle stump. And the end of the over, Australia 1 for 56 after 6 overs. Marsh is on 15. Inglis is on 3. Thanks to Adam Crosthwaite. Keep your correspondence coming through on 0467 920 222 after India were all out for 185 in their innings. It was a disappointing showing, really, with the exception of 2 players who led the way from India. So a great effort in the end from... What are you pointing to, Buff? Hello and welcome to you. Team that 124 metres 6. I'm confident that becomes the 4th longest 6 in history, overtaking Liam Livingstone of England, which was 122 metres against Pakistan in 2021. That's from Grimesy.
That's a big hit.
All over it.
Big hit. And it did go second tier. MCG.
Here comes Chakravarti, who's continuing from the members' end. Comes into Mitchell Marsh, who pushes it into the gap on the offside. Comes back for 2. Great running. Realised the player was too far in the deep, and there was comfortably 2 on offer. As in the end, it was too much for Hasit Rana.
Good catch last over from Tilak Varma on the boundary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very impressive. The area of the game, India have got so much better out there fielding.
All around the world now with franchise cricket. Chakravarti comes in. Clever little scoop from Mitch Marsh as he works it around the corner. Down to fine leg. Comes and turns for a second. So Marsh to 19. Australia 1 for 60. And Darren Lehmann was seeing every bit of what India couldn't do, which was pick up 1s and 2s on ease.
What did I tell you? 4 for 34.
Game was over. Issue the last rights.
I am correct, aren't I?
You are right.
Thank you.
I don't know why I ever offered a counter argument.
Why did you doubt me?
I didn't doubt you. I just said while Abhishek Sharma was still there was still a tiny bit of light.
I knew they weren't going to give him a strike to get to 100.
Well, that's why you coached Australia, and I'm sitting back here in the cheap seats. Chakravarti comes in. Here goes Mitch Marsh. High and long down the ground. Has he got enough on it? Towards the side screen, he certainly has. Clears the road for 6. 2 fielders came racing around.
Well, he clocked that, mate. He absolutely clocked that. It is short straight at MCG, as we know, so got it high. Just got over the road. Kept going, kept flying. They're going for him, aren't they? They're just going to try and nail this game really quickly. I mean, if you get in an arc for Mitch Marsh, and once he's going, he's thinking, right, I can finish this as quick as I possibly can. Now, Boomer's bowled 3. They're real strike bowlers out, pretty much.
The Australian captain is on the attack. He rocks back here to Chakravarti and looking to cut. Fails to make contact. Marsh is 25 from 18 deliveries. Australia 1 for 66 in the 7th over.
I will say this about the Indian side. That Jasper Boomer is a superstar as well. He can get early wickets.
Chakravarti in with his leg spin to Mitchell Marsh, who hits it down the ground, along the ground. Picks up a single to move to 26, 1 for 67.
When they come off, they're going to be exhilarating, the same as the Australian team, and that's pretty much, I suppose, the only other 2 teams that sort of come close. South Africa, to be fair, are right up there. We've got some players that can do some damage in the World Cup. I'm right with you guys. I think Glenn Maxwell's got to come back in. So that means Short drops out of the 7th spot, and then it's who they bat at 3. I think they bat Inglis at 3. He's made it his own a little bit, hasn't he, when he's been playing?
Australia 1 for 67. Chakravarti comes in. Inglis looks to try, but straight to the fielder in the offside. The 1 fielder, Suryakumar Yadav, who's on the offside, does the field in the end of the over after 7 overs. Australia 1 for 67 with Inglis on 3 and Mitch Marsh on 26, chasing 126 for victory. Matt Clinch and Darren Lehmann with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Now, we had a question earlier in the broadcast about who you would have in your Australian top 6 for the first test against England. Have you become any clearer after this round of Sheffield Shield, or are you more confused?
Well, sadly to say, I've become clearer, yes. Sadly to say, I'm not having Sam Constance in the top 6. He got 40 today and then ran down and charged and hit one straight up in the air when he could have been 42 not out.
It was an interesting shot, wasn't it?
He's so confused, the poor young man. He can play, but he needs to make some runs in Shield cricket. So we know Khawaja's going to play, don't we?
Kuldeep Yadav into the attack from the Shane Warne stand. Mitch Marsh rocks back, pulls, hits it as hard and long as he can into the deep. I think it's crashed into the Toblerone.
6 or 4. Could be either.
I think it might have just landed in front of it and would be 4, but we'll have a look at it. And Mitch Marsh is looking to try and give everyone an early night.
Yeah, he certainly is, isn't he? Dropped a fraction of short. If he pitches it up, he'll go straight. Drop short, he'll do that. So some pressure on Kuldeep here.
So if it's a no to Sam Constance, who is opening the batting for you, Darren Lehmann?
Well, see, I'm not against either of these two that could do it. Mitch Marsh or Josh Inglis, if they play Shield cricket. I think Renshaw's the leading candidate with a weather order at the moment. They're my two. I'm probably Renshaw because I want them to blunt the English fast bowlers for a bit.
Kuldeep Yadav into Mitch Marsh. Is going again to the same spot. This time hitting it sweeter into the crowd for 6. Freed the front leg. Swung hard and classic Mitch Marsh delivery.
It's a great shot from Mitch Marsh. Unbelievable. They're going to finish this quickly. Anyway, I'm Renshaw because I'm Renshaw, Khawaja, Marnus. I want them to blunt Wood and Archer for the first bit and make them bowl 3rd, 4th spells because I don't think they can do that. I don't think they've got the tank. And their other bowlers, I'm not as confident they can bowl us out. So if our top 3 actually have a good series and not necessarily runs, but time and make them bowl overs, I think, you know, that'll play into our hands because they just play fast forward cricket. They want to bowl you out in a day. They won't bowl 80 overs. They won't bowl. They might get 85 in a day. Maybe.
I didn't think you were going to talk over rates at any stage. 10 off the first 2 balls from Kuldeep Yadav. Mitch Marsh is on a mission. He once more swats this through the mid-wicket gap. 1 bounce and across the rope for 4. In fact, it was 2 bounces. Marsh is 40 from 23 deliveries.
That is true. But I just said how many overs I bowl. Not good or bad. And they'll try and score a 5.5 and over. So the game's going to be in fast forward in Test cricket this summer. If we just hold and play normal cricket, don't get dragged into that sort of stuff, I think we'll be fine. I think our bowling, I saw Hazelwood tonight, I went, wow, I don't know how they're going to play that baseball stuff against him.
Marsh is 40 from 23 deliveries. Kuldeep Yadav goes wide on the crease. Sampson's able to shuffle across to the right. Marsh just had a look for a second to see if a wide was going to be called. It's not. 1 for 81 in the 8th over. Australia need 45 runs for victory from 74 deliveries. Marsh on 40. Josh Inglis is the best seat in the house at the other end at the moment. He's on 3. Kuldeep Yadav comes in. Marsh clean down the ground. Straight to the side screen for 6.
Well, that's a great shot. And they're so powerful, Mitch Marsh. Plays fast bowling well. Yeah, he's had issues, you know, everyone has issues at times with the game of cricket and not making enough at certain times. But when he's in, there's no more destructive player. And his Ashes record is pretty damn good. Yes, at batting 6, but, you know, what's to say he can't open? He's opened in this format for Australia, and he's one that probably could take him on because he's got the power to take him on in that format. So if they were iffy and wanted to change, they could do that. But in this format of the game, he's been dominant now for a good period of time. Good captaincy from India there. Just go and speak to Kuldeep and say, what are we trying to do? How are we trying to get a wicket? 20 off 5 balls. It's happening quickly now, isn't it? 39 off 73.
Hard way to play when you're only defending 126. Kuldeep Yadav comes in. Marsh hits high and long. He knows this will be out. Fielder gets underneath it, long off. Underneath to take the catch, and the innings of Mitch Marsh comes to a close.
Well, he tried to finish it quickly. 46 off 25. And that's playing the game. He's trying to actually get the spinner. That's his matchup. He's trying to hit 26, and that's what it's going to get down to in World Cup cricket, I think, in finals and group games. You've got to, when your matchup comes, when you're facing a bowler you really can target, you've actually got to try and get 20 plus. So he got 20, he went for 26 and fell short, just sliced it, just came off it a bit. And as I said before, that's how confident Australians are in the Indians fielding. He just started walking off. Yeah. He didn't worry about it. He said he's going to catch that, and he caught it easy, didn't he? Went high and caught it very easily.
It was certainly a high ball. Abhishek Sharma had to sit underneath it, comfortably took the catch. Mitch Marsh is out for 46 from 26 deliveries, including 2 fours and 4 sixes. And the Australian captain has done his bit, 2 for 87 after 8 overs, and it brings out Tim David into the middle to join Josh Inglis. So an Australian lineup: Mitch Marsh, Travis Head, Josh Inglis at 3, Tim David at 4, Mitch Owen at 5, Marcus Stoinis at 6, and Glenn Maxwell available from game 3 onwards. So that'll be the question as to how many games he plays. I've got to be honest, I was never really all that emotionally involved in the test selection until they suggested that Marnus could open and Cameron Green could bat at 3, and I thought, oh my goodness, go do that.
I tell you what, they could actually do Marnus open still.
Chavavati starts a new over from the members' end, and a switch hit from Inglis to get a single to move to 4. Australia 2 for 88.
Getting back to this game quickly, Clinchy, this is what's happening in the game. Tim David's coming out at 4.
Yep, no helmet, no hat.
Just away we go. They're going to keep going. They're loading up. And I like it. I like the way they've structured the game and how they're trying to change the way T20's played. And that's what India are trying to do with their batting lineup. They've probably got one less batter in their 11 compared to Australia. So, you know, they've got Axar Patel, who's knocks it around, really. He should be batting a lot lower. So they need one more stroke player in there. That allows them a bit, but they haven't got many of their the batters bowl. That's their problem. Where Australia have got, you can throw the ball to Travis Head, you can throw it to Tim Davey if you need to. Glenn Maxwell, obviously Matt Short. You know, all there's 4 without even trying. So you've got so many options, Australia. So they're well placed and adaptable in all conditions. So where were we with the test?
Iyer, of course, picked up that injury, so he's been out at the moment. So we're talking about 1, 2, 3 and 4. I think we know that Steve Smith is going to be number 4, so the question around who will open with Usman Khawaja, who will bat at number 3.
Sorry, I'm back with you, mate. I'm back with you. I apologise, Clinchy. I just got lost in Tim David and T20.
Start of the summer, you've got a big summer, and if Cameron Green isn't bowling, what does that mean for you?
Look, Cameron Green can bat. That's what he can do.
So he's good enough as a designated batter in your team?
Yes. He's ahead of Bo Webster, who I think's done a really good job for Australia. But I watched Bo Webster get bowled middle stump.
I'm a bit concerned about him.
And I think he's like Costas, has a problem coming back in. He's got to work on his defence. He has an angled bat when he comes down and defends the ball. So he'll get beaten either side. That's not good enough at test match level. He's got to work on that. He's a good player. He's done a really good job batting at 6. Cameron Green's a lot better technician and obviously made more runs. So that's why I go with Green.
Little delay as the helmet came out. We've got a bat pad here for Tim David, and Chakrabarti was just about to come into his attack, and David wasn't quite happy and stepped away. So a further delay here with Australia 2 for 88. You haven't missed anything while we've been talking. David yet to face a delivery. He's come out without a helmet, without a cap. And now I think we're in readiness. Chakrabarti, no. Shouldn't have said anything.
That's quite funny. I like that. He's just bucking around.
I'm sure that's as funny as Abhishek Sharma not being able to get on strike. 68 from 38 deliveries, the leading run scorer for India, but now Chakrabarti and David are seeing the humour in it all. Here we go. David back in his crease, hits it along the ground down to long on, picks up a single to get off the mark. Australia 2 for 89, chasing 126 for victory. So, yeah, Bo Webster looks a little underdone. I don't know how you saw it.
I saw it exactly as you saw it.
Yeah.
So that's just the way I feel. But selectors might like to go with the all-rounders in Green and Webster, and then they might play Marnus opening.
Chakrabarti in, Josh Inglis back and pulling just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket and picks up a single down to long on.
That's the great thing about the way different people think about the game and selectors think about the game. George Bailey and his crew. I mean, they'll be judged by results, won't they? I mean, we've said it already. England will be judged. Bazball will be judged here. They can't win a one-day game, England, at the moment. They're rubbish. And if they don't win test matches, it'll be interesting.
Chakravarti comes in to Tim David, who chips it straight back. And Chakravarti takes a comfortable catch. A disappointing dismissal for Tim David. He just looked to get forward and in the end cramped himself and just ballooned straight up. Australia lose their third wicket. They're 3 for 90. And Tim David goes cheaply for 1.
Chakravarti's got some variation, hasn't he?
Does.
Tim David, I don't know what he's doing there. He's like hitting catching practice. He normally try and hit that down the ground for 6 or 4. Just comes and goes. Well in front, as we know, it's 3 for 90 with plenty of time. So it gives Mitch Owen, I think, the new batter. So as we said at the start of the program, the boys were saying, Ned was saying they chop and change 1 to 7 and give people opportunities, and that's fair enough. That's how you should do it. In this format, they've done all the hard work with the ball. Mitch Marsh with the bat just went blazed away, and so did Travis Head. They got off to a flyer. That's the way teams are playing this format. So going back to that, India are going to have days where they get bowled out for 125. But having said that, I don't think they should, because really Abhishek Sharma should have more to strike. It should have been more like 150 on a bad day. You don't really have too many 120 days anymore. It should be a 150's a bad day.
That Modi Stadium has the same sort of configuration of the MCG, doesn't it? It's sort of... Because I was thinking the sort of Indian grounds they play in the World Cup will be smaller than the MCG with the exception of that. So
yeah, they're all pretty small, mate, to be fair.
Yeah.
So, and IPL, they even rope them in more than this. This is roped in quite straight. It's roped in a fair bit. It's not a big hit straight here at the MCG. That's only, what, 55, 60 yards?
24-year-old Mitch Owen makes his way out of the middle. Chakravarti's on a rhythm. He comes in and bowls, and Mitch Owen struck high on the pad and scampers through for a leg by. 3 for 91, and all of a sudden, Varun Chakravarti is giving the Australian batters a few headaches as they try and work out what delivery he's bowling here. This mystery leg spinner bowls out of the hand.
He's almost like the Sri Lankan one, Mendes. Is it?
Yep.
He had that mystery about him, didn't he? He just sort of went both ways, and until you face him enough, and then you start to get work out, and you're not spinning it much, then you can play him a certain way.
1 ball to come in this over. 2 for 17 as he comes in to Josh Inglis, who rocks back and pulls. Gets it along the ground out to deep mid-wicket. Picks up a single to close out the over. He moves to 6. Holds onto the striker. Throw out 3 for 92. Chasing 126 for victory after 9 overs. Matt Clinch and Darren Lehmann with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Of course, available on the ABC Listen app through ABC Sport Digital. And a big cheerio to Buff's friends, our listeners through the BBC 5 Sports Extra in the UK. We love to hear from you on the SMS 0467 920 222. To which we have, hey Buff, I'm visually impaired, I have no eyesight, I listen to the cricket all the time. I think Cameron Green is better than Bo Webster. I don't know what you've been smoking, mate. Bo Webster's 10 times better, I reckon. Well, both have their issues at the moment.
Who's that from?
I don't think it has a
visually
name.
impaired
Yeah.
people. Okay, so yeah.
Start of a new over. Comes in. Josh Inglis, the switch hit. He's executed that really well. A full delivery.
Oh.
Down to the rope for 4.
Okay, from Blind Tiger, yep. That's I totally understand. Bo Webster and your thinking there. Cameron Green, I think, if I'm pretty sure Cameron Green got 160 in Wellington.
Yep, he had 1 big...
Better than 4.
Yep.
Played a blinder. Bo Webster's made a 50.
He hasn't looked the same, Bo Webster, as last season, has he?
So, anyway, I love the people. That's fair enough. You can have your opinion. I can have mine.
Kuldeep Yadav from the Shane Warne stand end. Big stride down the pitch from Josh Inglis. An inside edge as he plays it forward of square and through for a single. Josh Inglis to 11. Australia 3 for 97. You would have had some healthy debates with your chairman of selectors, wouldn't you, at times where...
Well, I did. Rod Marsh. He was pretty feisty at the best of times.
How would you end the conversation when you couldn't agree?
Over a beer.
It's sort of the Australian way, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cameron Green's made 200s, 174 not out in one of those games. Batting at 4. Bo Webster bats at 6. And done well.
Kuldeep Yadav into Mitch Owen off the outside edge. There was a slip in place. It runs down to deep third, and they'll turn and come back for 2. Inglis says no thought of a third there as it's fielded down by the rope by Jasper Brummer, 3-4-97, chasing 126. 7 off the over so far from Kuldeep Yadav, who's had his challenges. Bowling from the Shameorn stand end here at the MCG. We go to Hobart on Sunday, Boof.
Yeah, looking forward to get down there. Well, I haven't been back since the Mitch Owen...
The Hobart Hurricanes blitz.
That was an unbelievable knock that night. That's a good wicket. I mean, this wicket's a really good wicket. Did do a bit. Probably a good toss to win. Wasn't a 125 wicket. It's more 170 wicket, I would think. Batting first, I think you get them anyway. It's not enough. I mean, what are they? They're going to 10 and over the Aussies on the back of Mitch Marsh and Travis Head. So it's probably a 180, 190 wicket. Pretty good wicket. Hobart will be a belter.
Always
was the forecast good down there?
Haven't looked that far. Got Derby Day tomorrow as part of Summer Grandstand. So
yeah, you doing that?
Get to Sunday when we get to Sunday.
You doing Derby Day?
Got Derby Day.
Who have you got with you? Q?
Yeah, Quentin Hull and Claire Lindop will be there. So we'll bring all the action.
There?
Yeah, looking
Send
forward
them,
to
my love.
the Victorian Derby. Winning jockey who will join you on Summer Grandstand. Kuldeep Yadav comes in. Back and pulling. It's going to land short of the fielder from Mitch Owen. It's been that sort of game for India, despite having the fielder in position.
What time are you on air?
Dubé.
What time are you on air tomorrow?
Midday.
Midday?
We could have got you to come along rather than travelling down to Hobart.
I would like the invitation, but the boss just said, get your carcass to Hobart. That's what you're going to do. You're working.
The boss would have had to give you the disclaimer that you would be working with the rest of us, not in a corporate enclosure.
Oh, unbelievable.
In the bird cage. That's where I could see you.
I did go to the bird cage a couple of times.
Australia 3 for 100 as Kuldeep Yadav comes in. Josh Inglis rocks back.
There's no one out there.
Plays it on the back foot through the gap in the covers and races on. They'll turn and come back for 2. Now they'll take a 3rd.
And that's good batting from Josh Inglis because they've moved the bloke right around for his reverse sweep and he's just gone, picked the length up, gone back deep in his crease and punched it through. Forward point cover. Got good running, got 3.
I think as part of Summer Grandstand as well, we're going to have your son Jake on tomorrow. So, geez, he's had a good start. Jake Lehmann.
My son's on tomorrow.
He's going to do an interview with Q.
Oh, tell him to watch the ball. He got hit in the head twice this week.
Somehow I feel like that'll get back.
Yeah, he's been in good form, hasn't he? He batted well the other day in Perth, 96. Nervous dad. I watched all his batting, so I'm terrible watching my son.
Kuldeep Yadav keen to get this over and done with. Mitch Owens rocks back, hits it high, straight up in the air. Catch should be taken on. No, the 2 fielders make a meal of it. In the end, the fielder inside the circle left it for the one coming from the deep. Ashit Rana had to come from a long way back. Came lunging forward trying to make up the last metres, and then as a result looks at his teammate and says, yeah, thanks for that. You could have comfortably turned and called that was yours. That was Chakravarti.
I'll get it.
Kind of reminds me of Jasper Brummer in the last ball as he was run out. As Chakravarti didn't want to take the single and they're all out. Anyway, it's that kind of night. Darren Lehmann's with you on Summer Grandstand on ABC Sport. He's about to be joined by Ned Hall.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
And we have got an updated attendance as well. It's 82,428 in the MCG tonight. So we've broken through the 80,000 barrier.
Well done. Everyone that came, turned up. Fantastic. I mean, disappointed with the amount you're chasing. If you're an Australian point of view, disappointed. If you're an Indian point of view, watching your side get bowled out for 125, but what a spectacle still.
So, continuing here, missing knowing the bail's broken then with the stumps lighting up. That ball in from Varren and Mitch Owen going for a big swing again. He doesn't quite look settled out there, Mitch Owen. Like he's trying to get the job done, but there's been a few loose shots he's played so far. Obviously, pretty lucky then. I thought Ashit Rana actually got to that ball in the end. He did come a long way, but he was almost standing upright.
We had an umpire review for a stumping. I've checked the feeder to fair delivery.
Umpire review should be okay. But yeah, he got there. Made hard yards. It just couldn't be balanced. You still got to be really balanced when you get to the ball. You got to still, your head can't be moving.
Thank you.
I think that's all okay, isn't it?
Stays grounded. Thank you. That's all I need to see. Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Sam Nagusky, the third umpire.
It's interesting.
Easy decision, that one.
Over the course of these few matches, they're just shuffling the umpire teams around again, so different roles. Some get the on-field roles. Wayne Knight, actually, I think, standing in the first two, and then he drops out of the rotation as Varun comes in. This hits Owen a long way back. A big shout from Varun. It runs away off the pads down towards the third man region, and they'll go through and take a single. That's been...
He's going to review it. I don't think it's out, but he's going to review it. Mitch Owen's swinging like a rusty gate.
Yeah.
Isn't he? He can hit a big ball. I mean, we saw it in the opening, the batting. We've got a review. Skipper's called for a review here, so this will be interesting.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, it's fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
What are you saying? Missing leg? I think at a quick guess, I haven't seen it. Looks from here, I mean, we're on not the angle you need to be on, but this feels like it's probably sliding down, but you never know.
I mean, Darren,
leg spinner, if it's
very confident with his shout.
Okay, I've got a clear gap between bat and ball. Clearly no bat involved. I'm happy to go straight through the ball tracker when ready, please.
Big old swing from Mitch Owen was well away from the ball.
Original decision not out. Pitching outside off impact in line and going on to Mr. Wiggets. Have the umpire back on screen,
high,
please.
Just over the top of leg stump. So
decision, signal now.
Tell you what, yeah, he's just swinging too hard. Just to be a little bit more controlled. And sometimes MCG can do that to you because the ground's so big, square. As a batter, you try to swing a little bit harder. You don't need to. You hit the gap, and if you hit it well, it'll go for six. You've got to get the gap right at MCG. He's just swung a bit hard. I think you see a sort of sweep shot from Josh Inglis at some stage.
This one's wide outside the off stump, so he just crashes it through over the short extra cover fielder. It runs out to that big empty expanse there with a long odd chase for Harshit Rana around the boundary rope, and they'll come back then for a comfortable two. With only 19 required, they don't need to swing wildly. As you say, he can be a little more circumspect with his shots, Mitch Owen.
I also think they've told him, we want you to use your power. So give him the confidence, which I think is good. I think he's more of a higher order player, but you can't have them all, can you, on the side?
And again, this one drifts towards the leg side. He pulls it out square on the offside. Almost deceiving the man out in the deep down there.
It was cool deep, took a bit casual, didn't he?
Well, he almost jumped past it and then had to fling his arm out to the right in the end. And they just go through and take a single. Casual from the Australians as well. 3 for 108. 4 balls gone in the 11th over. Owens on 5 and Inglis is on 17. Australia well in control of this. 56 balls remaining in the match. Travis Head made 28 off 14. Mitch Marsh 46 off 26. Tim David, soft dismissal, 1 off 2 deliveries as Mitch Owen goes, swings hard again. And again, the same result as that slightly more gently played shot from Josh Inglis before. It's out to Kuldeep in the deep and they go through and take a single.
Yeah, they're cantering, aren't they? Look, Australia have played really well tonight. They have. India will win the toss next game.
Yep. Well, will they?
Yeah, they will.
They run the game at the moment.
They will.
I know this in one day is that 18 losses of the toss in a row, which statistically runs into the millions as flicked out on the onside by Josh Inglis. And again, they just trot through for a single.
It's unbelievable.
That's the end of that over. 3 for 110. So 16 more runs required to win. And that's Chakravarti having bowled out 4 overs, 2 for 23. That's pretty handy figures in a game where his side looks like they're going to be well beaten.
Yes, Burma was excellent. Apart from the wides, he looks dangerous. Chakravarti looks like he's going to be a handful of India. Kuldeep is exactly the same in India. It'll be more threatening than here in Australia where it doesn't spin as much. So, they've got some... They're probably only one they miss is Siraj, don't they? Someone like that to take the new ball that can swing it away a little bit, or they play Young Deep from the left armour from Punjab. He bowls at good pace and can swing it. So But they've got plenty of options. I mean, their depth's unbelievable. I mean, they could pick 2 international sides.
It's interesting again, just ticking through with Kuldeep with another over here. Shane Warne stand end. He comes in, and this little reverse paddle around the corner from Inglis. Long chase round the boundary rope for Aksar Patel. And get back for a comfortable 2. In some senses, when you look like the game's gone, they might mix it up a little bit more, whereas Kuldeep's taken some stick. He's had 32 in his first 2 overs. And they're sticking with him for this over coming up here.
Well, I like that. You know, it was 20 off 1, wasn't it? Mitch Marsh got him.
Yeah, 20 off 1, 12 off the other. Also just brought a fielder in now to take care of that potential reverse. There's a swing and a miss as he again went for reverse. Josh Inglis, it bounces back off the pads.
He's trying to hit that in front.
Yeah.
The man, I think he'll try and do that again. There's a gap there. He plays it so well. He got the man to find third man. So there's plenty of room from point.
He stands up, and there's a huge shout again. I think it might have trapped him in front. Well, Kuldeep's very interested in this and sending it upstairs for a review.
Listen, Meg.
Long old chat here. They are deciding to review it. There's 0 seconds left on the clock. They have just about sent that upstairs in time. Do a little swerve then, Sri Kumar Yadav, just to get the umpire to be able to see he was sending it upstairs.
I'm a bit worried about the keeper and the bowler here.
Yeah.
Unless my eyes are going.
Well,
which they could be.
They've not been that sharp so far in the previous appeals. They've not been too far away, but still.
Okay, ball passes close to the bat. I'll go to RTS, please, to see if there's any bat involved.
Is it pissed outside leg anyway?
Well, that's
clear gap between bat and ball.
Could be close
First
on
impact
that.
on the pad. Can we go through to ball tracker when ready, please?
Be very close to leg stump. And
Original decision way out. Pitching in line, impact in line.
Oh,
it's out.
It's out.
There you go.
Kennedy into leg stump. So on this occasion, they are spot on.
They've got it right. It was tight, wasn't it? To the naked eye, it looked like they might have pitched outside leg. It was pitching in line, just in line. I can see why he gave it not out, the umpire.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm a bit surprised they reviewed it, but they're glad they did. I got that wrong.
Well, I wasn't overly confident, but to be honest, it also doesn't help when they've been reviewing so much in the last couple of overs as well, and unsuccessfully reviewing, that they just thought, oh, well, we'll review this one once again. As it is, Josh Inglis goes for a runner ball 20, and Australia are still 14 away from the victory target, as Marcus Stoinis comes out to bat on the MCG. Touches bats with Mitch Owen out in the middle.
What's he wearing? Like Marcus Stoinis, is it? Under his playing shirt, is it like a...
Well, he's got a long sleeve thermal top on under there. Might be a compression vest. Or something similar.
Make him look better.
Yeah.
The Adonis. He's a good man.
Self-admitted as well.
Yes, he is, yeah.
There's just having a bit of a look around the field. Incidentally, it's time just to mention another quick SMS on 0467 920 222. And that's from another of our vision impaired listeners who sent a message in just before. In fact, I'll just get back to that in a moment, because Kuldeep's already coming into Stoinis, who paddles this around the corner, lifts it over the leg slip, and it runs down towards the boundary rope. It won't reach there. They'll get back and take a very comfortable 2 before Tilak Varma fires the ball in. So off the mark with 2 straight away. And the message was from Rory in Melbourne, who is enjoying the commentary. Just wondering if we're broadcasting the BBL and WBBL again this summer. We are indeed. Both competitions getting underway a week on Sunday up in Brisbane, actually.
Are you doing that game?
Not that one, that's in Brisbane. On Monday, Clinch and I are on down at Junction Oval.
Oh, fantastic. It'll be great.
Hugh and Zano up in...
who's the favourites for the BBL Women's Brisbane? Need to be up there?
Absolutely. As Stoinis comes down, drives this along the floor up to mid-on. Renegades last year, they came from left field to win it, so it's one of those competitions I find that it's really hard to pick it until you get a couple of matches in and see who's sort of shaping up and finding a bit of form as well. The momentum seems to make a huge difference in the WBBL.
Need those international players to play really well for you in the WBBL.
That's the thing, actually. Last year, look at Melbourne, who we saw a lot of, that Hayley Matthews and Deandra Dottin came off for them a little bit more last year than maybe they did. Well, Hayley Matthews did certainly in the previous season. Ball comes in. That's a huge strike from Mitch Owen. Well, he's been threatening it all evening. This time, he carries the square boundary a long way back, 15-20 rows back, with a big 6 to round off the over and move Australia within 5 runs of victory. 4 for 121. And Mitch Owen moves to 12 and Stoinis is on 3. That was a beautiful clean hit after plenty of sighters that he's had in previous overs.
Well, that is a big hit. That's gone a long way. I mean, Mitch Marsh went 124. That's a bigger boundary.
Yeah.
It has to be 110, 115 metres. I'll try and get that for you.
Jonesy did have those figures up on the screen earlier. What really stood out was that the biggest hit seemingly recorded in T20 cricket, Shahid Afridi, 153 metres.
Yeah, I did see that.
It's like, is that what?
No, that's got to be Mayo. That's got to be Mayo.
Brett Lee, 140. It was the next, and then it drops into the 120s after that.
Brett Lee was at the Gabba, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was out of the ground, wasn't it? So I sort of get that.
Oh, there you go, back up
Freddie,
there now.
Freddie, 153, that's a long way. I mean, that's... I would need that twice.
It's only 5 to win for Australia. And with that being the case, Marcus Stoinis is on strike and Jasprit Bumrah has the ball in hand again. Coming in from the members at the MCG. Crowd has thinned out. First ball is played back up the pitch towards Bumrah, a dot ball to start things off. The one errant over that he had so far, Bumrah, was when he decided to go around the wicket. It just didn't really work for him. When he's been bowling over the wicket, he's been superb.
Yeah, but he's so good.
Yeah.
He can do both. He's just probably a bit rusty.
Yeah, well, maybe it was just funny that he was so good in that first over, decided to go around the wicket, took a bit of stick, went for 18 runs, bowled a wide in there as well. That flew onto the boundary rope. Comes in now to Stoinis. This one's short. It's clubbed down into the ground and past the fielder. But,
I'll tell you what he might do. He might get Mitch Owen out. He is a superstar.
He'll go through and take a single.
Well, Jonesy's actually seen the vision.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's watching highlights of Shahid Afridi rather than listening to what we're doing.
He's trying to make sure we're not talking bull dust, isn't he? Keeping us in line. Fair enough. Chris Lynn had a big one with Ian from Brisbane. Lynn putting Tate out of the Gabba. The BBL was big too.
Bumrah into Owen, who clubs this back down the ground. Doesn't catch it as well, but it's running on along the ground. It won't reach it to the boundary rope. As Akshar Patel gets back there and collects it, but they do pick up 2 more runs to move within 2 runs of victory now. Again, Owen willing to swing hard at that. Hit it straight just to the side of where Bumrah was following through. 2 runs was enough.
Well, he's either going to get out or go for 4, this ball. They need 2.
2 is what they need. So Jasprit Bumrah has 3 to come in this over. Australia needs 2 runs as Bumrah runs in from the members' end. Mitch Owen moves his feet, goes for a swing, goes past the edge. There's a big appeal. They think he found the edge. Oh, and the finger eventually goes up, and Mitch Owen is out, as you correctly predicted, Buff. 4 or out. He's been called out, but they are reviewing it.
Well, they were pretty confident in India, weren't they? And he's decided to review it late.
With one of these,
director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. Check the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
As people often say, whether you know if you've hit the ball,
you should know.
It was away from his bat, away from his body, I should say, the bat. And they were very confident, the Indians were. So it's interesting he's chosen to review it.
Okay,
he's leading the way at a very awkward
RTS,
angle.
Please, to see if there's any bat involved.
He's not getting behind it, was he?
No,
Okay, go back one frame, please. Thank you.
Metre or two
All
outside
on
the
back.
stump.
Have a clear spot.
There you go.
Have the umpire back on screen, please.
Clear spike.
Wayne, stay with the original decision of out and signal now.
And Mitch Owen goes off. So just more curious that they decided to review that with...
Well, a little bit disappointed for Mitch Owen there because he just had to play a normal cricket shot. Jasper Boomer is a dangerous bowler. There's no doubt about that. He swung every ball then.
Yeah.
He's not swinging every ball?
Pretty much every ball. And he didn't make contact with that many.
Or the one he did.
Well, the one he did, it showed what he'll do when he actually does make contact. But there was more misses than hits on that occasion there.
Yeah, it just feel like someone like that is going to actually get out more often, not playing like that against high quality bowling. So probably, you know, him and Short, they're playing for that one spot, aren't they? No, just 16 not out. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a bit like Sam Constance today.
Yeah.
Batted well for his 40, then charges. Just stay in. Just get 42 not out.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, you know. You can actually stay not out occasionally. You don't have to say, I'll finish it with a 6.
No.
You know, you're not MS Dhoni or Glenn Maxwell would try and finish with a 6. You know, they would be sensible enough still to say, well, just for Boomer's bowling, there's no point me trying to hit a 4 or a 6. What I'm going to do is actually stay in, get 1 or 2, get to the 1, 2, 6 and walk off the ground and shake hands.
Bear in mind, we are in the 13th over as well, so it wasn't exactly an issue. Didn't need to do it on that ball.
No.
Plenty more time to get the job done, as it is. Mitch Owen's back in the dugout. And it is Matt Short who comes out there with Australia needing 2 to win. Bumrah clean bowls him. Clatters into the stumps, lights up the bails. And Short goes for a golden duck. Trudges off the field, back tucked under his arm. And Australia still with 2 to get and has 6 for 124.
Proper superstar. They've got 2 of the greatest superstars going around at the moment, and that is this guy here. Just can do things that other bowlers can't do. And then Abhishek Sharma, who played beautifully tonight. I mean, he's all through Matt Short. Again, if there's one weakness about Matt Short, it's the ball coming back into him. He gets bowled quite a lot. You know, that's one of the issues for him.
Well, that was a terrific delivery coming back in.
But really, he shouldn't have been there.
No.
You know, that's the problem. You lose week, you lose another one. You know, there's Xavier Bartlett could miss this straight up. Could be a hat-trick.
With this situation, similar to this in Adelaide, actually, where Australia were always looked destined to win that match and made a bit of a meal of it in the end, getting over the line in that one-day international. I think 8 down, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't them, wasn't it? Yeah. They were cruising. I'm actually favouring a hat-trick here. X can bat, Xavier can bat, but I'm favouring he's just going to be too quick here.
Well, they've got, I was going to say, 2 slips in place.
Small backlift, young man. Don't go too high because he's going straight for middle stump. He's not going to do anything different. He's not. The only thing he could do is go slower ball for something, but he won't. Full and straight. Just short backlift, watch the ball. Don't try and hit it too hard.
Very interesting as well. Just whilst this is the game's almost gone for India. Australia needs 2 runs to win, but the chance of a Bumrah hat-trick here. They've put in loading the slips, short leg, short mid-wicket, fielders around the bat. Bumrah comes in on a hat-trick, bowling to Bartlett, and it's just defended out on the offside. Disappointing the Indian fans massed in the stadium who would have loved to have gone home, having seen Bumrah with a hat-trick to his name, despite the fact that India was to be facing defeat.
Well, good over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
2 wickets, 3 runs.
Well,
2 for
26.
6 off his 4 overs, 12 dots. Those wides and buys, and that probably hurt him a little bit, but
well,
out and out. But he's still a world-class bowler.
But save for that over where he went around the wicket, where he bowled, lost 5 wides, 4 buys as well on another occasion with a ball that swung massively after it went past the batter. There was 18 off that over, and he's ended up going for 26 in total. So it goes to show how good the other 3 overs were.
He's world class.
So Kuldeep has the ball in hand. Marcus Stoinis will be on strike. Kumar Yadav is just setting his field. He's got a leg slip, a slip. Just moving his cover field around, mid-off, mid-on. Very, very fine long on. Yadav himself at short mid-wicket. He's got a deep mid-wicket. And also back in square leg. 2 to win. Show a dead ball as soon as he came into bowl then.
Someone was having off there. I'm
just trying to work out who initiated that as he came in. Tweaking the field slightly, and I think Stoinis is wondering what on earth was going on then. I'm not sure if that actually came from one of the fielders. They've just moved, and what Yadav has done is he's moved the man at long on over to long off, but also incredibly fine still. And Stoinis was having a quick word with Yadav at the end of that little moment. As it is, as you were, 2 to win. Stoinis on strike. Kuldeep comes in, goes down the leg side, tries to clip it away. I don't know if he got some bat on that, because there's no signal of wide. Sanju Samson didn't take the ball cleanly. So it's a dot ball. The replay of that one was tweaking the field again. Kumar Yadav. Here he comes. And again, the call of dead ball. And I think it's because Kumar Yadav talking away, just the signal from the umpire then, was the chatter from the fielders is coming into bowlers. This one a bit of width outside the offside, punches it out square on the offside. There's nobody fielding out there in the deep. Jasprit Bumrah has a long chase out there to get the ball, and Marcus Stoinis has a gentle stroll back in to complete the 2 runs needed to take Australia to a 4-wicket victory here against India, with plenty still to spare in the match. Third ball of the 14th over, Australia get the job done. Marcus Stoinis, 6 not out. Xavier Bartlett, no score but not out at the end, and Australia takes a 1-0 lead in the 5-match series, and on to Hobart they go.
Yep, polished performance. Mitch Marsh, excellent work as captain tonight. Really got early wickets, won the toss, did a little bit to be, honest with the Indian side. It did do a little bit with the new ball, but not as much as a 4 for 40 after 6 overs, and that was the game there. Really, they couldn't recover. Abhishek Nair did his best. Abhishek Sharma was unbelievable, wasn't he? I mean, 68 off 36. He held the innings together. Should have had more strike. Rana got 35 off 33. And they had that 50-run partnership, 56-run partnership. But outside of that, they were poor in all areas with the bat tonight. They got blown away by Josh Hazlewood, who got 3 wickets. He was excellent with the ball and really set the tone. He was man of the match for mine. Josh Hazlewood set the tone with that. But, out and out, all well played. Australia lost some wickets then, probably carelessly, I think, more so than anything else. But polished performance, 1-0 up.
It's always tricky as well when you have these players coming in down the order when there's not many runs to get and not many on the board, that you've got to go out there and hit the ground running from when you walk out into the middle. And as you say, a couple of players probably weren't expecting to be going out there. Matt Short in particular probably thought, well, I don't know if it just shifts your mindset a bit as well, as you're standing around thinking, well, the job's done, I'm not going to be needed now, and all of a sudden you've got to go out there with 2 runs to get.
Yeah, mate, boys, I'll join in. I'd be furious if I was Matt Short. The fact that Owen got out with that silly shot to try and end it made me go out and face some balls with a couple of runs to get, and you get a duck. So, never good.
Yeah, Mitch Owen, he swung at every ball. I mean, he's a good striker of the ball when he doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. And he can play. He plays obviously leg side a lot, but the whispers are going around. He doesn't really fancy fast bowling a little bit. So, that's for him. He's got to work that out. He's now been dismissed twice to quick bowling.
Yep.
And quite quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want going around the traps.
No. And he can play.
He can definitely
sort
play
that out. But it just feels like he's a better player than that. He's a better player than swinging every ball.
Yeah.
So that's one for him to get. But better at. But I thought Mitch Marsh was outstanding with captaincy tonight. Kept the field up, put him on the ring to give the one. So Sharma couldn't get strike. All those little things that play their part in T20 games. And, obviously batted well, 46 off 26. And, he did a really good job between him and Josh Hazel. They led the way.
Crosthwaite, Ned Hall and Darren Lehmann here. I'll just quickly run you through the card. Matt Clinch is down on the side of the field. I think just waiting to grab a word with a player when we get a moment to do so. But just as you were saying, in the batting sense, Mitch Marsh, 46 off 26 for Australia. He was caught by Abhishek off the bowling of Kuldeep Yadav. Travis Head, 28 off 15 deliveries off the bowling of Varun. He went, caught by Tilak Varma. Josh Inglis, 20 off 20. LBW to Kuldeep Yadav. Tim David, another one who disappointed tonight, caught and bowled by Varun with a fairly awkward shot. 1 off 2 deliveries. Mitch Owen, 14 off 10. He was caught by the keeper off the bowling of Bumrah. Marcus Stoinis there at the end, 6 not out, as was Xavier Bartlett. And Matt Shaw went at first ball, clean bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. Just quickly through the bowling figures. Bumrah 2 for 26 off 4 overs. Harshit Rana, none for 27 off 2. Varun Chakravarti, 23 off 4 overs, and Kuldeep Yadav was in his 4th over at 2 for 45 at the end of his bowling there. So only 4 bowlers used by the Indians as well, so they didn't rotate many through. It's interesting, I suppose, Crossy, when you're looking at this in the sense of the series, but when they're looking for a low score and it looked like Australia were going to win, they didn't feel like chucking the ball to anybody else, they just used the 4 bowlers.
Yeah, well, that's it. I think they were embarrassed with the way they were with the bat, and then they've just had to go all in with the bowling, and that they chased it, that they were nowhere near it, and the Aussies, it was a very, very dominant side tonight.
And I think we can cross down to Matt Clinch now, who's one of the players down on the sideline. Clinchy.
Thanks, Ned. Xavier Butler joins us from the Australian side. A 4-wicket win, but being out there to face a hat-trick ball is probably not what you anticipated.
Yeah, definitely didn't see that one coming. Credit to the way Mitch batted at the start and Ingo through the middle there. I thought they were a class above tonight, so I'm really happy to get the win.
6 for 126. It sort of feels like another 20 or 30 runs. It might have been a completely different game. How did you see it?
Yeah, definitely. It sort of looked like a tough wicket there. I thought the way Hoff bowled, especially the start, was unbelievable. One of the great opening bowling spells. Extra 20, 30 runs. Could have been a different story, but, lucky to get the result tonight.
Talk us through your night. Obviously, your first over went for a bit, 17 runs. How did you compose yourself and get back into your rhythm?
Yeah, I think, T20 cricket's so volatile. Just exactly how my night went tonight. First over, got smacked around, and then just thought about trying to make a difference for the team and coming back and trying to take some wickets and trying to hold some pressure, which, lucky enough I did tonight. So 2 for 39 from your 4 overs. Do you start to feel like you're more comfortable at this international level? Yeah, I guess bowling to some of the best players in the world, that's what you try and challenge yourself, trying to do. Definitely feel like, with each performance, trying to take some confidence out of that and some good learnings. But, really, really happy to get the win tonight in front of a big crowd. And you got one of the crucial wickets of Harshit Rana. He and Abhishek Sharma was really getting India sort of into a promising position, but they just couldn't get Abhishek back on strike. It was an interesting battle between the bowlers and the batters. Yeah, the way Abhishek batted tonight, I think he hit me from maybe 300 strike rate when I was bowling to him, so he probably liked facing me. But, to get that partnership, to break that partnership there with getting the wicket to Harshit, was really pleasing. And then, I thought the way we sort of controlled the scoreboard, especially through the middle, I thought Cooney bowled really well, and Stoin as well, as always. And Nathan Ellis is probably one of the best death bowlers in the world, so I thought he was really good again tonight. Sort of been talked about a bit, the form of Josh Hazlewood, 3 for 13 from his 4 overs. What can you tell us about how he's bowling at the moment? Oh, he's amazing. Just watching him in full flight, I'm in awe. Standing at first slip to him is an absolute treat, and to watch him go about his work every night, is amazing, and hopefully he carries that form into the Ashes later on this summer. Is he sort of taking on that senior figure, given there has been so many changes to this T20 lineup? Yeah, definitely. Leader of the attack. He's been around for a while now, so just passing along his knowledge. He's been amazing for me, sort of pick the brains of. And also out there, when the ball's pinging around, he's just such a calming figure along with Mitch. It's really good to have those boys to bounce off and, who've been in those positions and done it before. So, he's a valuable member of our team and someone I really look up to. And the captain led from the front tonight, Mitch Marsh, a 124-metre 6. Looked pretty good. Yeah, it looked amazing. I'm really, really happy he's on my team. Don't have to bowl to him. But, he's in unbelievable form at the moment. 124-metre 6 probably sums up his night. I was going to say bowling to them in the nets wouldn't be much fun either, because you've got Mitch Marsh, you've got Travis Head, you've got Josh Inglis. They just keep coming like your batting order. Yeah, exactly. I always try and take the option to bowl on the side net so the ball's not flinging back at me. But, our batting lineup's so powerful, and I think when we click and we can sort of chase down anything, and Mitch again showed it tonight. Just set up that nice platform for us to chase that total, which probably got a little bit closer than we would have liked in the end.
Yeah, do you get a moment to sort of look around? 80,000 here at the MCG. Pretty parochial Indian fans. Must be sort of a pinch yourself moment to be out here.
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing playing, in front of such big crowds. Definitely feels like an away game, but it's probably the loudest cheer of the night was when Abhishek hit me for 6 over my head. So I'll remember that one for a long time.
Well done on the win. See you in Hobart.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff, Clinchy down there with Xavier Bartlett, and plenty of chat in there as well about some of the standout performers for Australia. We can find out who's been picking up the honours as well down at the presentations. Down to Adam Gilchrist.
Thank you for joining us for the post-match ceremony for this, the BKT-Ties second T20 International between Australia and India. We're going to get straight to the BKT-Ties man of the match, and to present the trophy is Mr. Jim Griffin from BKT-Ties. Jim, and no surprise, you're presenting it to Josh Hazlewood.
Good.
Congratulations, mate. Probably went a little bit unrewarded in the ODIs. You bowled beautifully, you bowled very similar to tonight. Nice to get the returns.
Yeah, the balls feel like it's coming out nicely at the moment in whatever format I'm turning up and playing. So not much needed to change on a wicket like that. There's enough there for sort of all the quicks. So yeah, it's just put the ball in the right areas, don't try too much, and see what happens.
I made the observation. I thought you looked a little bit fitter this year than previous years, but have you done anything different in the preparation for what is a huge summer ahead?
Not a lot different. Minor tweaks here and there, as always. Everything's improving, but I think just playing continuous cricket. We've been up north playing a few games over in New Zealand, now here, West Indies in the winter, so it feels like we've just been going from one sort of series to the next and playing the majority of the games, resting when needed, but everything feels in a good place and ready to go.
Yeah, you mentioned resting. The shuffling through of the quick bowlers. Nice to see the guys like Xavier Bartlett, Nathan Ellis come in, and just every game's a learning experience, building a nice bowling unit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no better place to learn than obviously out here in front of 80-odd thousand people against a high-quality team. So very happy with what I've been seeing from the other end over the last few games, and even in the one-day games, Bart's has been on fire. Nath does his job every time he turns up, puts in 100% and bowls some really tough overs. So yeah, we're building a nice group of quicks there, and going to be fighting for spots there in time come.
And I mentioned a big summer. Obviously, the Ashes is coming soon. That's you done now in this series. You cool your jets and all eyes on Test cricket.
Yeah, head home tomorrow and sort of have a week to prepare for the Shield game against Victoria at the SCG, and then we'll head to Perth for the first Test. So, yeah, I think it's important to get that red ball hit out. Consecutive overs, big days in the field. So, tick that off and then head to Perth.
Well, congratulations, mate. 3 for 13. You're the man of the match. Go and enjoy your rest.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
It is Josh Hazlewood. A fantastic performance. OK, we'll have the Indian captain come and join us, Surya Kumar Yadav. Hello, mate. Sky, sometimes you've just got to tip your hat to the opposition. That was high-class stuff from Josh early on.
Absolutely. I mean, the way he bowled in the power play, if you're 4 down in the power play, it's very difficult to recover from that. I think credit goes to him. He bowled really well.
Yeah, I guess the positives, obviously, Jasprit at the back end almost produced a miracle, but the real shining light, Abhishek Sharma at the top. Frustrating. He didn't get to face many deliveries, but when he got on strike, he made a real impact.
I mean, yeah, he's been doing this for quite some time now, and he knows what his game is. What identity he's got. So he's not changing it anymore, and it's good he's not changing it, because that's what has given him success. Hopefully, it sticks to it and plays many knocks like this for us.
And a quick turnaround. Travel tomorrow, then playing on Sunday down in Hobart. What are the key parts of the game tonight that you take away and tell the team to work on?
I think we need to do the same thing what we did in the first game. We need to bat really well if we are batting first, and put nice runs on the board and come out and defend.
All right, mate. Well, nice to see the smile on your face. We'll see you in a couple of days. There's Surya Kumar Yadav, India's captain, and now call on the victorious captain today, Mitch Marsh. Mate, well done. That's a captain's dream, isn't it? Win the toss on a wicket that has a bit of bounce, a little bit of nibble, and then you throw the ball to Josh Hazlewood.
Yeah, is he leaving us, is he? No, yeah, well, I think we got it was a good toss to win. Probably didn't expect us to do that much, but there's a bit of moisture underneath it. And Hoff is a great bowler, and there's a little bit in it. So I thought as a collective we bowled really well. Kept trying to take wickets once we got a few early, and set up the game nicely.
Yeah, I mentioned to Josh about the rotation of bowlers. The bowling unit looks like it's tight. There's so much opportunity for younger players in what is a team that's sort of jostling for positions. A really nice mood and feel in the camp, whether it's one in, one out.
Yeah, I think since the last World Cup, we've really tried to build out a squad and of hopefully 25 players that can, if required, can come to the World Cup and really feel a part of this team and feel connected to everyone. So we've got some great young talent coming through Australian cricket, and guys proved it tonight.
Fourth player past 2,000 runs for Australia in this format. You're hitting the ball rather nicely, that ground. Even the MCG didn't look big enough for you tonight.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous at 10 off 10, but I got going in the end. Heady took all the pressure off, as he does. Nice to chase that down. We have so much respect for the Indian cricket team. It's going to be a great 3 games.
I look forward to it. All right, we'll see you on Sunday. Well done. And gives Victoria's captain Mitch Marsh. Australia are 1-0 up in the 5-game series. We'll see you again on Sunday in Hobart.
So, yes, we'll be there on Sunday in Hobart as well. Well, certainly Matt Clinch and Darren Lehmann will be there on Sunday in Hobart, along with Jason Gillespie and Chris Rowbottom down there as well. So Dizzy's rejoining you down there.
There's one, yeah. It's been a pleasure tonight with you lot. It's been an entertaining game from an Australian point of view. Disappointing for what did we end up with? 82,000 fans. They'll be disappointed because there would have been 55,000 Indian contingent here. They'll be disappointed with the way they played. I mean, apart from their superstar, 68, Abhishek Sharma, who was unbelievable. I mean, they were just a bit short of a gallop tonight. They got caught out with the wicket nibbling around. Josh Hazlewood was unbelievable. Getting back to that, which I forgot to mention earlier on in our coverage, was if the wickets do a bit, Hazlewood's going to be a handful all summer.
Yeah.
And could be the player of the summer. Could be the difference.
I was just thinking about that then, about how well he bowled, and your comments earlier on about how well he's playing at the moment and how difficult it'll be. There's obviously so much focus on Pat Cummins and his importance to the side, and that he's not likely to be playing in the first test. Not wanting to jinx him at all, but Josh Hazlewood, if he goes down for Australia, would leave a huge hole in the side. The way he bowls, the consistency he does, format after format, test after test, match after match, he's always a menace for Australia, and sort of such a valuable part of that side.
I think if we had Stark, Hazlewood, Cummins, we don't lose the Ashes. And Boland's a very good bowler, by the way. Yep. But if those three are fit, raring to go, I don't think we lose the Ashes. I think they bowl them out, especially if the wickets have what it has in the previous couple of years. I don't want us to play on flat wickets. I want us to play on wickets that have been produced the last 2 years, where our batters have got used to playing on our wickets that do a bit and will leave well. England will chase the ball. Those blokes are superb. I mean, Hazlewood's been unbelievable in the white ball series so far.
Yeah, he has. And I think you're right. If we have those three, you never lose a test match. But when you've lost Cummins, we don't know how long he's out for. And then if someone else did go down, that's when you really do come back to the pack. Like, we've been so lucky over such a long period of time now, having the Hall of Fame 4, really. Now you get an injury in there just before an Ashes series. It makes you a little bit nervous to make sure that boys need to get through the next 3 weeks so they hit Perth okay.
They do. I mean, it's huge. It's huge summer. And then Australia have to make some decisions. I mean, if they don't get through, trouble. If we lose, real big trouble. They're so important to Josh Hazlewood. He looks like he can go around again, probably.
Yeah.
But they'll have to start to integrate some other players. And are they ready, the other players? That's the challenge. I mean, trying to find their feet in white ball cricket and then try and give them some game time, and that's also a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh Hazlewood seems to be getting better with age. I was going to say that I'm sure going back a few years, there was some maybe question marks about whether or not he would be a T20 player, whether or not that was his go. That it's a measure of how good a bowler he is, that he's adapted his game now to be able to bowl as well as he has done in T20 cricket at the moment. You mentioned about decisions being made. We were talking the other night about the fact that there's the T20 World Cup coming up in February. So after the red ball cricket is over, you go through course of January, then in February there's going to be the T20 World Cup, and I suppose you're then juggling with how much importance do you put on that from the players that have been in the test side, what you do with them after that, those players that might cross over and play in both formats. It is such a juggling, as you'll know, having been involved in the national setup, that you've really got to sort of balance everything out right, so you get to maximise what you're doing in test cricket and then the big tournaments as well.
Well, it looks like they've done it right this year. It looks like it's about right, isn't it? I mean, Hazel's now not going to play. Is he playing the next one? No, he's done, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he's going to play the Shield game and he'll be too right for the first test. So he's right. Lock him in.
Yeah.
We need him locked in. It looks like Boland, they've done the same
They've
there.
rested Boland last
He's going to play next one and then he'll be right. So there's your other tick. Stark, it looks like they're going to do the same. So that's tick. So there's your 3 quicks. Your spare quicks, your interesting one, whether they go like a Nessa or a Richardson or a Fergus O'Neill or whoever it is. Doggett, Doggett. You think Doggett's going to play one more than rest if he's in. So I think at Lions there he'll play and rest. So I think your bowling attack's fine. And for me, it's really just what they do with the opener.
Yeah.
That's where it is. And they're big decisions they've got to make and they've got to decide what they do. Whether they go with Shield form and they go with Weatherall, blokes that have made hundreds already. You pluck someone from nowhere. I mean, and sometimes you have to do that. We plucked Tim Payne from nowhere.
Yeah.
In an Ashes series, 1-4-0. Went on to captain Australia, obviously, but that was just a lucky get. Seriously, and that's what it's like. But if we got that wrong and lost the Ashes, we probably get the sack.
Yeah, you're probably out.
Probably out. And that's what it's like right now. And you just got to take all the information and then you just got to go with it and hope you get the right call.
It'd be interesting for me if Cameron Green's not bowling, if they're worried about the bowling loads on the quicks, whether or not they want a bowling all-rounder or they want the batting all-rounder. I don't think Webster's bowling well enough to sort of be that fifth option. That's the question for mine, whether or not you need a bowling all-rounder. And there's a name that I'd like to throw up. It hasn't really been spoken about. They snuck him into the one-day series the other day. The captain of New South Wales, Jack Edwards, young kid, bowls beautifully, could bat 7, carry up to 6. It's just one if they wanted an extra bowler because they were worried if someone went down or if someone was sore or injured. If you needed a bowling all-rounder, I don't think Webster's your answer. And if Green's not bowling, where do you go?
Not a bad call. Not a bad call, Crossy. I rate him highly. I would like to see him play in this format somewhere. The big thing for me is we always worry about 5-test series. Ashes are decided 11 days in 13, 14, 12 days the next time, and 11 days or 12 days next time. It's the first 3 test matches decide the Ashes here in Australia. So don't worry about sparing your bowlers. Bowl your best bowlers. The best times, the first 3 test matches, Brisbane is a day-nighter, and Adelaide. Hopefully Cummins is fit for one of them. So I'm actually not so worried about the overs because we're looking at Cameron Green. We're talking 8 overs.
Yeah.
So, we've got to get our best bowlers bowling, and our best bowlers bowling, whoever they are, the best 4, they bowl the majority of the overs. And if we need to find some overs, Marnus, Head, anyone.
Can't throw the ball to Marnus.
But you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. For you're talking...
5 or 6, 7, dunk overs.
If Green can bowl one spell of 5 overs, I'm taking it. Because he doesn't need to bowl 10 overs in the day. He only needs to bowl 5, 10 between those other guys, you're covered.
There's also, with the dates of this Ashes series as well, they're not playing 1 week into the next week. So they've actually got a bit more free air in between. When you're playing 1 week into the next week, you probably are worrying a little bit more about the workload on the bowlers. Whereas when they've got that bit of a gap in between, if you have a 3-day test match in Perth, whatever, then all of a sudden you've got this huge gap between the next test. Everyone's rested up. Everyone's feeling all right for that. So there probably isn't as much pressure on because of the schedule.
Yeah, in 13-14, I remember we just played 3 quicks and a spinner. Every test match, Ryan Harris, Peter Siddle and Mitchell Johnson. Albeit Mr. Johnson was superhuman that series. I mean, pretty different. So I don't think you have to worry too much about it. I don't want Green or Webster don't have to bowl 15 overs in the day. We're talking 2 4-over spells, really. And once you're doing that, Lions bowling the rest or whatever.
Especially when they're only getting through 82, 83 overs.
Yeah. Don't talk about over overs.
Corbin will have my head.
We decided not to do it, but that you won't need to find too many overs.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. And this is what's so exciting about this when you come into the start of the summer. And I remember it was like this last summer as well. There was all the debate about who was the opener to go in with Usman last year, and it was a real difficult decision for the selectors then. Went with Nathan McSweeney, which again was a left field selection, essentially going into that from that sort of what was supposedly a bat off going into the first test then. But people love the debate. It's great. It's great to talk about when you love the game and you love cricket to see how things are going to work out.
And I don't mind Marnus opening the batting. I don't think he has a right to say number 3 is his spot. You know, so if they find someone else they want to fit in there, well, so be it. And Pat Cummins has come out and said batting order doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Renshaw's been a great, probably last 4 or 5 months from the Australia A. He did really well in the Australia A series, come in, he's worked his way into the one-day squad. So he's a name that's actually worked his way into selection now, into contention for that spot. Jake Weatherall probably had a really big opportunity, has probably missed out this last game that sort of hurts him a touch, but it's going to be fascinating.
I was going to say there's a few players. Every time you look at who's scoring what in the Shield at the moment, all the contenders often you're like, oh, it's probably not quite enough. They've not quite done it on there.
But then they've all bounced back the next game. Like you've got they're all making runs. They're around it. Like Marcus Harris pops his head up. Campbell Callaway pops his head up in this last game. Jake Lehmann keeps popping his head up. McSweeney even got 100. So like that's
But no one's got 180.
No
one's up with another 180.
No one's closed the door like the players of the early 2000s have closed the door.
I think if Jake Weatherall got 180 and 100, I reckon he's there. Now it's sort of not or Constance. If Constance had actually got 100 and 120 and batted normally, not getting out.
It's also the way they're getting out. That's what I was going to say. The way they're getting out is actually hurting him. Weatherall caught on the crease, nicking off. Like, that's a bad look. And the same thing with the way Constance has been getting out.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the debate will continue. There's a bit of time yet before that first test gets underway over in Perth on the 21st of November. The Women's Big Bash gets underway, incidentally, on the 9th of November. But we're back with T20 cricket again on Sunday in Hobart. You can join us for all the action from there after Grandstand on Sunday evening as well. So there's plenty still to come there. A big day of Grandstand tomorrow. Jake Lehmann featuring on the programme as well.
I'll be listening.
Excellent. He'll be talking to Quentin Hull as well, who's hosting from out at Flemington Racecourse. Derby Day, obviously, lots of action out there. Matt Clinch will be there, along with Claire Lindop too. So you'll be covered well across everything that's taking place there. And, of course, the Women's Cricket World Cup final is taking place on Sunday night. No Australia in the final, but we are bringing you full coverage of that match after the T20 match finishes as well. My thanks to Darren Lehmann, my thanks to Adam Crosthwaite, thanks to Matt Clinch as well, to Julian McKenzie, to Adam Jones back in the studio, to Evan as well on the socials out here, and also to Tim Verrill for making its presence known and felt out here at the MCG, and to Poppy Penny too. It's been a good win for Australia to take a 1-0 lead in this 5-match series, winning by 4 wickets, but with 40 balls still remaining. Josh Hazlewood was named as man of the match. He picked up 3 for 13, whilst it was Mitch March, the captain, who top scored in the run chase with 46. Thanks very much for your company tonight. Join us tomorrow. National Grandstand from 12 o'clock, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Enjoy the rest of your night on the back of that Australian win.